Ah, shit. God damn it. I hit the cancel button on my updates I did with the thumbnail and everything instead of saving it. Oh, man. Dude. Damn it. Okay, there we go. Okay, guys, good morning. Or afternoon, I suppose. I had to run a Mindplex stand-up. I apologize. That's why I'm late today. Bestie, you look amazing. Thank you. What's up, Twitch chatters too? How are you guys doing? All right, might as well warm up a little bit with some tank, right? We're gonna be talking about tank today. So, yes, I saw GS Raider's video. I did see that. Yes, Jesus. Are you nervous about the Group Up podcast? Why would I be nervous? Rage Shadow Legend? Wait, what? Oh, what's that game you play that has a dungeon that do little leveling up every floor? Binding of Isaac. The Binding of Isaac. I haven't played Isaac in about a year. Flats is sick and Frito can't make it, so it's me, Spilo, Avril, and SUV. You see the hero AMA? Dude, I'm not gonna lie, like I don't think I want to see anything that they say or do. No offense to them. I have more important shit on my plate to worry about what they're gonna fucking troll with, you know? You gonna do the Porsche bit in the podcast? No. I can't do the Porsche bit and stream it. So like and stream like the podcast itself to you guys. So well, Spilo and I were supposed to do a podcast on Monday too, like on my channel. So I don't know if we're gonna get it all out today or like what's gonna go on, but it should be fun. Spilo's the only person that I've seen like with like an actually interesting approach to the ideas. Salt was saying something, someone was biting the hand that they feed them. What? What in the world? Well, Frank, it's like some people just want to play the game and not talk about it and not deal with it. I don't think they're wrong for that. They just want to take what they can get. Like, you know, it's all good. Yo, Sam, Salt said Blizzard told a streamer to stop biting the hand that feeds them over a tweet that they did. That I wouldn't be surprised about that, and they're not necessarily wrong for that. If you want to work with Blizzard, you can't be critical. That's just Blizzard. Let's see how ass Twitch makes the bit rate today. Oh man.
Prepare for battle. Select.
Where did Salt say that? It's up for point 665. I feel a bit like politics, so the ideas come from a good place, but sometimes you just want to break from the fighting. Yeah, for sure. It's when other streamers say they have no idea how to fix it. Yeah, you don't fix it.
A gun in each hand and a smile on my face.
Another day, another mission. Man, I'm so excited.
Alright, let's go.
Let's play this smart.
I have not looked at the AMA on Reddit.
Robot needs exfil. Let's stick with it. Breaking them down.
Now it's getting fun. Coming for you.
Is it burning? Is it burning there?
Got a new trade.
We're ahead. Nice.
Appreciate it.
Get it?
Barrier denial.
Try not to take damage here for a second. They used to do.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Sensei Quickiki. Everybody riot.
Oh. All right. Well, we got the cap.
Stay with him.
Forward spawn activated.
Guys, okay. The shills are not ruining the game as much as the devs. That's not. No, that's not.
It's go time.
Guys, if there's one thing that we learned about Blizzard. Blizzard does what Blizzard wants.
I could use a hand.
Better already.
They took the robot from us.
This ends now.
Come back one more quarter. Come here. Let's go.
Let the kitsune guide you.
This one. Go my cage.
Sensei Quickiki.
She almost burned that. Fuck, I should have just left.
Who's on fire? I am.
The world isn't so black and white, y'all. As a
Not
creator
bad
of
at
space,
all. We don't have
makes
the
sense to want to have a
robot
respectful
anymore.
relationship with the devs. Yeah. You're a solo. They don't use anything. Use that point.
Enemy team is pushing forward.
not dead.
I feel this in my.
Put this up.
Everyone on me.
I'm left, by the way. I'm going from left. Good burning, good burning. Why are we so late? Everything.
It's go time.
Let's see if I can get into the point.
Our future will be forged in conflict. Prepare yourself.
I'm bad. Knock one. Shooting stall. Oh, okay.
The enemy's pushing. Let's take care of them.
Just kidding. All right, well, we didn't walk with me when I went. I guess I went too far from my team. They all tried to get right. I went from left, and then we just didn't use either of our support ults until I had died. Maga came from inside. You see the kitsune man or using a man.
The enemy will take the lead if we don't stop them.
Alright, well, we need to win this fight because we killed the last one. I can die.
We're pushing ahead. We gotta stop that.
Yeah, I'm just living.
This ends now.
Here's our ult in. Let's go with our ults here, ready? Let's go get some in. So I can bleed. I need you to go. Okay.
Protecting.
Yeah, I'll go win in this fight with Cage. Alright, this game is now close for no reason, but...
Oh, I feel a warm inside. Hello.
It's go time.
Just lapping us in the listeners.
They got the robot.
Yeah, but we can just chill here. Chilling. Dude, we're actually gonna lose this game. That's insane. We're actually gonna lose this game because their support ults have been so much fucking better. It's just been the kitsune. Literally, like their kitsunes have just been so much better on this rat. All right, we almost have our squirrels here. We'll try that. I just can't. The beat's late. My support ults have been fucking horrid. Holy shit, dude. I can shot point so you can stall. Our supports single-handedly lost us this game by themselves, dude. Lapping us on kitsunes, just better setups on it all. I'm gapping their magas so fucking hard. They're just never with me. They just fucking trolled so hard. Fucking support gap, dude. So tragic. Look at their fucking Lucio gap mine. Oh my fucking god. They're lapping us on kitsunes. Like, holy shit. Dude.
It's go.
Unwinnable.
Stay with the robot and we will win.
Cooling down. My throne is where I say it is.
See, I can't get some knives to win this. When he maxed Malga, it became about whose supports are going to be better. And both of my supports are getting hard gapped by their supports. You can see it in the stat lines. Yeah, fucking support canyon. It's crazy. They just hard sold the game. Unlucky.
There'll be consequences.
Yeah, I just my DPS knew it too. It's just supports were. I want to avoid them, but our supports trolled that game really hard. All good. It wasn't even the stats, it was the ults. Like their ult usage on their team was good, and my team, like, look at my supports, like they just fucking, we had the lead and all they had to do was ult me main where I was and we win the game, but they didn't in that one fight in the mid. You think Kitsune Rush should be nerfed? I think it's the strongest ult in the game. They just, like, the only way we lose that if my supports don't get valuable ults off for like 3 fights in a row, and they didn't. Okay. I have not seen anything about the Reddit AMA. Yeah, I heard. I've been in talks. Well, okay. Well, I can't. Well. I already reacted. I reacted to Raiders' video last night. Well, there's just no competition, Lyra. There's no competition.
My throne is where I say it is.
I'm just gonna go Sig or some shit. I don't know.
Why seek answers when we do not know?
Here's the juice. Well, I might get the chance to cast some of the Marvel Rivals events, which I would love to do. I'm really excited for that game. I hope it's good. You like Raider? I respect his authenticity. I mean, his approach isn't what I would do for a lot of different things. But I think he's more, like, I would take him over a lot of the other people who just aren't honest in the scene. He's the perfect Xbox creator, you know, he embodies the console perfectly, you know. I think, I don't approach things the same way he does, but I respect people who say what they think. He's a lot better than a lot of, like, the blatant sellouts in the scene. Ah, she wasted his armor.
Barrier initialized. Enemy spotted. My ultimate is almost ready.
I'm trying to push card, but there's nothing to contest all these angles.
Duplicating tracer.
Lucky one up here.
I need healing.
The barrier appears.
Nah, I'm gonna go Diva.
The payload.
Actually, I'm gonna go.
The checkpoint.
I don't know. Yo, Quantum, thanks for the 5, dude.
Enemy here.
I might hop on that Val game. We'll see.
My ultimate is almost ready. Time to save the world? Game on! Neutralizing projectile.
Why Brig? Why? You sure you want to play Brig into that? I thought it was good.
Enemy spotted. Over there.
Payload rolling out. Do something.
What the fuck?
Shields buckling.
I see an enemy.
Let me help you with that.
Oh, let's break it.
Ash, Ash.
Running out the picture.
Easily hit. Systems running hot.
Come on, come on.
Shields up.
Come on.
My ultimate is ready.
Muchísimas gracias.
Let's push cart. We use a lot.
My ultimate is ready.
Always up, team. Nothing can touch me. Nerf this. Come here, Toasty.
Oh my goodness. Okay, nice. So I just kind of use my bomb to zone chat.
My ultimate is charged.
I kind of just use my bomb to zone there. If I force out those 3, that monkey dies on point, and I can just get remech as well. Brig Inspire's gonna auto heal me because it's OP. That was an interesting decision from that Lucio.
Nothing can touch me. Nothing can touch me. Engaging thrusters.
Might be time to get back into Venture chat. I need to put my brig. You want any more? Show.
Systems on optimal levels. Round 1.
Flawless round.
Burning them down.
Game on.
Score 3.
Per se, you like dominant women, that would be more gay than femboys.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Dude, you fit in perfectly with the internet. You were born for the internet, buddy. Fellas, is it gay to like women? Oh, Jesus, dude.
Time to save the world. Game on.
Everyone ready?
Engaging thrusters.
Dude, y'all are really stupid, man. You know, thing about Rivals is they were taking risks to be more fun and not caring that much about the esports ready aspect, and I think they're right for that, by the way.
Tastes like dirt.
I don't think that Rivals is a game that will be like a big esport. I don't think it should be.
Nano boost is charging.
This stinks. This stinks. This stinks.
I see the video about Overwatch 2 spawns, how they're not equal. No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Enemies on the payload. Let's get them.
The payload.
No. Initiate defense matrix.
I should have gone Zarya, dude.
Keep an eye out.
Nothing gets past me. Diving in.
I see one.
Group up.
Pass
I
you
can still get 2 fights,
pushing
hold on.
the payload.
I'll talk.
Plotting out the dig site.
Equally net.
That's all I can do. That's all I can do. And there's the DMAC. Nice. Nice, nice. So I guess full DM my venture there for their ult.
I can't live against that.
I'm gonna switch Zarya next life probably.
Initiating defense matrix. Forward barrier activated.
That's right.
Enemy in sight.
They're gonna go trying.
Initiating defense matrix.
Their
Nice.
diva doesn't eat nade. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. You looking clean? Dude, I tell you, I can play this. I can play off tank, bro. Play Zarya, I can play Doom.
Apagando las luces.
Enemy spotted.
So I'm on the right.
Oh, let's break it.
Come back, come back, come back.
Break, no rally, break, no rally.
Speeding up.
60 seconds remaining.
Nothing gets past me.
Oh! Oh!
Clear those noobs off the
Ah,
I'm just gonna die card.
pilot disengaged.
And I killed their Echo too. We'll have another fight and their Echo's dead.
Taking flight.
I don't know if we could.
No, we can't, we can't. Emmy. I can for sure,
Okay, you can
Go another rip, yeah.
Ready when you are.
Watch out, Dion. No, no, Dion, watch out.
There's chance, watch out. Perfect.
Plotting out the dig site.
Too high.
Come here, Toski.
Come back.
Hostile spotted. Your car's out.
Would have been better throwing that down, chat, not straight up in the air. GG. Do that shit to the skybox. Sadly, how much larger esports has become. A game being more competitive. I didn't see the rest of that. Oh well. Guys, can we not talk about?
Prepare to attack.
You guys make my head hurt. Never mind. Just shut up. Y'all make my head hurt, dude. We don't care. Just a Masters. Yeah, but that's because it's 50 wins now.
You look like a gentleman who eats his own toenails.
Why the hell would you say that to someone?
Just looking for something we might have in common.
So this is where Doomfist is from. I hope he's not in town.
Okay.
Greetings.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commences.
They make the Wakanda Forever stuff the sub alert. Sure, dude.
Warm-up's over. Let's do this.
Ascending. I could use some assistance.
I'm max charge. I have no bubble set. Echo, go coast. Go coast, Echo. Don't go here. First to go there, Echo coast. Okay, our Echo's low.
I got that, bro. Go.
Echo 1, Echo 1.
Okay, reset. So our Mercy and our Echo are gonna go left, and then we're gonna walk out top while that happens.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna walk in a second. Walk out. Go in the air. We're copy.
Oh. You got no bad.
If they push this, I'm gonna grab them. Oh no. Okay, unfortunately my Mercy did some trolling, but they have no mech for this fight. We're good. So if my Mercy had done that, we would have won. Wait, she trolled. I'm just gonna go force point while you guys go do. You can window.
We walk that walk. Yeah.
I'll force point while you guys do your thing. Torb point by himself. Hold on. Goes under. Oh, we stacked. Fuck. Okay.
Duplicating boogie.
Brawl this demon lower. Then Torb. How many rally?
I got him. Oh, you're low. I'm reloading.
Why is my rally walking up high?
I've got meds. Who needs?
A danger foreseen is half avoided.
Enemy target detected.
My Echo just didn't fucking help me.
My duty is being done.
On the move.
And I'm checking in.
My team just does not help me.
We're low.
We're going.
Over there.
Everyone heal up.
Okay, I'm gonna grab. I'm walking out. Ready? Come on.
We're sleeping. Don't wait.
Excuse me. Where's my team, bro?
Yo, you're turbo. Oh.
Dude, my team is fucking absolute monkeys. Like, this is insane.
I got one on me.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
I can't bubble you.
Sorry, get in.
Nah, just fucking kill her, bro. Oh my god, this character.
Okay, Honestly, like, we just trolled this so fucking hard. I can't even begin to express it, but that's okay. Good try. Dude, I have 7,000 damage with one limb because my entire team are fucking morons. Holy shit, you guys are fucking helpless. Dude, these kids are garbage. Holy shit. They're trolling so hard. Room temp team, dude. We win that fight if my Echo, when she rallies, just fucking walks the point with me. Or my BAP heals me.
We will crush them. You need to stop, Jack. This crusade is getting out of hand.
How many times have you told me that?
How many times have I been
Like,
wrong?
they just don't do anything right. Nothing right. This is Turbo. That's one misplay the entire time. Well, it's because they didn't walk out. I won that fight for us to begin with if they fucking walked out. Or they went the right setup. Or they healed me on the point. They trolled fucking every fucking fight. Pop champagne when these kids fucking lose. Like, it just baffles me that kids can be this fucking... Who's the duo?
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
Fucking, it's a 3-stack, dude. Yeah, you fucking moron, stop trolling. Oh god.
Tackle shooting behind you, gotta show you, good show.
Alright. My breaks, I don't know. We're all on that high ground. Okay. Okay, just come back over there.
Charging, our future will be forged in conflict.
Get these jokers off my point.
Probably want to be... I'll touch. Back to the point. You know, guys, it's not our game. Let's get me out of here, for fuck's sake. It's crazy. The absolutely garbage team. Holy shit, those kids are fucking terrible. Like all four of them just actually griefing so fucking hard you can't make this, you can't script it. Look at this. Look at this. Like those kids threw that so hard when I was doing so much, I'm gonna have to break down why they're fucking horrible. Hold on. Holy shit. Get these kids back on Roblox. They don't belong on Overwatch. Look at how hard they trolled. We're gonna count how many times these kids fucking throw this game. Alright. So, to start, call the setup. My Mercy doesn't know the difference between left and right. She just fucking stands here. Absolutely clueless. Mercy trolls fight 1. My Echo's gonna die for this, even though my Echo's forcing the right angle. My soldier is... Yo, dude. Holy shit. That 3-stack needs to get sent back to fucking daycare, man. What daycare did you guys get out? Like, did your parents write you a permission slip to play this fucking video game? What are you doing? Just wait. Look. Oh my fucking god, dude. Look at these morons. Dude, both my supports are stacked with me. I can't even begin to fucking explain this, man. Holy shit. Guys. Guys. Okay, my Echo finally gets to... We drone nothing. We drone absolutely nothing here. So we waste drone. We finally get the fucking kill. We have the angle. You know what would be sick here, chat? Drone. And Nano Diva, because we wasted... Our Mercy wasted everybody's time in fight 1. Fed all of their ults in 1 fucking minute. We didn't have drone for their ult fight. So now I'm going to lose 2 here, even though we did the setup right. We're going to kill him, burn the Diva, grab him off when he tries to touch. Mercy's healing me. I still die, though. She's going to lose mech. We trade out. This is probably okay, because that was a big ult fight. He then jumps off the map. Late. He jumps late. Hard throw. All these fucking dumbasses need to do is not be like, guys, you can't use the words in 2024 to describe how fucking stupid these kids are. I can't use the words anymore, but you know, it is what it is. So then we're over here doing. All we have to do. We have window, visor, ult. What do my supports do? What the fuck is this? What the fuck are you doing? They stack both ults and it's shit. Then we copy. All we have to do is anchor me on the point. Look at where my echo goes.
Brigitte.
Heal me on point. Where are you going? Look! Where the fuck are you going? Oh my god. We're capping. We just cap it. You fucking go on the point. Dude. So then they let me die. I'm gonna kill the I force bomb. Look at this. Look at this. What are you doing? What is wrong with you? You fucking zoo animal. You're dog shit. Like, dude, no, I'm sorry. Like, you guys deserve to get fucking flamed. That's fucking terrible. That's fucking terrible. Just get on the point. I still, D-Mecker, don't get healed. I don't know what this kid has been doing this entire fucking time. He did kill the Torb. It's just, like, literally, like, those kids did everything they humanly possibly could do. And I know you guys are going to see this. Dude, you guys need to reevaluate every decision you make while playing this fucking video game. Stop trying to be a fucking hero. Get your bitch ass where you need to be and sit there and play the game fundamentally right. Stop fucking doing that shit. You guys are fucking awful. Like, insane. Insane that they throw that game that hard. And then I get a fucking brig one trick on this map. I'm gonna fucking end it. Just gonna go Queen, bro. Like, do you guys see how many, like, incorrect decisions that team made when I did everything right that whole fucking time besides one play stepping in court? Like, guys, it's like we set that up perfectly 4 or 5 times, and those kids, every single time they had a chance to throw, they did in 4 minutes straight.
If that is the case, our enemies have much to fear.
Puma's probably gonna play
That is
ball
so
or,
infuriating. I just want you guys to understand how they trolled.
I tried to run jokes a couple times. It does not work out.
Okay. I figure if they're gonna play ball, it'd be probably better to brig.
You're just a brig one trick, dog. We all know.
Let's get these photos.
Ana.
Pick up your face, you drongos.
Pressure no recall. Ana.
Push them off the point.
Nice cast. We get it.
There'll be consequences for that.
Might go right side or.
And down you go.
Better.
3 point, here no TP. Cap them. I'll come back fast, you only have blue 2 heals, then hold on.
How's it going?
You're gonna spawn camp.
Alright, yeah, I will get spawn camp.
Cover break.
Well, what a fun game.
This you're gonna have to have our break cross.
I mean, you're still up.
Oh, champ. You've gone soft.
No, like, we're winning. It's just, I'm just not having fun.
That's so awesome.
Carry half point.
Don't let them take what's
Carry one, actually one, real one.
It's just you, Ben. That's good. It's good. Solve. Good solve.
You only lose if you stay
You can get it back.
down.
We're about to have 4 ults. They use mine to use pulse bomb. They use anything else.
Come on, ball's right. Come on, quick. Come on, quick.
Behind you.
Stop mucking around and move. No one can stop me.
Ball.
You lose. Fight here and fight now.
I'm really feeling that.
Let me take care of that.
First one to reach. Top right. Nice. We have good ult.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Muma's on Ryan. Ryan really low. Rick one.
For the reckoning.
Call target. Last fight.
Go Ryan.
They have no heals.
Best round.
Nice.
One. Score 1-0.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
No, our comp's not bad, actually.
Another day, another mission.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
You look like you could use some Raz. Well, we're about to podcast in 20 minutes, so I don't know if I need Raz for the podcast. I could. I don't want to end up dehydrated, though.
Capture the objective.
Hey, how's it going?
Use your knife.
Up here.
We're in a fade.
Still on. Dude, holy shit.
The objective is now.
We have to get them off the point.
Beat me. Like hell you will.
It's gonna be about tank. Ball behind on top. Come left. See if we can go straight to point left side. Can you go fast, maybe? Do you have amp?
I'm just worried we'll get moved, but yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, amp fast, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Go.
Claiming the objective. Get over here. Call that.
That worked really well.
Oh, yeah, the ball was set up on right. So chat, we can go left because their ball was set up on right.
Also, coast, careful.
Yeah, we can stuff them here and just run you in, Brig.
I like that. Wait for their cast to get close and we go.
Yeah, my Brig is bashed. Oh, I'm stepping close. Get stack on me.
Yeah, okay, stack. Let's go. Yes.
Upper cast.
Close it.
I got moved. Careful.
Back at it.
Someone's into.
Time for the reckoning.
Kill us.
Lucio.
Yeah. He did it.
Shoot up
Touch. I have B.
How my
but-
Brig died there, I don't know. You can win.
Can't.
I don't know. Where did you all go to get boots?
I'm
'Cause
getting back in there.
we backed off after. Just make sure you're following me.
Do it for me 5 anyway.
Y'all just need to follow me. Like,
We have 4 ults here.
Okay, he's gonna use it. Listen. We're gonna fake engage out here. We're gonna like go right here. He's gonna mines, and we're just gonna back up. Okay. Ready? I'm gonna go.
Okay. You see him? Coming in.
Come right. Come this way. Come this way. Second.
Yeah, let's look for the cast. We can just beat on their cast.
I knocked Lucio. Yeah, I'm walking in. Shadow.
Keep walking. I have beat. Keep walking. Still need.
There's no healing. You have to kill ball point now.
There's one. Stop them. Fight here and fight hard.
That's good. We actually don't use anything. Lucio, do you want me to rally first?
Yeah, sure.
I'll go
Corner, look for the soldier.
He's on Ryan. He's on Ryan. Let them walk in a little bit this way. We'll go with Rally on the corner. Ready? Listen here.
I can't be. Stay. Walk.
My mind.
Hold on.
Do no healing. Run.
I'm gonna grab a mega. Hold on.
Me and Lucio are coming back.
My break has 10 deaths.
Dude, that was crazy. He pinned me off and I bashed back on.
How's it going?
Man, tree left. Trey missed touch. Come on.
Okay, well, I thought I was dead for sure.
Push.
Just reset. I thought he was gonna get me off. He missed it. I was gonna pull him off with me. Oh, I take less knockback from his pin cancel.
Finally, a decent scrap.
Pause.
I was playing Raid on my phone last night. Okay, we have Queen ult.
These falls.
Time for the reckoning.
Walk.
We're one. This one too.
Enemy here.
Holy shit, I
Just
carried this game so unbelievably hard.
Step right.
Oh my goodness. I just carried that game so fucking hard. It's unbelievable. Why did Metro lose his mind? Okay. We'll play a quick play game while we wait for this. Do you think you were good enough to make Al back in the day? Yeah. I could have played. I wouldn't have been one of the best players, but I could have played. Like, guys, to be honest, like, playing in the league for me, it was one of those things where if it happened, cool, but it wasn't a priority. And I was right, obviously, because streaming is just...
Prepare your defenses.
Streaming's just better.
Select your hero.
Streaming's the better gig. I wouldn't have been able to stream. Basically said Alex should go back to Hearthstone. For what? Like, why though? Like, what happened specifically that made him say that?
My throne is where
Nah, like, league salaries, like, just to be clear with you, like, unless you were a top player in the league, like, streaming was more lucrative back then.
Trying to figure out whether to
Made way more streaming. It's just a better job. Your own time, your own community, transitions well. Like, I never cared about playing in the Overwatch League. 3 months, Ball. Appreciate it, bro.
Shed the weight of your doubts.
Thank you, dude.
And your mind will become clear.
Why? I mean, there's just more money in streaming, more flexibility too. It's a better job. Like, that's why I never, like, if I really wanted to make the league and like grind was my life goal, I probably would have done it. But like, It never, like, my dream was to be a YouTuber. Like, I played in contenders to help my stream. What the fuck?
Enemy here.
Oh, my shot was delayed. Ah, I couldn't decide to throw that knife out. Oh, you should die. Nice. I tried again.
Not the first, not the last.
Yeah, 50K was the minimum. Like, if I had been signed to the league, like, I'm sure I would have gotten some kind of, like, additional deal to stream. But at that point, it's like, it would have been better to get signed to an org as a creator like we did with Mayhem, which was, like, okay financially. Like, it helped, but...
My soul ignited.
Enemy in sight.
Like, at that point, just focus on content creation and, like, don't even play. Like, it's just the better decision, to be honest. Where's my honor? I love 50% damage reduction on that. Nah, Flats could not make it. Flats is sick, so it's gonna be me, Avril, and Spylo. No, you are wrong because she has the appropriate drop-offs, right?
Time for the reckoning. Ha! Axe wins, you lose.
What a genuinely stupid ability. That ability is genuinely so ridiculous, dude.
And I'm just getting started.
Like, old stun was healthier for the game in that situation because he would have had to time it really well. But then he can just fucking throw that shit auto locks on me. I don't know. I wanted Flats and Frito to come. Oh, trust me. So did I. So did I.
It's go time.
Trust me, I wanted them to be there. But they couldn't make it, unfortunately, so it's okay.
Someone shot ya.
Team kill. Serenity at last.
Thank you.
See, I'm gonna cook them. I want to cook them. I've just been like, all right, guys, the gig's up. Like, come on, how much time do we have to waste trying to claim that this can be fixed with balance and act like it's not caused by the format? Like, it's just stop pretending is my point. If you keep pretending, you'll never solve it. So quit pretending. Bye-bye.
Time for the reckoning.
I missed him. So close.
Plenty of teeth left. Push them back.
Guys, like, I don't dislike anybody. Like, it's you know, people can have their opinions. It's just like I'm not, like my point is gonna be like I'm not interested in wasting my time continuing to act like this is not caused by the format. Like, for fucking God's sake, guys. Like, it's just.
Venture here.
Advancing upward.
There's only one of each hero on each team. Counter swapping is gonna be a big deal, especially when you want to have characters that have unique identities. You know, this is what it is. It's a byproduct of the the byproduct of the format. Why was this never a thing?
Kneel before your queen. You're powered up. Get in there. Time for the reckoning.
Well, that'll be my point today.
That is it.
It's like, look, like, I guess like my point will be, look, accept it for what it is, right? If we want to forsake the tank role and accept that it's always gonna have to be miserable, that's one thing. But stop trying to act like you can fucking fix it with balance. Stop. You can't. Got on. These kids are bad, by the way, chat. I don't know what this quick flame MR is, but it is very low.
30 seconds.
Healing fortified. Their time is
Time for the reckoning.
Got body blocked by this dude. You body blocked me, man.
Victory is nearly ours. Nano boost administered.
There will be the payload.
Finally, a decent scrap. Duplicating Lucia.
Over there.
Meteor strike.
GG. Queen's fun this patch though. Like, she's just the flavor of the month though. She's good. Also, do you want to make tanking try to feel better? 5v5, you lower health pools. You don't increase them.
Play of the game.
Time for the reckoning.
All right, we'll see what the guys are gonna call. I'm gonna stream, yeah. Let's get this set up, boys. Why don't we? All right. All right, it's time, boys. It's time. How am I gonna do this? Oh, that's right. Okay. Oh, you guys are gonna see the you guys are gonna see the fucking group chat, boys. The fucking rose tinted Hawk guys, Hawk. So Hawk Hawk made a group chat with, it was like me, like Guru, and like Iron and Hawk named it rose tinted and made the picture rose tinted glasses. The dude fucking kills me, man. He's a funny guy. All right, let's hop in this call, okay, guys? Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, my webcam's working. This is good.
Yo.
What up? All right, this is gonna be how
How
it
you
has to.
doing?
This is gonna be how it has to get done today. No background, dude.
No background. All right.
We'll let
no
we,
Lijiang,
we
no
have
nothing.
we have the green screen, so I think we'll let people come up with their own little imagination. I can't because
Sure.
I can't for whatever reason I can't stream it and webcam. I don't know if that ever will be a thing where it's like you can use your webcam on like two sources at the same time. Probably not.
It's yeah. There's probably some reason behind it, like a deeper technical reason or something.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. How you been, dude?
Dude, literally just no lifing, man. I have no life. I just work. But I like
No
it. You know,
lifing.
it's good. It's good though. Like Marvel was out for a bit. I was grinding that. I traveled for a bit last week.
Yeah, we'll talk about that as well.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll come up. And then
Well, I plan to bring it up, but yeah.
yeah. It was fun. I sat there. I played. I was a little Panther. Everybody said Panther was bad. Dude, I'm not sold on that yet. I think he was. Remember when DPS Doom came out? Everybody said DPS Doom was terrible, and then you had like EQO just dominating, and then Brandito happened, and then there was this one Korean guy. I don't remember his name, but Effect was good, but there was a Doom one trick that was like not a pro player in Korea, that was just a streamer, and he was the one who first found like diags and stuff like that. So he was like going in the skybox, and people were like, "What the hell is this?" I forget his name.
I don't remember his name either.
He was really, really good though. But it was great. And then there was Quake. And then Quake happened. And then do you see his tweets where he'll still be hitting the rollouts on Doom, and we're like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why are you still
Yeah, I mean, I'll see him just because that's all he really posts is like clips and bugs.
It's clips and bugs of him on Doom just doing some, like, to be fair, doing some stuff that like I couldn't even tell you what happened on the screen when you do them. But what's up, Avril? I'm gonna grab some water here, boys, here in a second, and then
Yeah, sure.
maybe I don't know if I want caffeine because I get I've been working out more and I get really dehydrated, and I don't want to start cramp. Like I tried to go on a run in the Kentucky humidity, dude. I cramped so bad. I was on the ground in front of a church, and all the parents were like leaving church, like, what is wrong with this guy? Like, is he okay? And like they just see me.
Is he another drunk?
They see me Charlie horsing. It's just so funny. Give me a second. Get some water.
What up, dude? I don't know if you're speaking yet or if you just got technical issues.
Oh, sorry, hang on. I'm
Oh, there you go.
sorting myself out.
No worries. Do 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 do. Ooh, black, fully black.
Not for long.
Something's coming. Something's cooking.
Have you heard from Spilo? I was talking to him last night.
Yeah, he said he's BRB. He's gonna be right there.
Okay, I'm gonna pick this and throw my laundry in the dryer.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
My man.
How you doing?
Good. Let me get my thing pulled up here really fast. See background that I had prepped here.
Oh, prepped background.
Yeah.
This is the new meta of the podcast. Everyone's gonna get their
Check it out.
interesting
Check it out.
backgrounds.
Wait. There you go.
Oh, damn! I can't see all of it, but that's like as in on the when the cut. I'll change the cut to make sure we can get all of it.
That's fine.
But I like it. There's a Mount Rushmore of podcasting.
If it's all the classics of group up.
Yeah. You're gonna have to put like an exclamation mark tomato command in your chat SVP. I had microneedling done yesterday,
and my face looked like a cherry all day. So I had an
couldn't you look for
exclamation mark
what?
face command, just facial scarring. So I had an exclamation mark face command. It was the funniest thing. It was the funniest thing. I had that thing
What?
done. It was like 1,000 times. People were like, "Bro, why is your face fortified? Like, who Iliari ulted your face, bro? Who dynamited your face?" It was great.
I'll grab the command from your chat then.
Yeah.
Was it face command? Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll pull that up as tomato command.
He goes, "Bro, you need a Suzu."
You need a Suzu? Yeah, IRL Suzu. Spilo. Oh, I want tomato. Spilo command.
Yeah.
Is already
There you
there.
go.
Okay.
Banger.
Explain. All right. Avro, what is the background cooking? He still hasn't turned up. He's looking. He's deep in search.
Yeah.
Trying to make this one decent.
Oh shit, he's live photo editing.
Hang on. There's just some. This one requires a bit of extra work, you know.
Yeah.
Come on, Sam.
Nice background, dude. Damn it, dude. I need to figure this out.
Stupid YouTube sub feed has been your stupid face for weeks on end.
I gotta get Coach Mills some new ones. I sent him like 10. I have some with the stash.
The funniest thing, dude.
I have some with the stash.
funniest
I'll
thing.
have to give him. Flats are the best. Flats does him the best though. Flats does him the best. He cooks with his. Yeah, SBB, yours is good too because I was a huge Teen Titans fan growing up. I used to play the online game on it wasn't addictinggames.com. It was like a Cartoon Network website or something.
It was the Cartoon Network. Yeah, I remember the one. Was it the one with the combos?
Yeah, there was one. Yeah, there was one with combos, and there was like a Kids Next Door one too. That was fire. I remember.
Yep,
Oh,
I
dude,
remember the Kids Next. I played the Kids Next
Yeah.
Door one too.
Did you, dude? Oh my gosh, take me back. That's
Dude,
like
Lego.com.
There was one that was like there
Cartoon
was like a resort that they were on that you had to like explore the resort and like find little clues and give items from one
There was
cartoon
a
character.
Courage the Cowardly Dog one too, I think.
Yeah,
it was like
yeah.
8-bit or something like that, like an 8-bit, 16-bit game. You know what I'm saying? I know I just nostalgia pilled Samito out of nowhere.
Dude, oh my god, I just remembered that. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah, you got to go back and find those, man. The Teen Titan ones is really hard to find. I think I found like one like super sus website that it's on, but like it actually took me forever to find it.
There was
It took me
one
forever to
too.
find it.
There was Backyard Baseball that was on like the Game Boy that I used to play all the time.
Yeah.
It's a long time. Yes, go scroll it up, scroll it up,
nice,
Avril, scroll it up.
nice.
Go, make sure you get the unowned part and the owned part.
If you were to be like super shilly, you get like the Hulk picture. Just do like an arrow superior to Winston, something like that.
Too funny. There you go. Oh, well, I think that
Unowned.
fits. It fits.
I even drew it. Does
Oh,
it
you
fit
drew it?
properly? I want to make sure.
There you go.
I want to
Yeah,
make sure everyone sees it.
Yeah, it's
That's
perfect.
good. That's
There it
perfect.
is.
That's
There it
perfect
is.
now.
Nice,
Because when we talk about this game, later, because I know it's on the agenda, oh boy, do I have some comments. I don't hate the game. I'll save the good stuff. But basically, I've been seeing so much unbelievable cope about people who just like have an unreal
content.
hatred of Overwatch coping for this game. And like none of them talk about monetization or they're all coping so
coming.
hard. They're like, oh, Netty's just got to be fighting guys. Like you guys are so fucking dumb. It's unreal. Like,
well, I
holy
think people
shit.
don't realize too how different, like every game in China, like even like Minecraft's like China edition. Like, well, we'll get to it. We'll save the sauce.
I can't wait, dude.
We'll
I
save-
can't
we'll
wait.
save
This
the
is gonna be my
sauce.
favorite segment. I can't wait.
He
It's
has to lead
actually
it.
gonna be
You
fucking
have to
fire.
let him lead it, as
Well, I mean, it's going to be called the Great Rivals Debate, so we're going to be talking about it. Don't worry
Okay.
about it.
Oh, I've got a lot of notes.
So
on
I got
my
more.
bro.
I got more thoughts for Tank. I've decided to put up a second smash in case of emergency. Another option, but another, just as horrendously hot as last time. Hopefully.
Sweet. Are you ready, guys? Then we can go then if you want.
Let's do it.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. What is up, guys? How's it going? Hope you're having a very, very good time wherever you're coming from. And we are back for another episode of the Goop Up Podcast. We're here for the Great Rivals Debate. And it won't be dominating the entire section of the podcast. It'll just be a small part. But I thought I'm running out of names, guys. I'm running out of names for the podcast. There's like only so many things you can call a one-word title of the podcast. I already did a May podcast, so it's Rivals. We're gonna be talking about Rivals and Avril's background, foreshadowing nicely what we might be talking about. But let me introduce my guests, and then we'll get right into it. In the bottom left is Avril. Avril, what is your background?
Oh, it's just, you gave me a little bit of a hint about what kind of topics we're going to talk about today. So it's like, you know what? Under a little bit of Sam's recommendations, well, this is a good one. I just thought I'd just remind everyone that's especially watchers. I was going to say listening, but this is more for the viewers. So if you're just listening, you want to just turn the video on right now and just have a look because, this is a little bit of what's to come. Speaking of backgrounds, though, I just saw that my face is half covered by Spylo's name, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, let me try and fix that because for the audio listeners, Avril's background is a picture of the Marvel Rivals hero roster with a key highlight on the unowned part, which suggests that maybe they won't all be so easily acquired as they were in the little beta that we got to play. And in Spylo's corner, we have Spylo. Describe your thumbnail to the listeners.
This is just, we're on the fun ride to happiness. Happy world is where we're going. And I mean, really, Samito should be driving. Flats is just the kid in the back. Avril's the other kid, but he's the youngest kid, so we forget about him. And then SVB is just lighting our way along the way. So it's just the ride, fun, happy world. Samito's driving.
Look how happy Flats is.
Yeah, Flats is happy, and Samito's about as happy as we're ever going to see him nowadays.
That's true.
So
That's true.
We'll take
That's
what we
real.
get.
That's real. That's so real. We need more thumbnails. I need better. I might have to bring back. There's a couple good ones with the stash. I got to send Coach Mills and get him on those. We got the charity stash. It's a rare occasion.
You need Frito, and then you got all the regulars, all the people that come back all the time.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true. Yeah, I like myself as the Teletubby son, like just kind of benevolently watching. Okay.
Yeah.
We're on
You're kind of smoldering as well. You're kind of mogging on everybody, I think, as well.
I think you got that from my Twitter, right? That was me posting. Got a flex on the Twitter. All right, in the bottom right is my man Samito. Samito, what's up? No background this time.
I know. I'm streaming right now, so I can't. Somebody listen. We need technology to come a long way, so I can do both at the same. Well, actually, no, it's not possible. It's an OBS thing, I think. I don't know. Either way,
you can. I can tell you how.
Well, we're gonna figure this out after. You guys just make my background whatever you want to make it. That's the beauty of the green screen, right? You get to see my bed. I was playing Raid Shadow Legends in my bed last night, dude. I've fallen, boys. I've fallen.
How about Samito with a Jake 5v5 body pillow background?
That would be a special one. Well, we gotta get a Brig body pillow first. I think I owe that to my girl Brig, and then we'll do those after that. But yeah, doing well. Just same old.
Yeah, I've truly seen everything now that someone voluntarily brought up Raid Shadow Legends. It wasn't part of a heavily paid.
I was in my bed. By the way. I was watching. That was earlier this week. I was watching Slime season 3 that came out. Reincarnated to Slime season 3 in bed last night, and I was like, dude, I need something to do on my phone. So I was kind of chilling. And I told my chat that I was like, guys, I'm sleeping in today. But oh well. All right, let's get going.
All right, yeah, let's do it. All right then, guys. As we always do, we'll start with just your general thoughts. And so we'll begin with your general thoughts on Overwatch as it stands. We've been seeing a lot of disgruntlement, I would say, on Twitter.com. I will, again, not going to refer to X for anyone who wants to call it that. But Twitter.com, currently known as X, has seen some streamers, notably SK, Flats, kind of talking about the game not feeling fun. There was a Reddit AMA yesterday done by the developers where they alluded to some changes that are coming. But how are you guys finding the game at the moment? We'll start with Spylo. Spylo, how are you finding the game at the moment?
I mean, it's all right. It's all right. Obviously, some big stuff with Tank going on. A lot of experimentation phase, which has been nice. But obviously, like any time that Roadhog has higher than like is 0.1% pick rate, the game is miserable. So we'll talk about it today. But anytime any of the block list heroes are meta, it's a bad meta. I mean, it could be everything is great, but Roadhog split, sorry, it's just not a good meta. So, but we'll see. The good news on the horizon, I think, with that relatively short term, if what we know from yesterday's AMA is true. So we'll see.
Right, and to allude to what Spylo's referring to there is that Hog is getting nerfed potentially. That the devs, I think, is this supposed to come to today? That
maybe I think so.
I hope so.
There's a Hog nerf in the horizon. Avril, how about you?
I mean, this is what I talked about I can't remember when I last talked about Tank in full detail, but I just feel like every single patch where, okay, Tank's not very good here, let's buff Tanks. Oh no, Tanks are too good, now we're going to nerf Tanks. Oh no, they're not very good again, now we're going to buff Tanks again. it's this infinite pendulum swing seesaw of tanks a raid boss or tanks a waste of space. And it's just part of the huge tank problem that we've, talked about plenty of times on this podcast and on other platforms and on other shows as well. I'm sure everyone talks about this, I saw the tweets from the streamers, and yeah, I mean, you can nerf Hog, but we'll see what other tank becomes an issue after Hog gets nerfed. I think Malgus is still reasonably strong on this patch as well, with the headshot nerf just kind of making those types of heroes strong. So we'll see. At least Hog will be gone after the nerf, hopefully. That's one thing.
We think, and yet, like a bad memory, he always recurs. He always reemerges when you thought you'd forgotten about him. Samito, how about you? Oh wait, actually, I'm getting news that the Hog nerfs are going in now.
Thank God.
And the patch
Right now?
notes, yes, the patch notes have just come out. So, in fact, Samito, you
Live
give me your
reaction?
summary.
Yeah, then
and
we'll
then
talk
I will
about
read
the
the
patch
patch
notes,
notes. Yeah.
So I've been playing tank. Queen's fun. I actually like Queen a lot. I think Queen's the most fun tank they've ever. See, I'm gonna disappoint a lot of people with this take. I have more fun playing Queen than I do Doom, and I was a Doom player. I think Queen is one of the most well-designed heroes they ever put in. It's just when you go up against Hog, I hit him with literally every knife, and he just vapes and lives it. But so Queen's fun. I mean, she got buffed. The shout changes were huge buffs. I like playing Queen. I feel like, and I do have a question for both Spilo and Avril, and I think we all actually agree on this. I think your all's takes were that tanks should be. Avril, your take was that tanks should be more like DPS and squishier, right? Was that what your hot take was? And maybe I missed that a while ago.
Like the extreme summary of it, and I dislike doing these, by the way, because the people that have never heard this before always have really hardcore reactions to any of these summaries. It's like the real answer is not specifically for you, Sam, but for everyone else. You have to go back to the episode and actually listen to the full take, which is I think it was a 20-minute thing. Anyway, it's to basically kind of kill the tank role and to merge it with either DPS or support or something else, so that we don't really have this one role that's super out of place in the game, which of course, here come the comments about how crazy it is. It is pretty crazy, but I think, there's method to the madness.
I think you're right in that. I think the answer to the tank problem is to have tanks be squishier, so the tank exchange matters. Now, again, it's going to be hard to make it work, but again, it's when the tanks are immortal and there's no way to pierce and actually confirm a kill in the one-on-one when the tanks are exchanging. That it's a big part of why tank is so frustrating to play. But no, I mean I'm still counter swapping. I'm a little bit. The armor changes hurt Malga. I like playing Malga too. I know it's a hot take. I don't think he's designed poorly. I just don't think he has ways to express himself, especially in the mirror. I like the shooting mechanic. I think there should be an aimer tank. And my aim's not even that good. I just like igniting people and shooting them. It's just it's a cool mechanic. I actually enjoy it. I know I'm a minority on that one, but it's more of the same. And then I like playing Sombra, and that's pretty much it on my end. It's more of the same.
Damn, you listed some hated heroes out there, Sam, like Doom and Sombra and Malga.
Okay, I want to say this about Sombra.
Making any fans.
Sombra is not a noob hero anymore. She's not. She's not. And I get she's corny. The coming out of stealth whenever you want is very, very annoying. But the idea that Sombra is a skillless hero when she's actually punishable now, and if you miss your viruses, you are useless, is just wrong. Now, the perma-stealth, I'm not a huge fan of. I've never been a fan of that. But she's not, I'm going to be in perma-stealth and then translocate across the map at a place I already set up where you can't kill me. If she commits on you, there is a commitment way for you to actually get the kill. So it's not newbie anymore. But
so
yeah.
Devs,
you got something you want
to? Really quick on some of the devs. Actually, in one of the Q&A questions, the question was who's the hardest character to balance, and the devs said Sombra, actually, because of their permanent invis.
That was one of the worst changes they ever
will...
put in the game. I always was not a fan of that change. She had a rhythm to her, and you could learn to read the rhythm when she was a 4 or 6. What was it, guys?
I think it was a 6.
Something like that, yeah. But regardless, it's perma.
Oh, the temporary translocate. Yeah. I mean, I was going to say that we'll go through actually some of the stuff that they said in the AMA. Actually, we'll go through some of the key points. We'll go through. Thankfully, Overwatch Calorie exists to summarize the Reddit, so we'll just go through all the posts that Overwatch Calorie made, highlighting the interesting things. I was just gonna say to the Sombra thing. I think there's a discrepancy though, because the elos you play, Sam, I think you're correct about Sombra, but also I know that the vast majority of people who play Sombra, it's just they're running Ball, they're running Doomfist. I will just pick Sombra and then just only just chase the tank, only stand there, and it gets value.
I do see those, yeah. You're not wrong.
And I think that's why people hate her.
You're not
I think that's
wrong.
why
You're
people.
not
And
wrong.
obviously supports as well. Like they don't
Yeah,
like being.
yeah, fair.
This is Zenyatta. You don't like being insta killed out of spawn.
Yeah.
Okay, but regardless, that is interesting as a summary from you guys. So kind of all, I would say, middling. You know, nobody's too thrilled. Nobody's too upset at the moment. But you all alluded to Hog. So let's bring up now the Hog patch notes. So we have here Roadhog developer comments. Roadhog benefited greatly from the recent headshot reduction passive for tanks. So we are nerfing his survivability. This change to take a breather is aimed at encouraging more mindful resource management. The change to Whole Hog will make the ultimate more of a zoning tool while lowering its lethality, especially against tanks with their recently increased knockback resistance. So take a breather, the resource regeneration rate reduced from 10 to 8 per second, maximum healing reduced from 450 to 400, the cooldown reduced from 1.5 to 1.25, and then Whole Hog knockback increased from 14 to 16, and damage per pellet reduced from 7 to 6.
Did they not
Anyone
change the
really-
damage reduction on it?
No.
I mean, the mitigation was at least. I mean, remember we wanted if Roadhog's going to get mitigation, having it being not through just raw healing is understandable, but the cooldown reduction is kind of odd. I feel like that should be there should be some window of vulnerability there, right? Like it should be a choice about when you do it. So I mean, it's a nerf, but I don't think it's hard enough, frankly.
So Spilo thinks it's not hard enough. Sam, you're already kind of writhing in your seat at this.
I really don't like it when a character has a 60% win rate or it's overtuned and they feel the need to compensate when they nerf it. It's like, guys, it's got a 60%. Like they did this with BAP and Sig and Orisa like all the time in Overwatch 1. It's like, guys, his win rate is like 59% in GM in the past month. Malga's when he was like first released was maybe 55. So, yeah.
Where's that stat from?
Overbuff, so it might not be 100% accurate.
Overbuff.
Oh,
I mean, they did say
they
yesterday that
mentioned it.
overbuff is relatively accurate. They said it was.
Yep.
Josh knows
that was one of the bombs.
That was a big bomb, right? Now keep in mind that the Malga stuff was. Keep in mind the Malga win rate was more mirrors, I think, because the Malga pick rate was a lot higher than Roadhog's pick rate. But still, no, I agree. Like, and to me, Roadhog is almost as bad as meta released Malga in terms of cancer to play versus.
Because you can
like
just
Roadhog has some. Right. Roadhog has like a mechanical demand, which is fun, but like he is a really, really ugly tank. Like I would say top 3 worst tanks, maybe top 2. I honestly feel like he might be even be worse than Orisa to be meta. Maybe that's a hot take, but it's close.
Well,
it's close.
Roadhog is like the perfect example of what I'm talking about, where the pendulum is swinging of like, is this hero insane or is the hero just a troll pick? I mean, I feel like Roadhog swings between that quite frequently, depending on the change.
Yep.
This is like, you know, peak incorrect tank design in Overwatch, but it's one of those things where like Roadhog is, you know, his rework is so minimal. I don't know that Blizzard really want to do a large rework of Roadhog. They're not going to delete the hero. They never actually delete heroes. So what are they supposed to do with this guy? Are they supposed to remove the hook? Are they supposed to just kill his damage? Is he supposed to just like a support tank that hooks people in but can't damage? Like, I don't understand what you're supposed to do with this hero aside from like do a really major redesign, but I don't know that Blizzard are willing to do that either, given, you know, they already had a chance to go for a rework and their rework was super minor.
Yeah, the rework being a pig pen that only added more frustrating elements. I mean, there are not that many hills I choose to die on in Overwatch, but just the Roadhog hate is one of those hills that I have always died on. I can't remember which podcast it was that I think that when we did concluding thoughts, my only concluding thought was, please don't buff Hog. It was back when he was bad. And I was like, please, just don't, whatever you do, don't buff Hog. I know you're looking at his win rate. I know you're looking at his pick rate. I think I even said, chat, clip this because they're going to buff the shit out of this character. And you're going to make him strong again. And everyone will be miserable. And here we go. Lo and behold. I just think that, like, this is another example as well of, like, the progressive... This is what power creep was, right? When it's like, oh, he's not working. Let's make his hook 8 to 6 seconds, right? That was the first alarming where I was like, 6 seconds on a hook that, like, pulls someone into near guaranteed death. That's bad. Then they added the reduction on his vape. I mean, there were so many gradual changes. There was the vape being a resource rather than a cooldown, so you can't interrupt it, right? You can't, like, oh, wait for his cooldown and interrupt it. That's gone. The whole Hog became uninterruptible. That's gone. It's like they've actually made every aspect of counterplaying around him has been made worse, and that's what makes it so frustrating. That like you can't do anything when there's a Hog. That if for people wondering why Roadhog is hated or why maybe this panel hates Roadhog, those are the reasons why. Because you might be like, oh, I think he's really fun, but what is the other guy supposed to do? Like he just sits there, You can't interrupt any of his key cooldowns, and even if you whiff like 80% of your hooks at a 6-second cooldown, it doesn't matter. And his survivability is still insane. Even unlike other tanks, so I think there's like other tanks that have a skill demand. If you're whiffing your cooldowns, you're doing nothing. Like Doomfist, Sam, I'm sure will agree. You're not hitting your cooldowns, Doomfist. You're probably dead or useless, right? If you're like whiffing every punch, you're not slamming anything well. Your blocks don't get anything. You're pretty useless. And most of it, like Junker Queen works this way as well. Like if you're whiffing all your knives, you're half a character, and you can't land any axes, you're half a character. But Roadhog isn't like that at all. And I feel like that, as Avril said, it kind of demands a rework, and yet we've already had a rework that didn't work.
It's just the stats. Go ahead, Avril. Sorry.
I got something like just a hypothetical here. How would you guys feel about Roadhog if he wasn't a tank and actually a DPS instead? Like he was tuned down to be a DPS. Let's assume that you could change his hitbox and everything, and Blizzard were interested in doing that. How would you guys think of Roadhog as a DPS instead of a tank?
This might not answer that directly. I don't think they have to do that. I think that he should just be a glass cannon. You're right in the concept in that, like, he just shouldn't have its insane sustain. Like, he should be a glass cannon in the tank role, it is fundamentally flawed. You're right, but I think there's a place for it still. It's just very, very, very hard to fit. They just have to nerf the breather back to 40% damage reduction and make him killable. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. I'm sorry if I'm not. But I think that in concept, in terms of the direction they should take the character or take the tank in general, is more towards the squishy side, which would be like that DPS, and maybe if the hitbox is smaller too. I'm not sure, but I actually do think, and people might call you crazy, but that actually would help. Like that concept, maybe not completely making him a DPS outright, but that is what you need to do to Hog. He needs to be high risk, high reward. That's just what it is. Right now, it's low risk, high reward.
Yeah, then he becomes like this kind of throw pick on tank, right? And this is kind of the solo tanking issue where, oh no, my team has the Hog one trick, and let's say that he's actually nerfed properly, and we're all happy with the nerfs, and he's not very good in mid and doesn't dominate the mid at all. We assume his win rate probably goes quite down, and then yeah, you have the Hog one trick throw in your team. That sucks as well, right? Maybe that's just a problem with having like quote unquote throw picks existing in the first place, and that's probably exacerbated a lot more on tank given there's only one of the tanks. But yeah, if you had the same kit basically as a DPS, just hypothetically, I'm thinking it sounds like it'd be far less of an issue. There's 2 DPSs anyway, and we get rid of the insane sustainability, and it doesn't feel because he seems like a DPS tank anyway. Like he's got a very DPS-y kit, you know what I'm saying? That's part of what feels out of place for this guy on tank as well. Like he really doesn't fit what I think a tank should be in Overwatch at all. So it's just a bit of a weird design.
Milo?
I mean, I don't know. I think the short-term solution with all characters like this is that you just have to, we've talked about it a million times. There's the Overwatch block list, characters that are never, ever allowed to be meta in any rank above Masters, anything at all. Once you do that, then you can actually start to rework these characters back to like a decent level to where there's like more interesting nuance to the design. And when they deserve it, then they're allowed to be meta. But yeah, I think like short-term solutions, I think healing is probably like the big one for me. I just don't see any reason why he needs as much sustain, especially with the recent quality of life tank passive thing or the heal passive thing. But yeah, I don't think there's any way that a tank like that deserves to be meta.
Sam.
To add on to that too, I think this nerf is not going to do a whole lot because essentially it might put him back to where he was previously, but you know, say you reduce the amount he heals, he's still reducing the damage when vaping, and he'll just go hide, and you guys just buff the regen passive to where heroes like Hog greatly benefit from it anyway, so he might have 1 to 2 more seconds downtime out of the fight, but good players are going to just go and sit out there anyway. The issue is that you can never pierce through him, even when he's just like, I was doing things on Hog where I just running into their spawn, hooking the Widow, and just vaping out with damage reduction. I get Suzu'd or something, and like, I'm getting out at, you know, 200
I see what you're saying. In terms of like the cycle, like you can still have that cycle of like super high power. But I think for me, more than anything else, is the amount of times that a Roadhog can just sit there for long periods of time in a row. and just hold and hold and hold and hold and sustain. And part of that is the amount of healing. Part of it is also the heal cooldown. I understand what you're saying. Like, it's still going to have, with the mitigation, he still has the ability to go in aggressive and make a play. But that is kind of more along the lines of what we have in tank in general, with like Winston bubble, Orisa cooldowns. Like, I think that's okay. It's the amount of times he just stands in the open and just disrespects the rules of the game for long periods of time. And then also does so while being a tank buster, which don't even get me started on tanks busting tanks and the flawed concept of that. But yeah.
Also, to add to that very point, it's like usually when you're focusing a tank down, you are draining their resources even if you're not killing them. But it's like that's not even true of Hog. Like,
no.
If you take the example of, like, let's say a Reinhardt, if he's standing there with his shield up and everyone's shooting him, well, his shield's going to break eventually and then he will die. Winston, if you break his bubble, eventually he will die. Sigma, you break his shield, once his grasp it out, he will die. But with Hog, the other danger is that when your team is like, oh, like 4 of us are shooting this Hog, but let's say you don't have an Ana, you don't have a Zen, as he vapes, he's not really losing much. He's just like kind of standing there, and then when the vape is done, he maybe gets 2 hooks, one before and one after the vape, and the damage you spent is actually just completely throwing the fight now, because after all of that, you don't even kill the Hog. He hides for a second, and meanwhile the enemy team is pumped damage all which way elsewhere, and your tank is dead or someone else is dead.
And Roadhog abuses psychology as well. Not only playing Roadhog because it's fun to just basically be self-sufficient, but it also feels way more productive shooting Roadhog than it actually is. Because he doesn't have armor, because he doesn't have any shields, he has no form of damage mitigation. Even when he's vaping, you're still getting the same sound cues as if he's like you're doing full damage. And so people just dump crap on the Roadhog, even though it's not actually doing anything because of the healing and mitigation. So then not only is Roadhog taking your team's attention, but he's also living and then doing his own value. Like, the thing is like when tanks are invulnerable or taking reduced damage, there has to be some sort of like audio or visual cue or feedback that, hey, what you're doing is a waste of time. But like SVB is saying, if you're not an Ana or a Zenyatta or a Hanzo or something when he's not vaping, your damage is meaningless, right? So what ends up happening is everybody's focusing the Roadhog. I'm running Tracer, whatever. And everyone's just focusing the Roadhog, and the Roadhog never, ever dies. There has to be some sort of feedback that what you're doing is worthless, jackass. Do something else so that you can actually beat this guy.
Yeah. I agree. I think like the sound effect you get when you hit a Doomfist blocking, like you need something like that for all types of damage reduction. And maybe like it doesn't sound as extreme based on the damage reduction. Like the less the damage reduction, the less intense the sound, something like that will actually be a really nice change.
I talked with Sam before today. We were like, we're going to ban the 5v5, 6v6 talk going in today. We're just not going to talk about it. But I will say that is the solo tank problem, is because with 6v6, you had 2 tanks that were able to naturally split the attention. But in 5v5, you need some sort of like feedback to say, hey, what you're doing is not worth it. Do something more productive with your time. Because even if focusing tank is not the most effective thing, it always feels better than it actually is. Always feels better than it actually is.
Also, the 6v6 discussion is coming when we get to the Marvel Rivals, so don't worry, spoiler.
Yeah,
we won't bring it up for like everything. Like there are some times where we could talk about it. It's just it's gotten a little too extreme. Yeah. For my
Sam's Law has got to happen. You know, he's on the show. Sam's Law must
occur. We always have my bingo card, right? I'm not sure what's on it today. You never can tell me before the show. Like that's the whole fun of bingo, right? You can never tell me, but we'll let chat decide on that one.
Yeah, and not to overstress it, we'll move on from Roadhog after this. Although there's like I feel like of the people listening, they'll be like, there's this one Sigma, it's a very minor Sigma change, which is that the flex goes back to what it was. That's it. Which I think we don't even need to discuss that much. It's like dumb change. I don't know what they were cooking, and at least glad they reverted it.
You know what? I hope they pulled never mind. I'm interrupting. Go ahead, finish your thought.
No, okay. Well, I was just gonna say that I think of the listeners, probably like there's 10% of really sad Roadhog mains right now. 90% of everyone else is like, no, go in on that fucking fraud. All I will add is that the thing is that Roadhog has always been a problem. Like if we think back, I already listed a bunch of ways that he has been changed. But actually going back, some of you may not know because not all of you will have been playing in Overwatch 1. Firstly, the breather didn't used to give damage reduction. He used to just give heal, and it used to be a cooldown. But you also couldn't move. First breather iteration, you stood still on the spot as you breathed for a cooldown. They then made it so that he could move. They then made it so he could have damage reduction. They then made it so he can resource manage it. So like we've tried so many ways of doing this. They tried the 3-1-2 with the vape cloud. And at some point you have to like, I think the best parallel I can think of it is the term of triage, right? I've only actually recently learned what triage actually means. Like I've heard this term in like a vaguely medical context, but essentially what it means is for others who are unfamiliar like myself is that like when there's like an emergency or there's like a disaster, a hospital has to decide like the categories of triage. So it's like there's the people who will survive no matter what, like whether you get treatment or not. There's the people who will survive, you know, maybe they've got minor injuries, but whether you treat them or not, they'll survive. And there's the people who you have to make the cold call, who whether you treat them or not will die. Like even if you try to help them, they're dead. And then there's the people in the middle who are, if we treat them, we can save them. So when you're triaging, you're going for that middle group. You don't care about the fringes. I say care, not that they callously don't physically care, but you have to focus on the ones that can be saved. And I feel like when it comes to the Overwatch heroes, you have to treat triage of like, who's fine, even if they're a bit OP sometimes. Like maybe this aspect of their kit is a little bit overtuned or whatever, but largely they're fine. And who's just like so far fucking gone that like this character is just fundamentally terrible. And like until we fix them, we just cannot have them be meta. And this is the alludes to Spylo's block list, and I fully, wholeheartedly agree. And I feel like Hog goes in that category, and then everybody else goes in the middle category of like, okay, well, we need to keep tweaking these heroes so that they're like fun and fair. But Hog needs to be, just cut him off, kill him in the lore.
Project for another time. You know, it doesn't even necessarily mean like he's dead forever, just not right now. Like I think that one thing that they are clearly like open to doing is like going back and addressing quote unquote fundamentally broken characters, even if it's not perfect. Like I know everyone's like, there's a lot of us split on the Sombra rework, but I do agree with Sam. The Sombra rework was like overall an improvement, a lot more fun to play, addressed at least one aspect of a broken kit. Nice job. Maybe we'll revisit the perma stealth hopefully soon. But like in the meantime, like you were saying, SVP, let's just put her out behind the barn and just maybe not shoot her dead, but just like keep Roadhog there for now. Right? Let's keep him bad. Like yeah, you're gonna have that one guy picking Roadhog, like Avril was saying, it's gonna throw your rank game. But like, okay, that's I'd take that 5% chance over the 90% of games that have the Roadhog in it. So that's my preference anyway. And there's, I think I would say, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 heroes, maybe 7 that fall into that list and just need to stay there for right now. Just need to stay there.
I would be totally okay with like a situation where Blizzard just says, look, Blizzard doesn't even have to say it. Maybe the game is just in a place where, you know, everyone agrees, okay, these are the heroes that are bad, just don't bother picking these heroes and just play the good heroes. But I don't know that the community like really gets behind that, because if Overwatch to me feels like the type of game where the community really wants, for some reason, every single character to be viable. Like I would fully be fine with like an entire, you know, part of the roster that you just really shouldn't play, or maybe these are beginner characters, and once you get better at the game, you should probably get off this character, move on to a better character. But I just don't think that's part of Blizzard's design philosophy. I know they really want to just save everybody. So, you know, going back to what SVB saying about triage, is like, no, everyone's savable. We're gonna put time into saving everyone. No one's getting left behind or dying. So that's just what it seems like.
Would disagree with that philosophy of Blizzard, I think.
Well,
I think Blizzard is definitely, at least with Mercy, they're okay with like letting her remain not super relevant in higher ranks, which I would agree with. I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I think that's a good place, but they complain about that a lot. So I mean, this is what I'm saying. Is I don't think the community likes that. Is the problem, and obviously the more popular the hero, the more vocal the community members.
Here's where I want to push the discussion, and someone volunteered to be devil's advocate here. What is the other side? We're kind of complaining. We've been complaining for a bit, but what is the POV that we're missing that the devs have about why they don't respond the way we on this call say they should respond?
I like not leaving any hero behind.
I think they have.
That's
I agree with Sam.
I don't think
I agree with Sam, and I think for the most part they have. Like, think about how quickly they put Malga. Like not once but twice they've nerfed Malga. I mean, once they dumpstered him out of the meta, and then they buffed him a little bit, and then he was in pro meta, right? And then that was like a week turnaround. I remember there was a lot of controversy around like the London Spitfire, the SSG guys, like Christopher or whatever, was like mad that they nerfed him because he was meta for like a week, and they were like, "Oh, yo, he cannot be meta." And they've done that, right? I mean, what other hero have they done that recently with? I don't remember, but they're pretty, yeah, maybe Venture, but I think Venture doesn't really fall into that list. But they've been a lot more quick to nerf the worst of the worst. Even this Roadhog thing, like, let's say that this is still not enough. I mean, his pick rates, his win rates went up for a couple of weeks, or like what, 1 week, 2 weeks? And I mean, this is way faster than it was in Overwatch 1. So I think they are getting block list pilled. We just have to keep pushing it. But I do agree with Sam that like the goal should be that like if not, no hero will always be like not. It's impossible to have all heroes be meta. It's not possible. Like it's even psychologically, it's not possible, right? But like let's put it this way: are you gonna get mad right now in Grandmaster if somebody picks Venture? Are you gonna get mad if somebody picks Sombra? No. Are you gonna get mad if someone picks Pharah? No. Those characters have skill expression.
Favorite players.
Okay.
I hate them. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. No, but the players themselves, but like the heroes can function at a high level, right? Yeah. They can function at a high level. Same thing with like a Wrecking Ball right now. Diva is not great, but she can function. Zarya, you know, like we need more characters that aren't necessarily meta, but aren't like absolutely trash here because as I didn't prove, but I definitely showed some proof. Noob heroes hurt noob players. We've talked about it a million times. The characters like Orisa, the characters like Bastion, characters like Moira, low-ranked players hate them worse. We don't need noob players. You just don't need complicated kits for every character. Character like Winston is a great beginner character. Reinhardt is a great beginner character. Genji is a great beginner character. That to me is the myth. And one more thing too. All right, one more thing too. I think that what ends up happening is we as a community also tend to push stuff that doesn't affect 95% of the player base. Mercy community is a great example. Skillful, I love her to death. She's really smart and she has a lot of good feedback on how to fix Mercy. I agree with her 100%. I also understand her frustration, but she unintentionally hurts the Mercy community's perception of Mercy because they think that the character is bad because Skillful and Grandmaster says Mercy is bad, and she's right. But the problem is for 98, 97, whatever percent of the Mercy community that watches Skillful, that's not true. And we got that confirmation from Alec yesterday. Mercy's doing great. Mercy's actually doing above average and low to mid rank. She's fine. She's totally fine. The problem is that leads to like a community disgruntlement that's not really earned, if that makes sense. Where people will say, oh, this character is broken, OP, or this character is really, really bad, but for the majority of the community, it's not actually true. So like, I think we have to be like really careful about like under what context are we saying these things.
Yeah,
that was a lot of topics kind of rolled into one, but
I mean, it's where Mercy is probably an ideal place. It's like you just kind of need to shift the community sentiment around it because you know that's exactly the type of hero that I think is a great hero. That okay, fine, they're doing well in the lower ranks and then maybe at the top level not as viable. That's probably how Mercy should be. Gavin actually dropped in the chat and made a really interesting comment about the fact that you know. It's really tough when a hero isn't good, but the community thinks they're good, and then players have to make a choice between nerfing that hero because of how well they actually perform versus what the community wants. And so, you know, that the Mercy example is probably like exactly what Gavin's talking about.
They said it yesterday with Hanzo too. I don't know if it was Josh, but they said it was the same thing with RJ's question about Hanzo. He's like, Hanzo's actually doing fine. Maybe not at the highest level, but for the most part. So it's like, no, I know. Listen, I know Sam's Hanzo.
Just finish. Go ahead.
I know that Hanzo's Sam's little baby. I remember the Triumph days with that terrorist on Hanzo. That guy you didn't miss a shot, bro. I know. All right, I'll give you that. But I do think that like that at least is true to an extent where we don't always have a very accurate picture. I think Kiriko is another great example of like somebody that is like people freaking hate character, think she's OP, but actually like at least in low to mid ranks, win rate, pick rate not. On the pick rate's fine, but win rate not that good. So I just think in general community perception is like it's like a total tide, man. You can't predict exactly where it's gonna go, and it tends to snowball very quickly.
This is why Blizzard confirmed that actually overbuff is pretty accurate for win rates. So now I was like, look at the win rates. We can prove these heroes are doing fine. So that's where we're at now.
I'm actually happy overbuff's doing okay too because it's always good to see. It's always good to see.
Yeah.
A couple things I want to add on to this.
Yeah, go ahead.
One, on Mercy, I'm gonna make a lot of people mad with this. When I did my Mercy on Ready GM, I made it a point to heal bot. I made it a point to have 10k healing per 10 and not be damage boosting. And people were so mad that I was winning that way. It was so funny. I think she actually is still like okay in the medium ranks, but definitely falls up top. I think what I hate about Hanzo is like all his options are gone. Like I've always been a Storm Arrow hater, by the way. Like I always said back in the day, I was like, listen, like this is like that's the tank busting aspect. I think that Spilo kind of mentioned. Like, I was like, listen, I would rather you get rid of Storm Arrow. Like let Dragon Strike destroy deployables. Just give me some kind of option, right? And that's the frustrating part about Hanzo is like, okay, sure, maybe his stats might look okay in the medium ranks, but if you pick him in high level play, like he's just gone. Like there's nothing you offer the game, and even in the metal ranks, like there's nothing that he does that's unique. And it would be cool to see Dragon Strike like be able to break a Lari pylon. I would literally use it to break pylon. I would literally use it to break drones, something like that.
You can't count it with lamp.
Yeah, just something like that where it's like, look, I have an ultimate. Like, why can't they just? And that's an easy change because like the dragon buff that they did, and it was kind of a trade-off where, yeah, it's gonna get squishies a little bit faster if they're like unable to see it coming. But also like you lose a little bit of zoning. Like there was one instance where like you could tell like I would have liked it to be there for an extra second. Although to be fair, in Overwatch 2, zoning dragons aren't nearly as good because when there were 2 hit tanks with less health, like you could create opportunities on the front line a little bit easier than like Hog just vaping and obviously like running through it. So I guess I hate the state Hanzo's in. Granted, I'm not the Hanzo player I was back when I was scrimming and grinding and stuff. I like Echo and Sombra more. I think they're more fun, but I don't even bother touching the character anymore. So I would ask on that one, hey, like maybe ignore the stats here for a second and look at like what he actually offers and what was unique about his gameplay that, you know, if you're going to remove his one shot, not Widow's, somehow that happened. I don't know. Whatever. That was a really frustrating one for me, but I'm glad that overbuff is accurate, and I know Avril talking about one shot.
Widow's very easily explainable because like if you remove her one shot, her identity is like gone.
So is Hanzo's. What does Hanzo do?
Well, the difference is Hanzo's. I think Hanzo is like you can get away with more like I can just be a body shooter on Storm Arrows or whatever. I don't know. I think it's not
Storm
quite
Arrow
the same.
spam.
Like Widow's identity is way more about the one shot sniping fantasy than Hanzo is. So I can see why they kept that. And as a certified one-shot hater in this game, even I'm like, I guess they kept it, whatever. As I just accepted that Widow kept it. I also just accepted that it'd be too hard to maybe remove it, and you'd have to. I don't know. Wouldn't she just be bad? Wouldn't she just be like worthless without the one shot?
She would, and this is why I said like I don't think they should have removed it. As much as I despise Widowmaker, I hate it, but I hate how they gave Hanzo this treatment, give him useless buffs, and not do anything. It's just a double standard to me. I know there's a lot of
they gave Hanzo the treatment to remove more one shots, which I think is a good thing. Like we have less one shots, so they removed it where they could, I guess.
Yeah.
So
maybe Widow should be on the farm.
We will, because we've alluded a lot to the Reddit AMA, and we'll like actually go through all the things to I haven't read it. I've only seen like a few highlights. We'll actually go through and see. But I think before we do that, there is a philosophical issue that I want to try and get your opinions on, which is just like, well, how should we approach balance then? Because we're kind of at one point criticizing the win rate, pick rate, but then we're also acknowledging, well, it puts the devs in a difficult position because what resource do they use? What indicators do they use to balance? I think one more thing I'll add on the win rate, pick rate. I think I don't want to go like mean on the devs here because I don't want to misrepresent that they only use win rate, pick rate to balance. I'm sure there's a ton of things that they use, and that's kind of what Gavin was alluding to, where he said that like, what do we do when the community feels like a hero is overpowered, but we are seeing the performance be underpowered? But I also do want to say that like I really, really dislike the use of win rate as the justification for like a hero not being, or pick rate for a hero not being nerfed, because we've known this from like the origins of Overwatch that like the win rate, pick rate stat is a fallacy, like it's flawed. And the greatest example has always been that like Symmetra and Torb, when they were like defense heroes, would have like a 60% win rate, because people only picked them in the small niche scenarios where they were good. And you can use that to extrapolate all of these things where it's like, oh, you guys think that Hanzo's underperforming, but, you know, he actually has a pretty good win rate. Well, maybe people are only picking Hanzo when there isn't X character that, you know, doubly counters Hanzo, or maybe the only people picking Hanzo are the real specialists. And when the more the perceived goodness of a hero exists, the more there's someone who just flexes onto them, right? Nobody's probably flexing on the Hanzo right now and bringing the win rate down when they're like, I think Hanzo could work. But they're doing that for, let's say, a Sombra. They're doing that for, let's say, a Cassidy. And it's like all these factors bias, in my mind, the win rate, pick rate, that I think that they're like one tool, but I really dislike the fundamental use of them to say, oh, well, you guys, why are you complaining about Hanzo when the win rate is fine? I don't like that.
It's because the philosophy and our enjoyment of the game isn't always tied to win rates and pick rates. Like, for example, like to Sam's point is that like the problem with Hanzo is not his pick rate or win rate. The problem with Hanzo is it doesn't feel satisfying to hit a headshot and go, wait, what? He didn't die. Like I don't play Hanzo all that much, but that is a really bad feeling, is to make a shot and it doesn't actually finish the kill. So it's like The problem with Hanzo is, okay, then what is his identity? Like Sam was saying, like, what does this character bring to the table? Like, what is the philosophy of Hanzo? Like, we're picking Hanzo, for what reason are you picking Hanzo? And if you can answer that question and create a kit around that, once you do that, then you look at pick rates and win rates, right? And that to me is like, you have to add context within that, yeah?
I think the opposite point is like, if you die to a Hanzo one shot, that feels awful. Like, especially if it's cross map, it's a projectile. You're like, dude.
It's still a design issue. Like no matter what side of the coin you're looking at, that Hanzo's stupid, broken, badly designed character, or Hanzo needs an identity, he sucks right now. I could agree with both of those things. But it always comes back to the design initially.
Sure.
Like if you look at Tracer, and Tracer pick rates and win rates are really bad. Or if you looked at like an Ana, I know it's gonna be a hot take for some people, but I know Sam agrees with me. If you look at Ana and Ana's pick rates and win rates are really bad, that's a balance issue, not a design issue. Because I think Ana's a relatively decent character right now. I think Tracer's a relatively decent character. Genji's a decent character.
I can tell you the problem with Hanzo is like, honestly, the best place for Hanzo to be, hypothetically, is to basically be like a projectile type of cast, where like that's the type of damage you're doing, where maybe you can fire faster, and it feels better to have like that kind of fire rate. The issue with Hanzo is because he's a bow user in any game where you shoot a bow, there's an expectation that like, because bows take a while to draw, it's a lore thing. It's also like you have to fire slowly on this weapon. Fast firing bow doesn't even make sense unless we're like trying to get real fantasy realm or something like that. So because of the nature of the weapon that he's using, he leans into like a sniper, but I just don't think this character is like healthy as any type of sniper hero at all, which is I think something we probably agree on, right?
Yeah,
I have an Avril-esque solution to the Hanzo problem. Lore comes in, new lore comes in. It's been a while since the Dragon Sword. New lore comes in. Hanzo's high tech now. He's upgraded from a bow to a crossbow. Problem solved. Pew pew pew, machine gun crossbow.
Bro, we already have Storm Arrow. Like, why can't we not just find a middle ground? Like, why can't we just make his induction speed a little bit faster? Like that to me, or give him some form of utility bow. We talked about this, I think, last one. I think like that's this. Go ahead.
Utility bow. Oh, this is perfect for me to chime in because this is why I was so mad. You all remember what they removed from in season 5 of Overwatch 1? They gave him the ability to pre-charge an arrow and wall climb. So what we would do, especially when dueling widows,
quality of life one. Yeah.
And you would pre-charge the arrow, so with your one shot, to at least have a chance to get the first shot off with a low-firing bow. They removed that, and then removed the one shot and didn't add it back. So on those vertical maps where you usually played Hanzo, that's how you could get an advantage on hit scan is quick draw an arrow, and now it doesn't even one shot. So why did you all remove that? So put that, start by putting that back in the game. If he's not going to be able to one shot, then you could quick pop your storm arrow and look for a quick 2-tap and then back off. That gave him a unique gameplay loop on vertical maps to where you could easily, like, for example, what would help Hanzo stand out? Okay, those maps like Dorado Third, that like one high ground where it's impossible to get on top of, Hanzo could wall climb right on top instead of having to do the wrap where all the hit scan would go. On Volskaya, that middle ground on the middle of the map, he could quickly wall climb up there and create a vertical angle and be able to contest that on and off. Like that's something he brought to the table, and his ability to pre-charge that arrow literally was what made him viable into dive. I had an 85% win rate on Hanzo that season into dive at like 4,500. And they removed that and then took the one shot out too. So like just all I'd ask you guys, you don't want the one shot in the game, that's fine. It's gonna suck as a Hanzo player, but sure, whatever, that's fine. If we don't think, whatever. But just that's an easy thing to do back and make Dragon Strike destroy deployables. It's not gonna be oppressive. People don't think that they're getting one shot across the map, and it's RNG, and it gives him something that he's unique at in the poke war for DPS and maps that specifically have high grounds that would make up for that. Easy fix.
I got one thing for Hanzo, so not to turn this into the great Hanzo debate.
Sorry,
but no, it's fine. It's just because I had something interesting I thought of while you were saying that. Is here's another crazy Avril idea. Is I'm also a bit of a certified headshot hater in this type of game as well, and we don't have to get into that today, but it is what it is. My point is if you actually remove the headshot from Hanzo, you could buff his body shot damage, and I think he could feel like better to play as and against. I think the headshot creates some problems because like. He needs to move away from the one-shot identity. And I think the point right now is if you get a headshot, it feels unrewarding. And a lot of this probably comes from the fact that his history as a hero, especially from Overwatch 1, it's pretty well defined, and now we're trying to like rewrite that a little bit. But I just think this hero needs to move closer to like a projectile cast, like I said earlier. And one of the ways you could do that is like you could do more with his bows and make his like arrows feel better in terms of like raw damage output or even fire rate. If you actually remove the headshot, I think that's a limiting factor for his design, because anything you want to do to the bow included with headshot just makes it way too good, right? So I think if you remove the headshot, then you can be way more creative.
I like the headshot, but I would just say reduce the induction time. Like, do what Sam says, allow you to induct on the fly. Make it like, what would an induction headshot be? Like, it's like a, I don't know, 100 damage body shot, right? 200 damage headshot. So you still have to 2-tap. It's slightly faster than what it is right now. I don't know. I like the headshot. I think the headshot is part, even when a projectile hero, I think it's part of the identity. As long as, if you were just able to fire faster, that's it. I don't even think, like I said, I don't think even it's an old bow. I don't think that that applies because we literally have Storm Arrow. We just goes whap, 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 whap. I mean, come on, like that's ridiculous, right? So like, just reduce the induction speed, reduce the damage slightly, let the Dragon Strike do what Sam was saying, allow you to wall climb and charge up the arrow so that he feels that niche better.
That would fix it.
I think that would fix it. I really do.
Okay, nice. Well, that's at least we've got some ideas there. Some ideas for the devs to think about. A quick word on Mercy before we go any further, just because I know that Hanzo's been much maligned, and Mercy community feels very very maligned. Spilo, you kind of already alluded to your feelings that you're kind of like, well, I think for the 99 percentile, it's fine, and I think that's fine how it should be. Avril, you're also, I know you've been a kind of famous Mercy hater in the past, and you have any thoughts? And
I
Sam,
still
your
am.
thoughts as well?
Not just the past.
Yeah. Go ahead then. What's your feeling on the state of Mercy? Like, do you think there's any legitimate grievance here from the Mercy community?
Well, I think they would probably. I don't know. I don't like listen to their comments on purpose. I don't want to even consider what their comments are. But yeah, like I assume they probably would like this hero to be viable on all ranks and to be able to climb with it. I assume they would like to potentially reach GM1 or champion with this hero. I just think her design is one of the is fundamentally not healthy for the game of Overwatch, and it's particularly due to the fact that it's a very pocket healing type of hero, just like pocket healing in this game, and obviously the res as well. Res is not healthy for this game either. And I think maybe Skierty even agrees with that and doesn't think the res is maybe res is holding the hero back. Since Spilo confirms that. So yeah, actually the way Mercy sounds now, where she's not super viable at high ranks, but maybe is viable everywhere else, is probably fine. Like that's probably where she needs to be, and I'm okay with that for now.
I mean, the counterpoint with that would be, I don't want to implicate Skiesti in a podcast she's not a part of. So like, I don't want to. This is not to say that this is directly about her, but a player of her skill, someone whose movement, like I watch these great Mercy players, and they're like, especially their movement is just off the chain. Like, I don't even know they're defying physics with the like AD bounces they be doing, like here, there, bounce as well, and it's very fluid. Decision making is very good. Where is the reward for them? I suppose would be their perspective. Like, I've grinded all this time in this hero. Is that not the fancy? The reward tells me that like, oh, you grind your time on this hero, and you can get to a stage where your hero is viable. We're not saying that they should be meta, but I have squeezed out every drop of blood from this stone. Why can I not get as much value as someone AFKing on Kiriko, let's say?
So we have to look at the design first and then balance second. And this is literally what I was talking about with Skiesti, who I think, spoilers, is making a video on this. It's basically that you have, like Avril said, a pocket design support where her value and her resurrect through damage boost is leaning very heavily into one type of a skilled player, which is a low skilled player, and one type of a composition, which is a poke comp, by the way, which is also not as popular in Overwatch 2. And what ends up happening is that you have a character who's the most skillful and fun aspect of the Mercy from Mercy players is the movement, which also is coincidentally the least impactful in most of the compositions and most of the situations with which you play, and also scales the least and the worst in higher ranks. And that's the problem. That's the problem, is you want to lean into what makes Mercy fun, all right, whether that's the movement or whatever else, but that's not what Mercy's good at. Like, the irony here is that Mercy's the most fun to play and to dive, but she's the absolute worst to play and to dive. Yeah. Like, she's terrible, and that's the problem. And I really do think that at least the higher level Mercy mains we're all on the same page here. We're all on the same page here.
Don't you think a lot of, and I'm going to generalize it because admittedly I don't fully know what the Mercy mains want, but don't you think there's a lot of Mercy players who just like the pocket healing style? Like, they just want a pocket heal. That's all they want to do, and this is why this is the type of perfect hero for them.
Yes, I think. No, I definitely think. I think anything that's going to appeal. But I feel like with Mercy, it's less to do with the inactivity and more to do with like the way beam feels. I feel like is what people enjoy, like how like the heal beam works, and then the flight, and then just the overall character themselves is what's more appealing. But honestly, I don't really know. I don't want to put words in their mouths.
Yeah, I feel like anything you. Real quick, I just feel like anything you do to this hero has carries like a lot of extreme risk. I actually think what they did.
Yeah, I agree.
In the I think what they did in the Mirror Watch stuff was super interesting. And if I was to be a little bit of a detective here, I would maybe assume. I don't think Blizzard would admit this, but I would maybe assume that they're using these types of modes and experimental as well to do a little bit of testing.
They confirmed it yesterday. They confirmed it yesterday.
Use it as testing for like.
They said at least there's some ideas that they're throwing around there, and they definitely learned from that in April Fools. Yeah, they said that.
Because you can't just be like, oh, here's the new Mercy fellas. So like, I think they obviously it looks like Mercy's on the radar because they're trying to do a little bit of experimentation here. In what ways can we make Mercy more interesting? So yeah, I'm on board for that. But it's so risky because I think like you do probably have a high chance of annoying, pissing off the what is going to be the most one of the most vocal of one of the most popular hero communities, and no matter what move you do, you could make a move that Scarcity 100% approves of, and I think like a large portion of Mercy mains probably will be upset anyway.
That's what I messaged. I was like, I think that's why the devs are so cautious, because like if you just like, there are so many Mercy players out there. And I think what's really unique about that too is that like one of my main points against noob characters is that there aren't Reaper mains or Bastion mains or Moira mains or Malga mains or Roadhog or Orisa mains. Now, I know that's being facetious, but compared to the rest of the characters like that, people only play those characters usually 90% of the time because they have to. But that doesn't apply to Mercy. Mercy is one of the few quote-unquote noob characters that there is a dedicated community, whether she's bad, whether she's good, whether she's meta or not.
To answer SVB's question from like quite a while back, because he was saying like, how would you guys address balance? And I had a more of a meta take on that, and by meta I mean like kind of outside the box, like really far out type of thinking on this. And it's basically that you need heroes to be balanced based off the player's skill level. In other words, what I'm trying to say is the player skill is the balance, rather so that how good the hero is fully dependent on how good the pilot of that hero, how good that player is. And in that kind of way, the hero is kind of balanced. I actually think Tracer is one of the perfect examples of that, where like honestly, probably like a really bad hero in lower rank. She's balanced by the fact that you actually have to be really damn good at this hero. Like your mechanics have to be top tier for this hero to actually like be, any sense of potentially OP. And you brought up this earlier, Spilo, but like I think Winston's one of the best designed heroes in the game, because what he is he's like a hero that's really easy to get in on the floor in terms of like a noob hero, because he's kind of friendly, but his skill ceiling is actually super high. And that's the kind of hero that you want in this game, where like every hero has a high enough skill ceiling that if you want to excel on this hero and really make it to the top ranks or really like win games and have a high win rate, like your own skill on that hero is what dictates that, rather than your entire kit is just like kind of press button, thing happens, low skill floor, low skill ceiling, but high impact. Those heroes, I think, are the hardest to balance in the game, because it doesn't take a lot of mechanics, it doesn't take a lot of skill to input. You just click a button and things just happen for you automatically. You don't have to aim, you don't have to do anything, and things just happen magically for you. And if you make those types of heroes too easy, they can very easily dominate a meta. So how you avoid that is I think Blizzard just need to address all those quote unquote easy heroes and raise the skill ceiling like high enough that we avoid those issues.
5v5 tank design, right, Sam?
Now you're just baiting the guy. Now you're just trolling him.
I have not gotten the can opener out, Spilo. I have not gotten the can opener out. Come on, man. I'm
gonna hit my own bingo card, because I wanted to add. I kind of forgot to add earlier, which is that like I also think one thing that would help is hero bans. Like that's my bingo card. But this whole idea of like Hog being super frustrating, or like X hero being frustrating in X rank. This is the whole benefit of a hero ban system, is that you correct where the balancing cannot always correct. Like if Hog is overtuned, you can correct that on a mass scale, but if Orisa is particularly frustrating in bronze, you can correct there without needing to change the hero all the time. And I won't go too deep into it, but I'm just going to throw that out there as a potential alleviator of a lot of these problems of like stuff that bothers the community.
It's just too clunky to do right now. And not even just because there's not enough heroes, but it's like you just go down the rabbit hole of like, well, who determines the bans? And everyone bans something different. Is it random? And it's just so clunky and weird that I don't know.
Let's get a cat to do it.
Yeah,
I got the reference. Hands up if you got the
jeez.
reference.
Bro, Sam, do you
Very
remember
few
those
people got the
days?
reference.
Do you remember those days where there were teams that didn't make the contenders, so the trials teams were scrimming on
Oh,
one patch,
yes,
and,
and
the
the- and the
Overwatch,
scrims
the
were
Overwatch
different.
League teams were scrimming on the patch, and the contenders teams were scrimming on the patch, and it was changing every 2 weeks.
That's one of the reasons why I quit.
Worst time of my entire life as a coach, besides the fact that I was working for Robert Kraft's team.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
besides that, like it was the absolute worst.
Dude, that was one of the
man.
reasons why I
hated those
quit. Like
days.
I was trying to juggle streaming and all
Total
that with
joke.
like just the coin flip of like what the heroes were. There was one week where all hit scans were banned, and that was one of the funniest. I went.
I love the Quake
Quake,
don't bring it up every
Quake,
2 weeks.
Quake.
Every 2 weeks he's like, bring this back.
So like we tried bans and was it ranked or quick? Like I can't remember. Like back in those days,
No,
in the actual
no,
game,
no.
there was like.
I can agree with someone who
I'm
says
just gonna
they
say
don't
those
like
are bad.
hero
I'm just gonna
bans.
say I dislike when they did that.
Yeah,
because it
I
was
can
like
agree
really
with someone
poor.
who says they don't like hero bans, but I refuse. I think it's genuine gaslighting to call what that was hero ban.
No, I know what you're
refuse-
saying. I know what you're saying.
Oh, that was.
I refuse to
Because that
call
was
that hero
that was the
bans.
devs banning and not the players banning. I understand the difference. Yeah.
It was like in fact I was literally talking about this on stream yesterday, where I was like, I think one of the reasons they've never experimented with hero bans before was like Jeff Kaplan personally was very against it, right?
Yeah.
Like Jeff Kaplan was like, I don't like hero bans. I remember talking to him about it, and he was like, I don't like the idea of hero bans because I don't like the idea that someone else decides what you can pick.
And then
Also,
they went
Jeff
and did
Kaplan,
it.
I will decide what you can't pick. I will tell you what you can't pick. And it's just like, what? Guys, no, this is like the worst thing you could possibly cook, because the whole benefit of hero bans is that the players
was
get to
funny.
choose what they don't like. And the bad part of hero bans is you don't get to play what you want to play. They made the worst aspects of both of those. They were like, you don't get to decide what's banned. And also, if you like this hero, it's banned. Tough shit. So
Yeah.
I just refuse the idea that hero pools should be called the same thing. It should be remained as the nightmare fuel of whatever the devs cooked up.
Yeah.
So anyways, I didn't want to tangent anyway. So let's head over to the Reddit AMA. If anyone's got anything else, unless there's anything else you want to bring up right now. Okay. Let's head over to the Reddit AMA because we already alluded to it a lot. I'll try and be quick with some of the ones that aren't as interesting. So this is what you guys were just talking about right now, which is that the question asks, what were we secretly testing any new upcoming changes with the Mirror Watch event? The devs reply, yeah, basically we do mess around with some ideas. Like Reinhardt's Frenzy Passive was something we played around with internally, but it was quite hard to communicate effectively. It's always good to see what players get excited about when there are more wacky ideas such as Mirror Watch April Fools. Some of those could become real down the line. So yeah, anything else you guys want to add? You kind of already alluded to it, but
I'll say
it's a place to test.
Mercy's corpse explosion, unbelievably OP in that mode. Just by the way, just saying.
True.
Jesus
SCB,
Christ,
do you remember
no thanks.
the awkward and IO Stuck's great Smurf debate? And we talked about one of the things that's really hard is that we don't like, one of the aspects of leadership is that you need to be able to take risks and experiment and learn from your mistakes, but that without the experimental mode that they were not able to do that anymore. They had to play safe with patches. Well, we've seen since then, whether it's Quick Play Hack, Mirror Watch, April Fools, whatever, is that we've actually seen little microcosms of them actually trying really crazy stuff and it being really bad or really good or interesting. And so, like, I mean, I'll give respect, like the dev team. If nothing else, they're at least cooking, which is at least a nice change of pace. As long as they learn from their mistakes and then quickly revert stuff, like this whole Sigma Flux thing, I'm okay with that. It's annoying, but I'd rather that.
Sam, any thoughts on this?
That Sig Flux tilted me so damn hard. Oh my god, dude! I'm already on Havana. You know, I'm losing a game because I get fluxed on the high ground. But I mean, I think that summarizes it pretty well. I think as long as there's a willingness to revert quickly, it's like nothing's perfect. It's about learning and taking chances. And I think that there's gonna be some frustration and there's gonna be some positive. But at least people are showing emotion. You know, because it's better than I felt like for 2 or 3 years there, SVB on the show. We were, is that the end of the tunnel? Are we there? What's that movie where it's Are We There Yet? Is that what? Oh, there's a car reference too. It's flats in the back thinking we're there, and then me being like, Are we there yet? You know. So that actually is a perfect analogy. But you know, honestly, just keep trying things. I think that's a part of life, and if you want to innovate, that's what it's going to take, and nobody bats 1,000. So.
Actually, I have a hot take I'll drop here. I wasn't planning to drop this hot take. It was something I've been mulling over. And I actually think we don't reinvent the game enough. Now, I think everyone approaches Overwatch with their own like bias. Like everyone has like, let's say like another game they like or a certain philosophy they want Overwatch to achieve. Recently, I've been very Dota 2 pilled. I've been grinding a lot of Dota too. Like I've kind of been on and off with Dota for a long time, but like the last, I would say, maybe year, I've been kind of grinding a lot more dedicatedly. And even within like the time that I've been kind of re-following it, they've like reinvented the game twice. Like they like just when I had just gotten into it, they like rebalanced like every hero. They were like every hero got like a big shake up, right? And this is like, we think balancing 30 heroes is bad, like 120, whatever, ridiculous. All of them basically got changes. Before that, they've even done more, but let's say just in the last 18 months or so. Then yesterday, they dropped a new patch reinventing all the heroes again, where they added like a League of Legends style system where at the start, before the game starts, you pick one of two branches. Like League has like talents, right? Like you select before the game starts, like kind of minorly tweak your heroes. They've added like pretty significant tweaks where it's like there's two paths. Every hero has like an innate ability, blah, blah. So they reinvented the game twice. And this is a game that is like 20 years old. It's one of, if not the most successful esport out there. And they're still like, are like, yeah, let's fucking reinvent the game. Let's just like completely change like this core mechanic and change up every hero. And I feel like, so I'm sure there's a lot of people in the Dota community who hate that, who are like, fuck this. I want this game to be like this. But I feel like we need to do that. Like the reason Dota has had such longevity is because they're not afraid to just like balls to the walls, completely change an aspect of the game and be like, let's see how this goes. And I feel like we've done that a few times, and almost every time it's at least been interesting. Because I would say the equivalent changes in Overwatch have probably been like no hero limits to hero limits, open queue to roll queue, and then 66 to 5-5. So we had like 4 in 7 years or something.
Season 9?
Like, I think
Season 9.
Season 9 was
Season 9. Yes and no, because like
Not
I will
on that
say
scale, but
no, because like the hitbox changes. Could you tell a person who's like not played Dota for 2 years, like would they be able to come back in and be like, yeah, they changed the hitbox
My friends,
for sure?
my friends did. My friends did actually. A couple of my casual friends did
Yeah?
have that. A couple of them. Not to the. I get what you're meaning, like whole hero reworks. I think season 9 was like a half seas kind of on that. Like half.
Now the combat heal passive is actually like unbelievable quality of life change, I think, as well. I think
Yes, that is actually a really good quality of life change that I think more games should do. Like I think, like I was playing
Agreed.
Marvel Rivals, that we'll get into,
Yeah.
and I was like, they need the healing passive here. But I still think the point stands that those are the ones that really change the game up. And I think that those are what are like both essential to the lifeblood of the game, but also essential as a product of the game. Where it's like, you need to change shit up. Like I think, because what ends up happening when we change things, like we are happy for like 2 weeks, and then we're back to the same Overwatch stagnation of like, we're kind of bored. The same few heroes are popping up again. And like 2 weeks into a new season, everyone stops giving a shit.
I agree completely. I agree completely with you. I've said this for a while too, where it's like, listen, just like shake things up. Like Fortnite does it really, really well. Dota, SB, I'm telling you, Dota's Dragon's Blood on Netflix, man. I don't know if you've seen it. It's perfect for your new channel. It's fire. It's so good. Such, dude, awesome show. Definitely worth watching. I think that they should do it. You know, and you know what I'd really love to try, and I want to see them do this for one season. I know it's not. It's gonna surprise you. I want to see 5v5 open queue before they try 6v6 mode. I genuinely want to see it. I want to see what would happen.
Are you relating to the thing that I proposed in my video with the
something like that? I don't like. Why not? Like shake it up, right? Shake it up. Why? Like you can always go back. You know, and I think as much as I would love to try 6v6 roll queue again and play Queen and stuff like that, I think I would love. Here's my concern, and you know, I'm gonna hold this until we start talking about Marvel Rivals. I'm gonna hold this because it's going to transition very well to Marvel Rivals, and I want Avril to have his moment. So I'll wait.
We'll both have plenty of moments, I'm sure.
Can I offer? Mine was the 5v5 two per roll limit. That was one idea I floated. But go ahead, Avril.
I'll just offer a counterpoint to this discussion right now. I generally agree that like shakeups are probably a good thing. But one issue that I have, and this is something I've said before that I'll repeat now, is I would not want a game to go for shakeups arbitrarily for the sake of shaking up only. And what I mean by that is, like, when you evolve the game and you design the game and you balance the game, you should have a goal in mind of, okay, this is the actual goal, what we're trying to do here. We're trying to create a balance in the sense where like most things are viable and nothing feels insanely broken, whatever. I have the same opinion, by the way, on balance as it is, which is to say that, you know, if you were to arbitrarily be like, well, we should just make this balance change, or we should just do this thing just for arbitrarily shaking it up, quote unquote. You have a very volatile game. You have the potential for a very, very volatile game. You have the potential just to make things like really bad, especially if you can get the game into a good place. You don't want to just reinvent the wheel. I'm not saying we're in a good place right now, but I think the Overwatch formula for the most part kind of works. I also think that this type of game is probably more difficult to go for that level of Dota shakeups. I'm not saying that you believe that's maybe exactly what we should be doing SVB, but I think Dota and maybe League are maybe easier games to design-wise do that. Like we have very detailed, intricate, and unique designs and heroes that are extremely tied to lore that people are kind of in love with, and you have to be very careful touching them. I mean, we just had a discussion about the fact that if you do anything to Mercy, you could potentially go in the wrong way very quickly, and even if you went in the right way, you probably piss a lot of people off. And a great example of that is when we nerfed double res Mercy. I'm sure a lot of Mercy mains got pissed off, even though like that was a super deserved nerf, right? I just think this game is like way harder. The way it's made, a shooter game as well versus a MOBA. Yeah, just how the dev team moves in terms of the speed that they can remove at. It seems like a very difficult thing to do unless they like have a very strong design direction of like this is why we should make this change in the direction that we actually want to head in. I would just hate to just roll the dice on something just for the sake of doing that alone.
I mean, Season 9 was a good example of it, where it was like, it wasn't a crazy shakeup, but it was a shakeup designed with a purpose. It was trying to help deal with burst damage. It was trying to allow for some more playmaking with the hero passive. It was to me, so it was like, okay, if you have a reason why you're doing these things, then we're willing to let you cook, right? But if you're just cooking for the sake of cooking.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not saying change for the sake of just random throw shit at the wall, but I think the concerns you guys are raising, which are valid concerns, are concerns we should bring up when we're at the top. When we're like, let's say not at the bottom, but let's say in the middle of the pack or lower middle of the pack. Like, I really don't think there's a danger of being like, man, we're really going to lose what we got. Like, what we got. Not to be super disrespectful, but what we got.
We got a decent amount. I mean, our play numbers have been steadily increasing, at least based on Steam numbers, which is all the metrics that we have. So I mean, I think generally post Season 9, people have been more happy with the game than they have for most of the lifespan of Overwatch 2. So I think we do actually have something to be a little bit optimistic here. And by the way, I wasn't saying that that you were saying, SVB, that we should just change things up for the sake of changing. I just mean like that's a sentiment that I've heard elsewhere. I think it would be a little bit dangerous. But I also just think like it's hard. Like I don't know if would any of us have any like strong recommendations or ideas for how those shakeups would happen, because it's like I'm thinking about it, it's like, man, it's actually pretty tough, and I have an easy go-to one where I can just break the glass and say, yeah, just delete all tanks. But even if Blizzard were like, that's a great idea overall, that is actually like a super hard thing to do. So when I say like, if you want to do big shakeups, sometimes like these are just super hard to do in a game like this in Overwatch, and maybe easier to do in other games. If they were to actually implement my tank idea, which they probably won't do, it would be so difficult to do that the tediousness of doing that would probably prevent them from doing it in the first place.
They already did do it, though.
Even if it was a good idea.
They made Baby Malga. Do you remember Baby Malga? What was that, Mirror Watch?
I could not stop giggling, man. I could not stop giggling playing that character. It was just flanking on their backline, man. It's the funniest.
Sorry, which one's Baby Malga?
Do you remember when they made his hitbox really small? Was that April Fool's? Is that what that was? It was April Fool's.
April Fool's.
Oh, okay. I was like, right. Yeah.
It's the funniest thing, man.
I mean, yeah, again, I do want to raise sympathy that it's easy to be the guy saying change it and hard to be the people doing the changing. But again, off the top of my head, you asked, Avril, what you got? Do the talent
Greetings.
thing. Choose like a talent that changes how your hero plays. Like helps with the counter swapping too. If like you're being counter swap, you've got Enforcer, Doomfist, you've got backline, whatever it is. Like off the top of your head, like two forms that a hero can change into.
Would that be insane?
Yes, it's a lot
balance
of work.
Challenge though.
Yes, it would be a lot of work, but yes, and that's where again I get to throw the ideas out and be like, let's just do it, and it's like the reality doing it.
If it's
but we also can't forever. I feel
if it's about counter swapping, balance doesn't solve that. If you're playing tank,
no, I'm not saying it solves the problem, but it's like it gives the player some agency, and it also again, I'm not saying that's the reason you do it, but it's a benefit of doing it. Is that it gives the player some agency to be like, all right, well they're picking this. Like now, Doomfist's block is CC immune, but you lose Empowered Punch or whatever. Like there's a cost benefit, or like, oh, they're picking a heavy CC comp, I can change my hero.
I mean, I got one actually, and this is I've already brought this up, so I'll just reiterate it very quickly. It's just that you slowly or quickly or however whatever pace Blizzard can do it, you slowly make everything into more higher skill ceiling, and I truly believe like balancing will be an easier thing to do when most of the balance occurs within the player's own skill set rather than the hero itself, you know. So maybe that's an quote unquote extreme change or big change that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying really hard not to just flame some of the comments in Twitch chat, so I will avoid. I'll show some decorum. Any other thoughts on this relative topic before we move on? Just the whole idea of mirror watch and shit. No. Okay. What is the hardest character balance and tweak out of the 3 roles? And yeah, so Josh No replies, probably Sombra due to permanent invisibility, restricting how deadly we can make her, but also because she's a hero that excels with strong team coordination. There are other handful of heroes with performance stats that differ greatly from the broader community perception, and that can create difficulty in how we approach balancing them. So you guys kind of already alluded to this, but...
Perma stuff was always bad. Always bad. Never liked it.
Caricatures. When you have one character that's unbelievably perfect at one thing, if they're able to do that one thing, then it completely throws balance out of whack. Like, Sombra can't actually be an effective assassin, because if she is, she can just assassinate spawn camp people the entire game. It's because her staging is free. There has to be some risk. That's why the Translocator buff was so cool, because there's like Sam was saying, there's like some actual risk with what you were doing. So it made it so much more fun to play, and that allowed him to shift more power into the kit. But when you have permanent invis, it now means the staging and setting up and angling that every other character in the game has to, like, besides Wrecking Ball, actually has to put a little bit of work into. You know, you can't even make her an effective character. And I think that's been discussed a lot, but yeah.
Sam, Avril?
No major thoughts on Sombra that hasn't already been mentioned.
Okay. Sam? Yeah, good?
Yep.
Okay. So I know you guys mentioned 2 upcoming DPS hero reworks. Is there any news about how those reworks are progressing and who they'll be for? So he kind of, Alec confirms the 2 upcoming updates were for Cassidy and Reaper. For Cassidy, we started some exploration pre-Season 9 for his update. Due to where he was at the time, this update was originally looking at multiple pieces of his kit, but we saw the Season 9 changes largely benefited him. So the update has gotten more focused on Magnetic Grenade and other quality of life updates specifically to his ultimate. In Season 11, we are updating Magnetic Grenade. He will behave closer to old Flashbang. No magnetic homing to the target, used in short range, and will slow/hinder the target. We think it plays a lot better with his kit and removes some of the larger frustrations of Magnetic Grenade. More specifics on all that soon. For Reaper, we went fairly wide as well in the beginning and then started to focus closely on updating Shadow Step. At the moment, we have something we quite like, but it's actually a large technical challenge, and we are in the process of planning out the work/seeing what's possible. In the meantime, we may buff Reaper in some non-tank buster ways, as he lost a lot in the most recent update. Spilo thumbs upping.
Yeah. Reaper's good. Casting, my only problem with Hinder is like the making it move backwards is good. Closer towards like a flash of value, gives you more immediate counterplay. At least that's my initial gut intake without having played it. My only problem with the concept of Hinder is it is something that is still going to be used more to punish proactivity rather than to set the Cassidy to be more proactive as on his own. Like Flashbang was kind of frustrating, but we've talked about this. Flashbang could be used defensively, or Flashbang could be used offensively to set up plays. Hinder is a lot worse at going offensive, and it's way better at stopping people from getting away or stopping people from punishing you. So it's a much more defensive-oriented ability, which is always going to be a little bit problematic in Overwatch. So it's better, but honestly, I'm almost at the point where I'm like, just bring back Flash. I'm almost there.
Well, on the note of Hinder, it is an annoying one because it feels like there's a couple of these changes that they've made that they kind of made this change almost as a like, hey guys, look at this big thing we're doing, and then slowly over time they've just reverted it back to almost what they changed it from. And it's like, another complaint I have with the Magnum Bang is that the effective duration of it is a lot longer. Even if we remove the homing missile aspect, when you flashbang someone, it was like, it was barely enough time to get one shot off for Cassidy, and then you can like, and there was a little stagger in it, and then you were, let's say you were Tracer, the classic Cassidy versus Tracer, you recall, if he doesn't hit the shot, you recall. Now, not only, like, let's ignore that it homes, because the homing adds like another, who knows how long this shit is tracking me. But let's say it hits you as immediately. There's like, I don't even know how long the duration is, but it feels like an eternity where you're like, hindered. Can't use any
So
ability.
hard on
5
Doom.
people are shooting at me. And then, you know, it's like 2-3 seconds where people are just all shooting you or whatever. It feels like that way, right? And so the effective duration of, even if like their idea was we need to remove the stun, you've added something that is more oppressive to the character that is being thrown at.
Right.
Sam?
But you know,
Yeah.
Simon, go first.
Yeah. Just to add on to it, you know, there's some niche situations where like the hinder is better than the original stun. I never thought original stun was one of the big problems CCs in the game. I think that the problem with CC in Overwatch 1 was when it was on a character that could do 5 other things at once. But like right now with hinder, I just haven't been a big fan of it. I kind of miss like one thing you could do against Cass in Overwatch 1 against that nade is like. Usually you never want to do this, but if you know it's coming, you could do like a little bunny hop jump to like try to throw their aim off, and you could be unstunned very quickly, like you said. There were like a couple options. Now with Hinder, it's depending on the character, the lockout could be really, really long. Now are we talking about? We'll go back to Hinder. That's all I really have to say. It can be. I'm curious to see what they do with it. But
Avril, you guys.
I mean, it's like really easy to see how they went down this pathway, though, right? Because like the idea is they wanted to remove a lot of the CC from non-tanks, or specifically remove the CC from DPS, and so you know they wanted to kind of nerf that and change it with something else, but kind of keep the identity of the nade a little bit. And the thinking is, well, Hinder's not as bad as Stun, because Stun is probably the worst CC in the game, but then because Hinder's worse, they have to buff it a little bit, make it a little bit easier to use. And this is how we land in our current predicament. And I think that part of the reason, I think because it lasts longer, it does feel worse, because it feels like you can't do much. But actually, this comment came up in the chat as well, but Hinder actually only lasts 1.25 seconds. Maybe it feels really long, but in actuality, 1.25 seconds shouldn't be that long. It's enough to get a kill, but it shouldn't be like insanely long. Maybe instead of going back to old flashbang, we could just like go back to old flashbang, but it's not a stun, and that's a Hinder instead. Maybe it's a 0.8 second, more of like an AoE Hinder. I'm cooking a little bit here, but I don't know that I want to go back to the full stun, but I also don't know what direction to sort of take this ability in general. Maybe it just needs to be a totally different ability.
Well, it's a slow and a ability remover, and ability removers are never popular in Overwatch.
It's only a movement ability remover, though, right? So I mean,
well, it's a slow too.
It depends on who it is, because I guess some people you just can't ult.
I can't ult as Doom.
Yeah.
I think you should be able to ult. I think ult should go through it.
It cancels my queen ult.
I think ult should go through it.
You can't primal with it.
Oh, you can't primal?
I think I'm right. Maybe I'm not having a Mandela moment. I'm pretty sure you can't primal when you're hindered. Someone confirm.
See, if you could ult while hindered, I think it'd make it feel much better. You know, I think canceling a queen ult is like really rough. Like that just should be the case on this kind of ability.
And he just
I think they just
the lane too. And my queen ult through its pathing, it cancels my ult mid step. It's so frustrating.
Well, it's always accident half the time too.
Yeah,
It's like one of
that's
those
what
things.
it is,
It's
yeah.
never,
Sorry, Avril.
it's never actually on purpose.
Okay, you can primal. The chat is saying you can primal. Okay, I was wrong on that one. Mandela moment. Okay, and what about the Reaper section of this?
I would actually like to see them take Reaper down the same pathway as Winston, and the fact that like the right click add-on for Winston for Overwatch 2 is actually huge for the hero in terms of increasing the skill ceiling and just like how you play the hero in general. I think I don't know if that would screw with Reaper's identity too much, but having something that to me is a little bit higher skill ceiling in terms of in his kit, that'd be nice. I don't know, he just the kind of run it down. I'm oversimplifying Reaper a lot here, but the kind of run it down double shotgun guy Wraith.
Uh-oh.
Still live streaming.
They'll do it
Was
that
Discord?
Was that just me, or was the Discord?
No,
Okay,
no,
it's like
it's
everyone died.
Discord.
Okay, carry on.
Okay. Yeah, do we know what change they're going to do to Shadow Step? I don't know. I mean, maybe something to make that more fun will be fine, but I don't know that really does a lot to the character. But maybe their goal isn't to make a huge change to the character. Maybe they think the character's fine.
They said that it was like having the technology issues, which to me, feels like it's something motion or mobility or something. And I mean, you guys know me. I'm always going to be a fan of that. More options means you don't have to have a character that only busts Hank. So, yeah. I mean, I think it's all right. I think it's all right. I swear they said at some point that they're going to discuss some sort of like a range option for Reaper, but that they shelved it. But I don't know if I'm like, again, Mandela affecting myself or like what. I don't remember where or when I read that, but I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see what they cook. I guess in theory, though, the idea of making Reaper more dynamic is a good one. Like trying to give him something more interesting than just being the thing that people in Plat pick when someone's running Winston. It's just like, okay, we go Reaper now. Okay, so what is the average rank of your playtesters? I mean, this gets like a normal dev response. We have playtesters of all ranks. I mean, the truth is, it's probably just an equal distribution of what like a normal ranked spread is, where it's like if there's 100 devs and you did it purely like because it's not. I don't think they go and pick for GMs. It would be like, well, one of them is GM, you know, like that, or like 5 of them are GM, because that's like the distribution. So it's like, well, yeah, you're not gonna have a lot of GMs because that's just the average distribution of a dev is the like a normal ladder. But yeah, I guess you kind of want more input.
I'd
in
bet
theory
money they don't have high
rank.
SR, like a full real high SR experience. I'd bet my mortgage on that. And there's not necessarily something wrong with that, but there's just no way. There's no way some of this shit happens if
yeah, no,
you know.
I think there's like 1 to 2 devs who are like GM and like Josh I think is like GM, but like I think the vast majority of them are not hired for their Overwatch ability. They're hired for their ability to do other technical shit.
Right. And I will say, I will say, just to be devil's advocate, I do agree that high ranking experience is extremely important and that there always needs to be at least a few developers that are high ranked. But I think me and Sam were talking about this the other day. We also, I think they need pro player feedback, but you actually have to take pro player feedback with a grain of salt, because I've been working with pro players for years and I've been in these Overwatch League Discords. And I will be honest with you guys, this is the average gold player's feedback, average pro player feedback. It's like this in terms of quality, all right? It's probably like this in terms of the way it's communicated. I'll actually say it's actually worse than the average person in terms of communication.
Oh, terrible.
Like they're actual brain dead degens, no offense, y'all. But their ideas are like marginally better. They're super biased to like meta and synergies. It's actually crazy like how bad pro player feedback is. And the worst part is it's Dunning-Kruger, because the average goal player at least has like some self-awareness that like, you know, my ideas aren't always the best. Hiring players think that they're entitled, that they're like, oh, I know how this game works, but they're actually like marginally more qualified than the average person. That's not every pro player, but I would say on average.
There's
I think
the culture between what Spot and I were joking about is the culture difference between the content creator scene and the pro player scene is. And like I was a part of both, and like sometimes you see like the pro player aspect like come out, and then you see the content creator aspect come out. It's very hard to balance, but there definitely are a lot of pros that like do give insightful feedback. But for every pro that gives very insightful and good feedback that is really high quality that they should listen to, there's also the spam, right? You know, it's
yeah.
Well, there's like they're just mostly like young people. Like a lot of pros like 17. 18, 19, 20 years old. They're just really immature. I've seen the same type of feedback you're talking about, Swallow. It's like, yeah, there's some really immature feedback in there. I also think there's Dunning-Kruger across the board. Like if you want to see some real Dunning-Kruger, open up the BNet forums anytime and just go.
Oh.
There's Dunning-Kruger at every single rank. But I actually think the best solution would be like, hey, look.
I think Discord cut again for a second, by the way. So do you want to go back from the forums? You want to go back from the forums?
BNet forums.
Yeah, if you want to see some Dunning-Kruger, BNet forums is full of Dunning-Kruger, man. So I think there's Dunning-Kruger across the board. I think as far as pro feedback goes, there's a lot of unemployed pros at the moment who would love a job or love like a part-time job. And now that they're not attached to the team and they need money, it's like, I don't know, if they're American and you can like legally chase after them if they misstep, you can tie them down on some like really secure NDA or something like that, and have some pros that need some money to do some QA for you, and ideally like mature ones that are like into their 20s and retired and like actually can give good feedback and not the 18-year-old children. I'm sure there maybe are some good teens out there, but for the most part, you know,
Camera's lagging further behind. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. I agree. I think like Sam, there was even a situation earlier a few weeks ago where you were agreeing with me like with the state of Venture on release, and like Hottie's like trashing me in the comments like, bro, Venture's broken, you know, you're just bad or whatever. They play it in scrims, and then and I'm like, bro, like maybe if you play it in a competitive like a scrim environment with you give them bubble and like pocket and speed and like whatever, but like the average player, like this character, like was really lacking. There's like a ton of quality of life issues and whatever, and they've addressed some of them.
But you're useless. Like,
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Right. Like, and that's to me. It's like to me, it's like, and Hottie is a really smart guy too. Like,
Discord be dying.
And it's broken, bro. There was one person who are we still live with this?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay. There was another one that was like trash on my take and like, oh no, Venture's broken. I was stomping on it. I'm like, I was destroying it. Oh dear, we're gone again.
Yeah,
okay.
I think there's a problem with
Back?
Discord. I think there's a Discord issue right now.
Yeah, definitely a Discord issue. Okay. But anyway, I like go to their profile like, oh, I was stomping these GM4 players, and turns out they're a GM1 player. And I'm like, well, duh, you're GM1, you're playing in GM4. Are you dense? So it's like that's the kind of stuff. Like everyone has their bias. I have my bias. Sam has a bias. Avril, we all have their bias. But I think like one of the things that we've all at least tried to do is like have like a more broad opinion. And I think pros or their job is to not be broad. Their job is to be really good at a specific skill set and then like provide feedback. And so you have to weaponize their feedback, but you can't go at it like indiscriminately. And I think that they need to be aware of that.
There's like a psychology to it because this is actually kind of universal across most games. The pro player feedback is really terrible because the way you approach things as a pro, like the problem with the pro player feedback is they kind of cease to forget that other people of different skill levels exist, right? So they just like cannot account for someone doing something badly. So if you look at like, you know, sometimes you'll see a pro player cast StarCraft 2, right? And it'll be like 2 minutes into the game, some guy like had a one drone idle mining, like not mining for like 30 seconds, and he's like, it's GG, it's over. Like he's fucked up here, and like he's lost 150 minerals. So like to put it in Overwatch terms, it'd be like, oh, he died once, it's over. They can't win now. The ult advantage is too much. They're gonna snowball off of this. So they kind of assume that like if one mistake is made, like the rest of the game will be played perfectly, and like it's over now, it's done. Whereas in truth, people not only make mistakes all the time, but in the context of a wider balance of a game, people are bad, like just generally bad, like not just making a mistake, they are just incapable of getting value of the hero. But as a pro player, you have to assume that the enemy team is going to do the correct thing. You have to assume they're going to play how they're supposed to play.
That's how you're wired.
And then if...
Oh. Someone please clip SVB saying that. That's got to be that's a soundboard moment.
Out in a certain way, they just like, they don't even think about what about when a guy is just like, you know, just two left thumbs and just like barely can control this hero, but their experience is valid, and yeah. I mean, no, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of Chrono Trigger takes that are just awful. Like, I can't a number of times.
True.
I see
all the one tricks. No offense, all the one tricks takes are just like,
true.
oh god, not all. Of them. Actually, that's not true. Not all.
Majority. A majority of them can be bad. And to be fair to the pro players too, like in the context of Overwatch, they should have been listened to more in Overwatch 1, and it would have solved a lot of problems.
100%. And there wasn't communication. I being back even like in Overwatch League contenders, like we didn't get jack all, like absolute jack all. So it is as a general rule true. Yes.
I think everyone just has their implicit biases, right? Like they just most people, like the majority of people, not even just gaming in the world, find it very difficult to recognize their own biases. So any feedback that's given is probably like covered in their internal bias.
Yeah. So I'm the exception to that rule, though, somehow.
Yeah, except for us, except for the four of us.
Well, except for you, except for the sun on the outside, the guiding light. You know.
Yeah. I hate hogs. So
I think people that are aware, like I'm aware of my biases, so I just state them first. Like this is the way I'm biased. So you know, I think that's like
that makes a more productive conversation too. You know. Oh, are we gone? Are we there yet?
Something, but I'll see if Discord comes back and Sam can continue.
There we go. Yeah, I was just gonna say I was gonna make it. Are we there?
We all
yet,
lag it at the same time.
Yeah, we're going through the tunnels, guys. Spilo's driving us through the car, or I guess I'm. Yeah, he's driving us under the tunnel.
Yeah, I actually don't even know who's driving us. It's a good question.
That's you.
Well, I guess. Well, now I'm in the passenger seat, bro.
It's actually Frito. Frito's the one not in the picture. He's in the other seat.
Yeah,
he's the annoyed dad with all the kids in the back asking, "Are we there yet?" It's perfect.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
it's true. I had a thought. I had a point I was gonna make, but I was gonna say as a content creator as well. Like I think the difference is like a pro player, you're selected for your ability to play the game, not your ability to balance the game. Whereas largely the content creator, like again, maybe this is the problem with the one tricks. They're good at their one trick, and so their opinion is narrowed. Whereas like someone like yourself, Avril or Spilo, you guys are analysts by trade, so your job is to be good at being objective about the game. And Sam, you've always been capable of being objective, and you flex around a lot. So I think that's why you're good at like distancing yourself from the heroes you play. So I think like as a content creator, often your job is entailed with trying to be a little bit more objective at least. But as we said, not always the case. Now, This is a long one. Two-part question here. Why is the inconsistency with dev comments, explanations for balance changes? I'm gonna. Is this interesting? I'm gonna skip it.
No,
my
it's
gut
not. The
instinct
response is good. The response is good from Alec. It's just
Okay,
basically
okay. I was
yes.
gonna
We will explain things more. That is all. Moving on.
Okay, I was gonna say like my radar of having read so many YouTube comments and Twitch comments is like when someone starts like this guy is he's not cooking. He's not cooking. Was Smurf detection essentially removed from MMR adjustment, especially for new accounts? GM level players taking 60+ games to reach their proper rank. Blah 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 blah. Alex says I tapped. Yeah, I tapped in our own winter. He says there haven't been any changes to the systems. Okay, so not interesting. Will you ever make pick rate and win rates public? I presume this is the overbuff thing, right?
Yeah.
Would you ever make win rate pick rates public? Sites like overbuffs don't have the complete picture, but the data for the win rates is generally fairly close, they say. So that's
good.
That is an interesting
because there was
takeaway.
a misconception going around that it was not, I guess misconception, but I think what the consensus was that it wasn't accurate in Overwatch 2 for a lot of people whenever we brought it up. But it's good to see that there's some data that can at least be relatively close.
Now this one's on Hanzo, so we can dwell on this for a moment. I won't read the entire question. I gathered it was from Arg, but it's about complaining about how Hanzo, like I know Arg's complaints are that he feels like the skill has been taken away from Hanzo, and the reward for like a person who's reliably doing an action correctly is not rewarded, and all that's really being incentivized is mercy pocketing a Hanzo and just then turning it back into a one-shot. So let's just read Josh No's reply. He says, Hanzo is still an effective mid-range burst damage hero even without the one-shot kills. Post Season 9 with the projectile size changes actually saw an increase in Hanzo's performance on the stat side. Now this is where we don't know what that stat size is like. It's not actually directly clear whether this is damage, whether this is win rate, what is the stat. But I do hear you on the loss of how good the one-shot kills felt. But an overarching goal of Season 9 was to reduce a lot of the burst damage frustrations for players on the receiving end. So presumably they're going to just carry on with that. What do you guys make of that?
I feel like we beat that dead horse already.
Yeah, we already beat the dead horse.
Okay, cool. So you guys have already suggested various things about it.
Great Hanzo debate.
Yeah, I mean, if only we could find 4 players who main Hanzo, then we could have a great Hanzo debate.
He's not fun. He's not rewarding to play. Why would I ever pick that character over Sojourn, Echo? It's just boring. Just so boring. No expression. No identity. Go next. Spam bot.
No maidens.
Maidenless.
A month later, and considering he's displayed proudly on the Twitter post for the AMA, I got my question. How have you guys felt about the past reworks on Roadhog and the new one, Wrecking Ball? Let's ignore
this
the
comment
Roadhog
depressed me. This response depressed me. I'm not gonna lie. Every single part of this comment, with all due respect to Alec, who I think is a really smart guy, was probably the worst, most saddening response of the entire.
Okay, well, let's gear ourselves up for that. Prepare yourselves as I read. I've not read it. So for the most part, we are relatively happy with the new bases both have been given, but there's still some fine-tuning to be done. I'll start with Wrecking Ball. Our goals were to give him more flexibility with his movement/engage options, heighten the benefits he gives to his team, and give him some quality of life updates. I think our changes all attempt to address those goals, but one I think we can hit harder in the future is heightening the benefits he gives to his team. We were a little conservative with the adaptive shield changes. Overhealth is super scary in coordinated environments, so perhaps there's some room for there to be more pronounced through tuning and actual feedback received in-game. Overall, though, Wrecking Ball is doing much better after his recent update, and we believe he is a great base to work with going forwards. For Roadhog, aside from the conversation about his current survivability, we plan to hit that soon. We talked about what that hit was. There are some things for us to look at concerning the frequency of his combo. For example, his Pigpen begins to go on cooldown when you throw it. So you can pre-place one, it gets destroyed, and then Roadhog already has it again, even though the enemy may think there's a window where Hook is less deadly. That's one discussion we've had recently. Still some work here for us to do in terms of the value Pigpen brings outside of the combo as well, and how we can make those windows of combo potentially less frequent. Spilo, what has depressed you about this in particular?
There's a really good video a while ago, and this is where I'm gonna give my bias ahead of time, to where there was I saw a video about balancing in a fighting game, and I could not remember what the video would be called, but basically it was like the developer view of things and the player view of things were different, and it turned out the developer view of things was correct. Now I'm aware that is possibly true here, but I don't think anybody's going, a vulnerability window with Pigpen. That's it, guys. We fixed it. We fixed Roadhog. That was the problem with the rework, guys. Is the Pigpen trap ability was on a weird. Okay, no. Like we've talked about already a million times, the dead horse of what's wrong with Hog. This doesn't address any of that. Pigpen did nothing in that regard. Like actually nothing. All it did was give you an extra step for the one shot, if even that, right? Which that's even less useful with the whole pulling them in closer now. So I don't get that at all. But I want that goes without saying. I feel like that's the obvious one. The less obvious one is the Wrecking Ball change, which I know people have said, We need to give Wrecking Ball more team utility, and like this is the shields was a good way of doing it, but you really don't. Like the guy does his own thing. The guy provides value by distracting and pressuring people. And here's a hot take: I think the adaptive shields change that they gave was actually okay. Like I know people were like, "Oh, I never used it. It's not all that good." I've played several games, and I say every single time I play versus a Wrecking Ball, there's 1 or 2 times where that shields change is actually fairly useful. And to be honest with you, fine. It's a niche strat. You use it occasionally. You don't use it most of the time. That's fine. It's free value. It's free skill expression, whatever. But the problem with this approach is that like, oh, he needs to help his team more. First off, I will echo one of Sam's points a while ago. You need to be really careful with AoE healing or AoE shields on your team. That is always like a nest of, what is it? Bag of worms? Whatever. I can't think of the phrase.
Can of worms.
Can of worms,
Hornet's nest, yeah.
Anyway. Okay. But the other thing is too, are we seriously going to try to motivate Wrecking Ball's cycle to go back to his team? Don't tell me that that's going to be like the default playstyle. And like, this is the thing. You're either going to have shields, you're going to have to tune it up so high. The shields are going to be so broken for his teammates. And it's also going to fundamentally break how the character is played. And also, can you imagine giving Tracer 150 HP? It's bad enough as it is now. Like it's strong, but it's niche. But now we're going to have it to where you can give like even more HP to the flankers, right? Or it just remains a niche strategy. I just don't think this is the direction it needs to go. It just like there's no way that forcing Wrecking Ball to go back to his team, like you're gonna have to tweak the number to be so high this could be actually broken. I think this is like a fundamental like misunderstanding of like what a tank needs to be done. And I think this is, can I be honest with you? I think this is catering to new players too much. This is where pro players need to come in and have their take, because yes, Wrecking Ball, there's like visual feedback is the problem where like low rank players don't know how to play with Wrecking Ball, so it's hard. But part of that is skill issue, and part of that can be addressed in other fashions, right? We have to find a better solution than encouraging Wrecking Ball to go stand with its team. Like, you can't tell me that that's what that character has to be doing. This is the really wrong direction with both these things.
Yeah, I like both those points. Avril, any thoughts from your end?
I think Wrecking Ball's one of his main issues is just the fact that most people don't know how to play with the ball on the team, because Overwatch is the type of game, especially at the low level, where you know, you want to play, most people used to playing with the tank that's in the front line. Everyone has a generalized idea like, oh, the tank sits in the front, takes all the damage. We're kind of behind, double pocketing this tank, just healing the shit out of him. And Wrecking Ball just doesn't play that way at all. And, you know, I'm going to bring up prosing a little bit here. I'm sorry, but like, you see Wrecking Ball play at the high level, you build the entire comp around the ball, and everyone's pretty self-sufficient. You no one, like, you know, you don't have to just sit behind this hero. The issue is you get into a game where someone wants to play a ball, and then you end up with supports on like a Zen or an Ana or something like that, even though ironically Zen used to be really good with ball in Overwatch 1. But like, you end up with the wrong heroes, and then those players feel disgruntled because it's like, well, the ball's not playing with our team and our comp doesn't make sense. But then you could argue the other way, and you could probably say that, well, maybe I just don't want to have to pick around the ball every single game I get a ball, which isn't fun either. So I think just like he's just a very different hero, and like in a perfect world, I think he's fine where that type of hero should exist, and there's no issue with that. But I just, I don't know how to address the issue of like the fact that people need to learn to play with ball, but then also you don't want a ball to hold your team hostage, even if you know how to play with a ball.
One quick point. My initial problem, my gut feeling, what's the problem with playing with ball and playing as ball? And I think it's when you go ball, they go Sombra, they go Roadhog, they just instant CC. That problem is still a problem. You can buff mines to 7,000 damage, but if you still can't deal with CC, whether it's through the second tank or finding some way of counterplaying CC skillfully, right, there will be no solution for playing Wrecking Ball in the hard counters. And that also affects team play, because one of the problems of ball is his cycles, right? His cycles of pressure. If Wrecking Ball goes all in bronze, silver, gold into Roadhog, he dies immediately. Creates a lot of space, forces a lot of cooldowns, but he dies immediately. And the problem with that is that bronze, silver, gold players aren't smart or quick enough to capitalize off of that. So if you want to deal with ball's team play and being able to play around him in lower ranks, you need to make his cycles less potent, right? No 1.75 or 0, whatever the freaking lockout is. It's ridiculous now. Don't buff that. He doesn't need that. Allow him to sustain in fights for longer while doing so that it's easier to follow up off of him, right? That's what makes a lot of the other dive tanks a little bit easier to play with, is because not only are they more visible, but their cycles of pressure are a little bit more obvious and a little bit longer. Ball is in and out, in and out, in and out versus CC because he has to. He can't stay, otherwise he dies. And so that's why like you have to know what is the problem with Ball. He gets hard countered. He's hard to play with as a team. Okay, so then what's going to help that? Well, let's just buff him. No, that's not the solution.
Sam,
you want to know the solution to Ball? I think you're on the money. You just have to make him like Orisa. Let's just take away his identities. Like, it's what it is. Welcome to 5v5, gentlemen. Like, I'm not even going to dwell on this too much because I'm not going to waste my time saying the exact same shit that I've been saying for 8 months, trying to get us to realize when we waste our time doing reworks that do fucking nothing. And the only way to make these characters viable is to gigabuff their stats until they're the flavor of the month tank. This shit's not solvable. It's not solvable. Like, how many reworks have to happen before, like, people just accept, like, balance isn't going to change this, right? It's the gameplay loop. They're trying to create gameplay loop options, and this is where you're right, Spilo, where, like, giving adaptive shields, like, they're trying to give Ball another option, right, to, like, give stuff to his team, but, like, his identity and what he is as a character, like, it doesn't, unless you're playing all the flankers, like, it doesn't go hand in hand. So, look, I'm not going to waste my time hammering this one home or trying to fit the peg into a, what is it, the square peg around hole. It's just not going to work. I commend the effort. If we want to spend another year trying to fucking gaslight ourselves into acting like eventually this is somehow going to work when they've had 3 years to do this and it hasn't, by all means, go ahead and do it. Ultimately, what's going to happen is this is just what the game's going to be. They're going to swap to those hard CCs and counters, and if you want Ball to not have that issue, then you have to hard nerf those CCs and those counters. But then what happens to the heroes that you hard nerf? See, I already hate Ana sleep dart being 3.5 seconds on tank. I miss sleeping a Ball or somebody else and they be down for 5 seconds. I miss that. I love Ana. I can't. I don't do that anymore. Right, so look, I'm not gonna hammer it home. I think that I don't think buffing Ball is the answer. The dude already has like 1,300 effective HP when he pops his adaptive shields, and the gameplay loop is always still gonna be the same. And Yeedle's video kind of showcases it. It's just it's just tanking in 5v5. So it's just you can keep trying, but ultimately it's more of the same. So yeah, not gonna hammer it.
My favorite thing about the podcast is we're here to just everyone corrects on what's the idiom, and it's like, oh yeah, we're here to open a can of worms, pigs and round holes is what we're here to do. So
we're great at idioms. We are very good at those. I won't lie.
Idiom checkers.
Yeah, we are great with those. But yeah, look, I don't want to bog this conversation down too much. You guys know what I think. It's unsolvable. So keep trying stuff, but
I think and I think this is a relevant point, by the way, to your your general philosophy, Sam. Like, I think this point that you're making is very relevant to the 6v6 side. I think another thing I would add, though, is that a lot of the reworks are just, when you look at them like this, is kind of pointless because they're just like, they don't really do the things that they are supposed to do. Like, on paper, and as Spilo said, when you read this paragraph, it becomes even more concerning because it's kind of like they're admitting, they're like, yeah, so Pigpen, we didn't really think it through, guys. Like, we just kind of, like, yeah, we gave him the Pigpen, but turns out it doesn't really do the things that we were hoping it would do. Like, we were kind of hoping it'd do this, and it doesn't really do it. And it's like the same with Ball, where it's like, yeah, we were kind of hoping that it would make him play with his team.
Do we need to quote Jeff Goodman when they announced 5v5? None of it was thought through. They literally said word for word, and I can go pull up the announcement. They said, yeah, we're shaking up the board. There's a lot of problems we have to solve, and we'll figure them out later. That is word for word what they said. And I'm making my tank video. I know I've been saying this for months, but I wanted to give them a chance to rework Ball and rework Hog and do the tank passive and try all these things. You can't solve gameplay loop issues with balance easily, if at all, right? And so, look, this is what they said. It's their words, and that's the reality of it. And is the game gonna die because of it? I don't think the game's gonna die, but let's stop acting like this is something that could get solved with reworks. We've had 2 reworks, or two or three to tanks. Yeah. Two or three. Am I correct? 2, right?
Well, if you want to count Orisa,
3,
Doom,
Orisa, 4.
Doom, Hog, and then Ball 4.
Yeah. Whatever. Sure, but Orisa's kind of okay.
Ryan as well, technically, but if it depends on your...
but I don't.
That's not a rework. No,
that's just same for Winston's too. I don't. I
they
think
call
those are
the
quality of
rework,
life.
right?
Those were kind of quality of lives, and it's like ultimately, this is just what this format has to offer, and I hope that people are getting to the point where it's like, look, if this is the game that you want, sure. But don't gaslight yourself into acting like this is fixable with reworks and balance. That's all I have to say.
Anyway. One thing that is objectively true about 6v6, and this will be my one point, is that 6v6 had a solution for the psychology of being able to focus the one guy and throw everything into the one guy. You didn't have as much need for counterplay because there was another person that could also pull attention to. So yes, Ball struggled with hook and hack and just a ton, right? Like in Overwatch 1. But even if you didn't have the Zarya to bubble you, right, as Ball, you still had another tank that could pull or split. Like there was 2 big fat guys to look at, right? Rather than one. And so we need something that, like, if you're gonna do a rework, if you're gonna make 5v5 work, if it's possible, all right, is it has to be done with that in mind. And if it's not, the reworks are pointless. Like, it's pointless to give random utility or more HP and more damage, because if it doesn't actually address what things were lost by going to 5v5, then none of the reworks matter. Now, whether that's possible or not, that's
I thought it was easier to balance 5v5.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. But I don't think anybody. No. You're true. Let's put it this way: it is objectively harder to balance 5v5 for tanks. It is objectively harder to balance 5v5 for tanks. I think that's 100% true.
Well, it doesn't have to be if they actually went down the pathway of not having hard counters.
Sure.
On
No,
I
agree. I think in 5v5 or 6v6 there should be no such thing as a hard counter. I think soft counters are great, but no such thing, because you need identity of characters, and it's
the reason they made tank hard to balance for themselves, like they did it to themselves. Like tank could have been easier to balance 5v5 still, but they didn't go down that pathway. They went down the opposite pathway. We're getting into 5v5.
Well, let's not go through this again, because we already got half the members of the 5v5-6v debate.
We'll go ahead, because we have to get to Marvel eventually. So.
Yeah, we'll get to Marvel Rivals and stuff. All I want to say as well is that, like, again, I think my POV on the whole thing is that I genuinely don't care, and, like, as I said earlier, like, I want the game to be shaken up. So if they were like, we're gonna shake it up and go back to 6v6, I don't care. If they go 5v5,
that would be an insane shakeup.
5v5 open queue, I don't care. If they go 5v5,
I'm okay with the shakeups too in this regard. Like, my answer has not been like go back to 6v6 right now. I think they should do a big shakeup. Go ahead, SPB. Start a cut.
Yeah, so like whether they go that 6v6, whether they go, as I suggested, 5v5 with a 2 per limit, so like max 2 of any role but open queue. If they want to try that, I don't care. But like, I also will say that these problems are largely true for the really problem tanks. Like the Hog, the Orisa, these are the ones that really cause these issues. When like nobody really feels that frustrated when Reinhardt, like with the way Reinhardt works, like or even the way Winston works. Like we had that Winston Bastion thing, but that was a Bastion problem. That wasn't a Winston problem. And now
that's the thing. That's the thing. When it's the good characters that are struggling, it's never the good characters need more. It's
exactly. So they don't need a rework. And this is what goes back to the actual reworks themselves, which I alluded to with the whole. We haven't really thought this through. Is that there are these characters, and again, I hate to harp on the Roadhog thing over and over and over, but I will keep banging this drum. They've been doing this since literally launch Overwatch 1. They keep changing this guy, and he just doesn't work. He just doesn't fit. Back then, it was like, he's not really a tank. He's not really DPS. Like, what do we do? He's not getting picked in the tank slot in an open queue, right? He's not no one's picking him in the tank slot after the initial workaround period when people figured out Overwatch. They stopped picking Roadhog in the tank. We're not picking him as a DPS. He doesn't make sense as DPS.
You guys kill me, chat.
It was a Hog problem all along, and like Ball has always been a problem hero. Even when he was being picked, people were never happy with how Ball was. Doomfist, people have never been happy. I also think tank Doomfist is better than DPS Doomfist. I will give them credit. He's healthier for the game, but he's still always been a problem. And like the core issue is just that they made heroes that they didn't really think through all the way, and then they made reworks that they didn't think through all the way. And that's where the problem lies.
I wouldn't throw Doom in that. Like, sorry, go ahead.
Well, we can say like maybe you might disagree to Doom, maybe not quite there, but I think in general it's like a lot of these heroes stick out already. And that's the biggest problem. Like whether you put them in whatever format, they suck in some fundamental way. And that needs to be addressed. And this is Spylo's like pet project of like the reworking the heroes that are fundamentally a problem.
Guys,
but I think this is a fundamental problem with these heroes.
Guys. Like what?
This is why I champion it so much,
it.
because it's like, you know, whether it's 6v6 or 5v5, you know, for tanks definitely it's more of an issue. It's like it's still something we should look at. Like Widowmaker wasn't magically fun, and everyone loved Widowmaker in Overwatch 1 just because there was another tank to deal with her. She's still obnoxious, right? And like same thing with Bastion and Sombra. Just less so, right? So it's like it's still a worthwhile focus, I think.
Errol?
At what point do I bring up my next sledgehammer idea for tanks? I don't know. It's just like
This is the podcast to do it. This is the show to do it.
Okay, well, go ahead, drop your sledgehammer. I will say to the listeners that we are actually going to go through another round of the role debates, because it's been like I think over a year now since we last did the role debate. So there will be another great tank debate, DPS debate, support debate, and then a role debate coming up. But Go ahead, Avril. Give me your idea.
In the interest of the fact that I do also want to talk about Marvel as well, I'll try not to spend as much time on this one as the last one, while still making sure I give enough context that people don't immediately just call me crazy without, fully understanding. I'm gonna actually take the opposite position of what I had before, just for fun. Not just for fun. I also think it's a good idea. Previous I said maybe we just like kind of delete tanks or like, make tanks go down in terms of what the tank role is, such that they're more like DPSs. Because there's two real pathways I see for tank here, without going to the 5-5-6v6 thing, and that is you either really go down the brawler pathway, which Blizzard said they were going to do, but I don't believe we actually really explored that fully, and maybe I have to define a little bit of what I think brawlers are, but like brawlers is more like, in my opinion, closer to a short range, but maybe a tanky DPS, but not quite a tank. So when you look at, other games that don't have tanks but might still have roles a little bit, you do have like, the heavy class in like another game where it would be like, a bigger DPS but not quite a tank. And so the opposite position of that would be, well, let's just make everything like actually tanks and not give them damage as well. Because I think one of the issues with Overwatch is you have a situation where tank players, and I think most players, do not feel empowered if they're not seeing their immediate impact. And for tank, if you're not doing damage or you're not contributing to kills, you're probably not seeing a lot of impact. I've heard tank players complain about situations like, well, I'm so weak now I can't even challenge X or Y. When these situations I can't like kill these guys, and I'm just like, okay, if you actually look at other games, if you want to look at what are good examples of tanks, SBB, you've gone down the Dota pathway. I haven't played Dota in a hot minute, but I'm still pretty familiar with like League of Legends. But I think MOBAs in general, when you look at these types of PvP games, a tank's an issue in those types of games. I know they're not like exactly one-to-one in comparison, but if you want to look at healthy comparisons of tanks in those types of games, people are generally okay with the fact that they know they're just a big giant health bar, and their contribution to the fights is to take up space, be a big health bar, be like a bit of a CC threat, maybe be like a minor damage threat, but you're never going to be a guy that's actually going to be raid bossing, killing people, unless your like team is so hugely ahead, and maybe your hero is badly designed. But I think a good, well-designed tank in MOBAs as well is, I look at stuff like a Nautilus or an Alistair in League of Legends. For the League heads, you know what I'm talking about. Like, those are really good, in my opinion, tank designs where they provide a lot of value to the team, but ultimately they're just big tanky health bars where they support the team by taking up space and being health bars. But I think a lot of people in Overwatch would resist that because you don't see the immediate impact, because it's probably not fun for a lot of people to just be a health bar, taking all the crap, taking all the damage, and just praying your team wins. But at the same time, I think that's kind of like what tanking, healthy tanking probably is. Either we delete tanks or we make tanks like really tanky, like super tanky, like where they don't really die, but they're not like raid bosses that can just like wipe your team. We're not having Roadhogs. We're not having situations where, you have these like big health, like 800 HP DPSs that like can out damage DPS. I mean, you guys play Overwatch and you can just push tab, and how often you see tanks like top of the leaderboard for damage output. It's like actually insane how much damage tanks in Overwatch does. A good example of a brawler on the opposite end would probably be Jungle Queen, which got brought up in the chat. It's like, look, if you want to go down the brawler pathway, make every tank hero like Jungle Queen. But if you don't want to do that, then go the opposite direction, which is being like big health bars. I think that would be fine as well, but maybe people just wouldn't think that's as fun. But at least I think that would like, make tanks healthier. If people would just kind of accept that that's an okay way to tank.
Sam, you have something. I want to feedback on the MOBA aspect, but Sam, you go first.
I think your first take was better when they should be squishier. I think people hate the big tank health bars because it doesn't feel like in a shooter game, maybe in like a Dota and SPV. This is where I'm going to alley-oop you to give your opinion. I think in those types of games, it's probably better, but I really like your first take where tanks should be squishier because, again, when they're like in Overwatch 1, and I'm trying to keep this away from 6v6 as possible, but this is just the reality of design in terms of like what playmaking was there. The reason why so many tanks have so much damage now is because they're sitting there shooting each other all game, and the tanks have because they're solo tanks, and that might be the big... I'm really curious how solo tanking would work without all the stats. I don't think we've ever seen it without all the tanks' health and stats being buffed. I mean, you would explode. Yeah, it's the right thought. But there would at least be an exchange where the tank player can get direct value. The big frustrating part about tanking Overwatch 2 is that your way to get direct value is significantly harder to get. I think Spyla, I saw your video on it too, where you talked about you're doing a lot as tank, but it's not you directly. Like, you're holding the right space, you're drawing fire, you're pressuring the right spots, but in a shooter game, granted MOBA elements, that's not very rewarding to you. But in Overwatch 1, there was an actual tank exchange with squishier characters, which is like your first take when Zarya had 1 bubble and 400 HP. Sigma was only 400 HP. Reinhardt was 500-ish with some armor. Like, there were exchanges that had those heroes being closer to DPS that actually, not only were you doing more damage, but you're able to secure kills directly way more. And that was just a more fun experience than shooting these massive, like, I think Hog State right now might go against that argument, and that's just what Hog is. That's what Sigma is. That's what Orisa was. That type of sit there AFK on point and be a stat monster fucking sucks in a shooter game. I hate it. And that's why I really liked, I thought a lot of people gave you shit about that take where I was like, he's on the right track. Like, that's the line of thinking that you should try to make with tank. Now, a lot of the DPS heroes would be doing too much damage for a solo tank, and this is why I just think the format is fundamentally flawed and can't be fixed. But I really like the idea of tanks being squishier, because if tanks are squishier, they can make more plays on each other. And that's kind of what they're missing right now. It's like there's no direct, like the way for a tank to get direct value in this game is significantly more stressful. You're going through more, ironically, more CC, because Spylo said earlier, if you're one person, the frequency as to when you get hit with this CC is significantly higher, even if they remove a lot of that CC from the game. Though I think somebody told me that, like, if they counted, like, they added a lot of that CC back over time, and now you're dealing with it by yourself and Suzu and Life Grip and all these abilities. So I think just making the tank exchange valuable is what they need to focus on doing. It's going to be damn hard in this format, so good luck. SVB, you want to talk about Dota? I think in Dota and MOBAs, that's a little bit different.
Back now, let's...
Oh.
I how long it takes. There we go.
I alley-ooped you, SVB. I alley-ooped you. I said you go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I want to give a little bit of context as to the MOBA situation, because, again, I've been very Dota-pilled. Avril's brought it up, and I think a lot of people who maybe don't play MOBAs will appreciate the context I'm about to fill in. I think there's two key differences for why tanks work in the way they do in MOBAs versus how they can work in Overwatch. And I will also caveat both of those by saying, first and foremost, tank as a problem is universal across every game. Generally, people don't like playing tank. Like, just generally, player behavior, people there, you struggle to recruit tank players. Although in MOBAs, I think maybe supports sometimes are even less desired. The first thing is like every hero scales in a MOBA, right? So Avril's point about his ideal version of Overwatch is that the player's ability decides the viability of the hero. To some extent, that is implicitly baked into a MOBA because of the way items and money works. You play well in the early game, you get more money, you get better items, you're now stronger than the guy 10 minutes into the game. So even if your hero, in theory, doesn't scale as well as the other guy, you perform better, so now your hero's output is better. So, like, there's an inherent scalability, and so even a tank can dominate a game should they play the early game well, right? So there's that. But I think the key thing, and this is broad strokes, so there will be individual heroes who don't fit into the stereotype, but broad strokes, in a MOBA, the tank is the initiator. They start the fight, right? They're the ones who go in first, and they go, in Dota, again, I don't know that well the league roster. Avril knows this. I only played it for a week. But in Dota, like, the thing that you're looking for your tank is, like, he's going to blink in, he's going to teleport in, and then he's going to, like, stun them or grab them or stun the key character, right? He's going to look for the key guy I've got to hit, or maybe all of them if they're clumped up. I'm going to grab that person. And all that's really doing is buying time for the DPS, the real cores, the real carries, right? Is you're going in, and you're going, I've disabled a guy, and now I'm drawing your attention. Because I'm this big dude who's, like, moving you around, and I've got this big scary threat in your face, but the real damage is behind me. All I'm really trying to do is either displace you or occupy you while this guy back here is the one who's going to kill you. And the trap is that you're focusing me while this guy kills you. The problem with Overwatch is none of that is universally true. The tank sometimes is the real threat you should kill. Like, in some tanks, it actually is the tank you should kill. In some comps, the tank isn't the initiator. Like, Sigma is not the initiator. He's there to stand and poke. And then in some comps, you can be the guy who initiates. You could be, let's say, Winston. You're like, I jump in and I bubble. But the guy who's supposed to be there to shoot the thing and kill while you're doing the attention isn't even there. Maybe he's on an irrelevant pick. He's picked, like, something completely irrelevant to your Winston dive, and he won't be able to do the damage, or he's just not there. And that's another core component of a MOBA, it's easier to see where everyone is. Hard to see where everyone is in a first-person shooter. So you don't know your tank is going in. You don't know he's about to go in. You don't know he's set up for going in. So there's like a fundamental gap. I don't know if this helps or like hopefully this is helpful context into understanding the difference of like how they manifest. I'm not saying this is you need to understand this, Avril, for the viewers who need to understand this, but it's like those are the reasons I think it works in a MOBA. That fundamentally the tank initiates and then your job is done and you're a big health pool because the health pool is a trap. In Overwatch, it feels like the health pool is needed because you're so fucking big that if you didn't have 600 HP, you just die before you even did anything.
Sure.
So it's like the order of operations isn't even correct.
I think
there's actually one.
No, go ahead.
Real quick, there's one thing from a MOBA just out onto SVB. I just remembered it now as well. Is the fact that and just to say that like the point that I'm bringing up here is definitely not perfect. I actually prefer just no tanks as well compared to this one, but I just thought it'd be interesting to bring up. But anyway, probably the biggest issue is the fact that you're playing an FPS game where like line of sight's very different, and being a big body and blocking MOBA is very different in an isometric top-down game where you can just like block skill shots just by like standing in front. I think in a 3D first-person shooter game, that's just probably more difficult to do. But then on top of that, I think people just like shooting, and I think if you don't shoot, even as a tank, you just don't feel like you're doing anything. Is probably one of the big issues. So because you're an FPS game, you have to be left clicking. Even Ryan, you got to be swinging hammer. You got to be doing something. You got to be doing something with your attack. Whereas I think playing tank and MOBA is like you don't really have to auto tag. You can just use your abilities, and that's fine. That's probably the bigger thing, I would say.
Yeah. To me, one of the key iterations for like what you're saying, SVB, is like actually like doing things and like holding attention and like finding the balance there. It's like for me, it's like the ability to hold attention and the ability to do damage both demands counterplay on the person. Like for example, a Winston without bubble is not able to like actually pressure for any significant period of time, and is also not, and because of that, is not able to actually secure kills. And for me, the problem with like a lot of like the noob tanks, I guess tying this up with our point earlier, is that a lot of their mitigation is really brainless and it's easy to do. So Fortify, Malga's tank sustain, Roadhog's vape, whatever. It's like there's nothing like particularly skillful about doing that. So it either works or it doesn't, and that's pretty much it. Like you don't like when you're healing as Hog, you're either healing or you're naded, and that's it, right? And your Malga, you're either shooting a tank or you're not shooting a tank, and that's pretty much it. And your Orisa, you're either fortified or you're not fortified, and that's it. I feel like with Overwatch 2, what they need to learn from is what is good mitigation and what is bad mitigation, right? Like when I was playing Winston some yesterday, just screwing around. Every time I got slept dart, or whip shotted to an extent, or booped by Lucio, 95% of the time, I'm not like sitting there like, bro, what a stupid ability. I'm like, bro, I should have played that better. Like, what is wrong with me? Like, I could have gotten that kill, right? The problem is that there's just too many Orisa fortifies and Malga's crap that like, it doesn't make you feel like, oh, that's good. You know, I outplayed that person, right? And whether it's 5v5 or 6v6, I think mitigation and counterplay to go along with what a lot of Yeedle has been saying recently has to be skillful. Has to be skillful. Imagine, I know this is like a bit of a weird idea. What if Wrecking Ball had like a brief parry mechanic? That's something I've been preaching. Like a brief parry window that you had to reactively block. Like, can you think about how complicated that would make Wrecking Ball's matchups into so many of these other characters, and how they'd actually have to turn on their brain before ceasing a Wrecking Ball? Like, do you think like how much more interesting that would make it? The problem is that there's just so few characters that actually have any sort of brain when it comes to their mitigation. They're either invulnerable or they die instantly.
Checkers, not chess.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally just checkers. It's like kind of what Samito says with like all these. You pick up the character, you're invulnerable, right? It's like there's way too many characters, and I think like this is where I will say I do think it's exacerbated in 5v5, but I do think there are a lot of examples of 5v5 tanks that don't have automatic free mitigation. Like here's a hot take. I think Sigma is actually a lot better in 5v5 than he was in the old 66 format, at least in his iteration there. Because right now there is like, he does have weaknesses. You do have to know when to shield. You don't have infinite shield. You can be counterplayed with this, and Winston's another good one. Like, I just think that like, you just have to use like Junker Queen, right? You have to use, like, you got to be smart. You got to hit your knives. You got to use cover. You got to know when to shout. You actually have to do damage. You have to, otherwise it doesn't work, right? And that's like, I think whether it's 5v5 or 66, mitigation has to be intelligent and skillful. It has to be. It has to be.
I gotta add on to that unless Sam wants to go right now, but it's just based on what you're saying, Spyler, like, a part of the issue, I think, is this huge variance in delta in TTK for the tank experience, where, like, on one hand, you can just get melted, but on the other hand, you can just stay alive,
Yep.
whether that's through your own damage mitigation or being double pocketed and just never dying, just being like mad healed. I think that's like really bad for the tank experience.
I actually
And
like
it's
Ram
way-
Iron. I just think
Sorry, can I interrupt
5v5
really fast? Sorry,
fucks
really
it.
quick. Ramatra, the worst.
Oh,
That's all. Continue.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, like, and it's not as you don't have this issue on other roles because the other roles, you just have 250 HP. You just kind of die. Like the TDK is way more stable, whereas the tank TDK is super inconsistent in terms of how quickly you can get killed. And maybe like hot take, and maybe people won't like this opinion, but I actually like the headshot reduction in theory. I think in practice it needs more tweaking, but in theory, the reason why I like that is because it will reduce the delta and the variance in TDK. And in an ideal world, and this is partially the reason why, like, I'm not a big fan of headshots in a game like this, because headshots in a game like this, especially on a 2x multiplier, is a huge like difference in variance in TDK. Now versus DPS and supports, that's like maybe not as much of an issue. But if you're a tank with a giant head hitbox and you're just taking double damage, that's how you get melted. That's where the tank experience is. Where like if my mitigation isn't just making me live forever, or if my two supports aren't just like hardcore pumping heals into me, yeah, you do just like get destroyed by headshot damage. So I think variance in TDK is a huge issue for tanks as well.
Can I add on?
Which is why, by the way, like the MOBA tank experience, you don't have that TDK issue because all the damage seems pretty consistent. You know how much HP you have. You know what your survivability is at all times.
I hate the headshot passive because I hate having reward taken away from me as a DPS when I'm making the proper play against some of these heroes. I just think it's in this format, like forcing silly stuff is just a byproduct. But I want to go back to Ram real quick. I actually love Ram. I think he's really fun, but I understand the matchups. Like Irons in my chat, he was like, dude, the fucking Ram matchup is brain dead. And I'm like, dude, I love like Nem form is such an amazing idea for a tank. Like imagine if we got Ram in double shield meta in Overwatch 1. Over. He'll cleave Brig, he'll cleave Sig, he'll cleave Orisa, he'll cleave... Dude, it would have shaken up the meta immediately. It would have been so much fun. It's just how tanky these tanks are that like there's no meaningful way for you to exchange and like have it matter. Like I think Spyro's on the money though, and this is what people... I think unfortunately the format debate has devolved people away from acknowledging the actual direct one-to-one interactions where there's the most fun part about Overwatch and why I think October of 2020 was so great was that when you fucked up, you felt like it was your mistake. It wasn't you got cheesed by the game. There was like, okay, like the Zarya bubbled here and I could have sit up here. I could have done this. Like it's player agency, something that you talked about a lot on this show, SVB, where it's, you want it to be in the hands of the player. And it seems like an immortality ability, for example, there's nothing I could have done to outplay that ability. There's no way I can outplay Life Grip. There's no way I can outplay Suzu. There's no way I can outplay Drone, right? It's just, I
ruins
forced
Hero
it.
Fantasy.
Yeah.
It
takes it away because like I've spent all this time investing in learning how to set up properly with this character, going up to the skill ceiling on this stuff, but there's nothing that I can directly do. Like I'm answering to the power of the ability. I'm answering to the power of the game. I'm not answering to the power of that player. And that's what makes FPS games, because at its core, Overwatch is an FPS game, but it tied in elements from MOBAs and everything else better than any game ever had. And we might be able to segue into Marvel and now Valve stuff that's coming out soon. This might be a good segue point, SVB, unless there's anything else that you want to talk about here. But that's what made this game special. And I think regardless of format, though 5v5 does exacerbate those issues, I think that's not something that people should forget, because the community's gotten so riled up on this that don't forget the micro, right? Don't forget the micro. I think the format is more of a macro discussion, but don't forget the micro about what makes Overwatch fun throughout that process with counterplay and actually setting yourself up well to succeed and not answering to the power of bullshit abilities that you can't interact with.
I think Lifeweaver AMA might be worth looking at SVB. There's like a couple of AMAs that are still maybe worth skimming.
Why don't you tell me which are some of the more interesting ones?
I don't. Can you read them out to me, and I'll give you.
Sure, I'll start reading out. I'll just say it's a slightly facetious addition that I want to make, but to Avrol's point, there's another quick play hacked or mirror watch, whatever. Have all the tanks HP, but no, they can't be headshot. Just gut their HP. But they can't be headshot.
And I bet it would feel better than right now, by the way. I bet you it would feel better than
because
right
your
now.
time to kill would be very stable.
Well, you could actually gap your counterpart. That's the problem. Like, you can't, like, I hit a hog with 2 or 3 knives and a carnage and pulled him in, and it just didn't matter. And he just walked away and lived unless my DPS, like, just don't even give me this.
Yeah.
I'd be down with that. That sounds like a good change. I mean, that does a lot of what I want tanks to be. So yeah, achieves a lot of what I want them to be.
Okay, nice. There you go. Devs, that's one to cook. Or maybe they've already cooked and they were like, this is ass.
Probably was.
And pick rates amongst tanks. Philo, was this an interesting one?
Sorry, we
Discord, we
Discord
lost you.
chat.
Oh yeah, I was saying this is one about has there been any win rate, pick rate differences between the tanks?
I don't remember that one, honestly.
Something about some of this related to meta happenings or balance changes, but also related to armor headshot changes. From what we can see, the biggest winners in terms of performance are Ana, Junkrat, Farah, Roadhog, Sigma, and Zarya. Interesting to know. And some have decreased: Bastion, Diva, Mauga, Orisa, and Reaper.
Shocker.
Good. Sounds like maybe removing Diva. Sounds like fuck those guys amongst that list, to be honest.
Well, it's just the Diva versus tank matchup is a lot worse.
Yes. I think one thing people haven't realized, guys, in your rank games, Diva doesn't counter Winston, guys. Like, it doesn't happen anymore. You need to stop. Like, people picking Diva into the Winstons, like, he doesn't work anymore. You guys are living in, like, Overwatch 2 release. Like, I pick Winston into the Diva. I'm like, I farmed that guy. And I'd like to ask some general questions. Feel free to choose which one to answer. February, you noticed that there was great feedback on the maps. Personally, I like Clash. What about this one, Spilo?
Not as much. There wasn't as much. Okay. Yeah. I think it was the fact that they're going to give it like a flashpoint speed respawn was like the big takeaway there. That's on the radar.
There's this Mercy question, which I'll quickly skim. Something about, looking at buffs for Mercy. And they said, I think we're more happy in the 20% DPS passive world than the 15%. It cuts through a lot better, helps mitigate the healing more effectively. So Mercy is more worth a look when that world is permanent. There are some...
Oh. Guys, what should I get to eat?
Out of 4 or 3, top 3 or 4 support, and even higher on console until you hit GM top 500. Her performance follows a similar trend where she's in the top grouping for most ranks and remains above average of the highest ranks.
Dude.
Doesn't mean she won't receive changes, but that is where she's currently at.
Mexican food? I had rice and beans last night.
Yeah.
Beans have a lot of protein, right, chat?
And also I think annoying for Mercy players to hear. Current balance seem confident about being able to fix the biggest problems the tank role has been suffering. So the Overwatch 2. This is the last one on this thing. So I don't know if this is the Lifeweaver one you were... There's
some discussion on Symmetra and discussion on Lifeweaver somewhere that might be interesting to skim. I don't know where that would be.
Not in this summary. It's not in this summary.
It might not be in this particular one. Let me see if Cavalry had in one of their highlighted tweets.
I'm not ordering Taco Bell, bro.
Here we go. So Blizzard is keen to... Here we go. Blizzard. I can pull this up. I'll read it. It won't come up on screen, but something about what are their plans to bounce Roadhog, blah, 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 blah. Oh, no, this isn't the right one.
Oh, I haven't had Chinese.
He just said the summary on Cavalry says Blizzard is keen to address the friction between switching from healing to damage, says Alex Dawson, confirming that they've experimented a lot with his pedal platform. Do you remember what that was roughly about?
Yeah, so Alex says, for Lifeweaver, one of the discussions we're having right now, actually this week, and having been around for a while, is the friction that comes from switching between his healing and damage.
Thank you for those.
Giving him more flexibility here would be a great boon to his capability within team fights. Additionally, we've experimented a lot with pedal platform. Personally, would love for that to be a more attractive area to stand on as a teammate, whether that be through a buff that the platform gives you or somebody else. There's a lot of learned behavior to work through as allies hop off the platform quite often. Which was interesting.
One thing I want to add too, I feel like there's been, and listen, I'm not shy of being a critic. I feel like there's been a lot of inaccurate hate and frustration thrown at Alec. I don't feel like a lot of these reworks have been that bad. I don't think that's the pressing issue in the game. People be like, these hero reworks suck, or these changes. I feel like it's actually been all right. I don't think that's where the big issue lies. I think that they've been trying to tackle a lot of this stuff head on. It's just hasn't been implemented in the places. It's like your arm's broken, right? And they're fixing up the left arm instead of the right arm. What they're doing in the left arm's not bad. It's just the big issues for Tank right now just aren't there. And I feel like a lot of people misguide that towards him. So I think he's actually done an okay job, but that's just me.
Yeah, I think the Lifeweaver stuff's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I think we talked a little bit about it on my stream yesterday, which was maybe giving pedal platform some sort of a very, very minor damage booster, attack speed increase.
The issues have not been
that encourages you, and then have some sort of a visual cue or audio cue that you are being
he's not
boosted.
The lead balancer,
and then obviously, if that's good, then we can nerf his healing a lot as a result. But I think that definitely the swapping. regarding
He's not in charge of the
the
format.
weapon swap going
the
back
format
and forth.
causes
That's, like,
most of these
super good
issues,
news,
guys.
for
It's
sure.
not the heroes themselves. That's what you all have to understand. It's the
Avril,
fucking
anything you wanna
format.
add before we
What if
move
you
on to rivals?
What if you could heal on the platform, like the platform heals you, maybe for a small amount, passively?
I don't think it needs any more healing. The thing is, you don't want to
Then you
encourage
can
life
nerf
weaver
his other
already-
healing.
Yeah, but you don't. But,
Nerf
but,
life
but you
grip.
don't like Lifeweaver is already really like motivated to just stand on the pedal himself, and whatever buff that you give the pedal should not be around. Lifeweaver sits on pedal AFK a million miles away, and I think that heal encourages that more. Like he's
the
already
idea of, like,
impossible to kill.
I like the idea of, like, you know, like how when Mercy damage boosts you, there's a little blue arrows on your screen. Like, I like the idea of the pedal having like a faint blue particle effect flying from it, and then if you stood on it, like you go up and it's damage boosting you or whatever. That could
Or
be
you attack 10-15% faster or something like that. One last thing was the Symmetra one.
Make it cleavable though. That one change they did where you can't cleave it with like
Oh, with
random
with
yeah,
Ramatra
true,
and stuff.
True. I think people are always like scared about like why are we buffing Lifeweaver? But it's like if we could address like the things that feel the worst with Lifeweaver, then we can nerf the things that feel the worst about Lifeweaver. You know, like that's always the way to approach things. And then go ahead.
I'm just very not that I think we're all married to the damage boost, but I'm very concerned about adding more damage boost to the game in general. I'm pretty anti damage boost.
That's fair. I like attack speed personally, just a little bit. And then the last one with Symmetra was like right now we're in discussions about Symmetra frontline presence because that's a piece of our kit we'd like to promote further, whether through survivability or beam damage. Which I was like freaking out over yesterday. I don't think a sim beam on frontline tank is like ever been fun. I've always felt like if anything, give her 2-tap back, just shrink the size of the orb. I've talked a lot about that. But once somebody in my chat suggested something that I actually really liked yesterday, which was like leave beam damage as is, but just like make her ramp up time like way faster. So like the problem with Sim, if anyone's like played Sim, is like the beam is like actually irrelevant unless you've shot tanks because you never build beam up faster. So like the idea is that like you could use orbs from like mid to long range pressure, but then you TP backline, beam and ramp tier 3 in like 2 or 3 seconds. That like adds like a cool layer of nuance without just being like you heard her turn off brain frontline whatever. I feel like that would be really cool if we don't want to give her 2-tap back, but I don't know. That one was kind of annoying because like I think Sim on frontline is like not only like how most brain rot bronze, plat, gold, silver Symmetra players play her right now, but it's also like the worst play style that there is. It's like the most uninteresting play style that there is. So.
Yeah, it's just another one of these problem heroes. Like I just feel like you have to just go back to the drawing board somewhere. I think when you have these problem heroes, like. We keep trying to do the halvesies of like, well, we gotta keep the hero identity, but like, the problems keep coming back. Like the Symmetra has been a problem since launch Overwatch 1, and we've never found a thing. We tried like 3 versions of Symmetra that were all.
I think they've done better. I will say. I think she's better. I think she's a lot better. I think the 2-tap was fun. I don't like the ramp up on shield. I don't like her ultimate, but I do think like the whole dynamic of like positioning with teleport and using your orbs if they weren't like the size of tire trucks. Or truck tires, would be fine. It's just, I don't know. I think it's okay. I think partly of Sim is just we have like a little bit of the old Overwatch 1 hatred. I think she's a lot better. Personally.
So chat is telling me that to read the last one, which is about tank counter swapping. I'll just read the response.
Oh, this one is a nothing burger. This one's agony.
Oh, is it nothing burger?
Lie. No, read it. Read it. There's one point that's good about tank busters, I think, but it is overall a little bit depressing.
At its core, Overwatch is a game designed around being able to swap heroes to gain a tactical advantage or help solve a challenge you might be encountering. This contributes to keeping the moment-to-moment gameplay experience dynamic, drives hero diversity, and offers a wide range of both strategic gameplay and skill expression in learning how to play multiple heroes. The staunch anti-counter swapping SVB is just like losing his mind right now. But there's a question of how much an advantage is too much compared to the cost of switching. Ideally, we want counters to be clear and understandable, but soft enough that it's still possible to outplay a disadvantaged matchup.
That was good.
That's a good line.
It is. Yeah. Well, it sounds good in theory, but like,
it's just not
we're a million miles away from that. So it is a team game though, and 1v1 matchups are not the highest priority when assessing the heroes. Tanks do feel this mostly with one of them per team in 5v5 role queue, but all other roles experience the pressure to counter and be countered to an extent. Again, questionable if that's the community behavior. We're striving to find a balance between swapping heroes every death, which certainly feels too often, and rarely swapping heroes or getting trapped in mirror matches every game, which quickly leads to fatigue. We've seen a lot of improvements here compared to earlier seasons, but it could always be better. unhealthy and unpopular designs are not necessarily the same thing. When designing heroes, we aim to provide a wide range of playstyles, mechanics, and aesthetics for players to enjoy. It's okay if they don't all resonate with everyone broadly. We'll do our best to make the game as fun as can for a wide audience. I feel like I'll engage in the last point. I'm curious of your guys' thoughts on that, but like the whole unhealthy and unpopular are not necessarily the same thing. I feel like they're not the same thing, but they're often pointing. They're very strongly correlated. Like the players will tell you what they don't like.
Let me cook for 30 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead,
30
Smiler. You
seconds.
go.
30 seconds. With the Mercy exception that I said earlier, and I'm sure there's another couple exceptions I'm forgetting. Nobody plays Reaper or Bastion or Moira or Mauga or Orisa because they want to. They play it because they feel like they have to or the character is strong. So when you say unhealthy versus unpopular, that's usually true. But everyone wants to play Ryan or Genji or Tracer or Cassidy or Ana or whatever until they can't. And to me, that's a very important balance metric or hero design metric.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like, again, there's always going to be some people who love Junkrat or whatever, or love, the most niche heroes you can think of. But that's what I mean. I think they're strongly correlated. The players will generally tell you what heroes they think you made well. Like, given a free choice, like a truly free choice, people pick Ana. And, I would say, like, us on this podcast and other people who are, like, analysts of the game, I think the people whose opinions I respect, certainly, by and large, are always like, Ana, one of the best design heroes they ever made. Like, they really got it right. They really gave a good skill reward ratio to this hero. And guess what? In a vacuum, players pick Ana the most. The most popular hero it was at a point. I don't know if that's still true considering her recent changes. And yes, you could argue that there are aspects of her kit that need nerfing. And by the way, I was yelling about this before we did the whole changes. I was like, you nerf Ana, you're gonna make Hog strong, and Hog's gonna fuck everyone. You
did say that. You did say that.
And guess where we are now? But yeah, like, players are telling you, like, and you could, I guess someone would say the counterpoint being, well, players say Mercy, and you guys take Mercy's crap. But I think there's a value in why Mercy's picked too. It tells you something. It tells you something about the game, which is that it's an accessible hero. It's a hero that, like, allows a swathe of the player base to play a game they otherwise might not play. And there are other aspects of her kit that are appealing. So it's like, it does tell you things. You may on the philosophical level be like, we're a parent and we love all our heroes equally. We love all our children equally.
But you got a favorite.
Well, the player's got a favorite, and this guy keeps getting in jail. Like, you raised them all well, but this guy always in trouble. He's the fucking problem child.
The imperfect analogy is like in any other business. If you're running a restaurant and you're like selling like oyster pie, okay, like like blueberry and oysters, okay, that product is probably not going to sell that well, okay. So what happens when a product doesn't sell well? Okay, but oyster blueberry pie, okay, you know what I'm saying? So like that product is not going to sell that well. So probably that product is not going to last. Now I'm not saying that like you always can only make, especially in like a more artsy like kind of a product, like you're gonna have things that appeal to different people, but like, come on, if the product sucks, change the product, guys. There's always gonna be that one guy, but I love the oyster blueberry pie. Well, you suck, dude. Sorry, your choices are bad. Like, and not every character is gonna appeal to everybody, but I do think when that character actively hurts, like for example, if that oyster blueberry pie is hurting my enjoyment of my meal, then that is relevant, right? Like, I don't have to eat the oyster blueberry pie, but I have to play versus it, and that drives a lot of people from the game too, I think.
Right, like that's a relevant addition to your metaphor, where it's like the oyster blueberry pie is stinking up the place, and
that's it.
Other consumers of the restaurant are like, I don't want to eat here anymore because this smell is putting me off of my food. Yeah. And it's like, your oyster pie is not keeping us in business.
And I just would like to say, this is the last time I'm going to bring it up before we transition, but it's interesting that you mentioned that it's stinking up the experience. It's kind of like how some heroes have progressively lost their identity in Overwatch too. Junkrat, Hanzo, Ana, Sleep Dart's gotten nerfed a little bit more. How much longer does the list have to go, gentlemen? That's all I'm going to say. How much longer does the list have to get?
Avril, do you have anything you want to add before we go to Rivals? And I'll take you first on Rivals as well.
I'll save the good stuff for Rivals. I think we're good here.
Okay. Well, then let's talk about Marvel Rivals. I'll quickly explain. If you've been completely out of touch, you have no idea what Marvel Rivals is. This is a new 6v6 third-person MOBA shooter hybrid that
Spilo just leaves.
Spilo's like, I do not like Marvel Rivals.
Yo, he signed the contract. He signed the non-disparagement.
Yeah, he signed. He wasn't. Weren't you in the curator program? Weren't you giving keys away? He can't criticize the game. He can't criticize the game.
Nah,
Do not
I was
trust
tired of
this
seeing
man.
SVB at like 1 frame per second, so I had to restart.
Okay. No,
so
this was like this 6v6 third person MOBA shooter hybrid that they released. They just released open queue as well. They just released the early access alpha for. It started with they asked you to sign up via email, and you either got in via email, or some creators were given codes to give to their viewers, which also caused controversy because it turns out that in the creator program, they had put in a clause that said you can't criticize the game if you're going to be in the creator program. Which I think, truth be told, knowing creators, like nobody read that shit. So not a single person, not a single person will have used that as part of their account of their, feedback on the game. But it was there, and then they had to come out and say, "Oops, sorry guys, we fucked up. We'll fix that." Anyways, lots of people got to play the game, and I think particularly the Overwatch crowd probably had the largest overlap. Like I saw a lot of other Overwatch creators playing it. I saw a lot of Overwatch fans wanting to be interested in it. I think all 4 of us have played it. I think only Spilo has been bought and sold for, so ignore everything he said. The rest of us are objective, unpaid commentators. So I'm going to take it to Avril first. And Avril, even before the game released, I think Avril and Sam both had brought up this unowned feature that is behind on Avril's background, which is that there's going to be some sort of clearly hero paywalling. So Avril, your big picture thoughts on Marvel Rivals and anything you want to specifically hone in on that we can use as a discussion point.
Sure. First of all, I think they actually rescinded the clause where you could not talk poorly about the game. So they actually took that away, just for clarity. Although it's funny to
that is definitely what they did.
So
they are very good and smart.
NetEase make the best games, guys. Best games. You heard it here first.
Yep.
First of all, I big picture, I actually think, for what it's worth, I had fun playing in the test. It was actually generally a pretty fun experience. The game is right now pretty reasonably well put together. I'm not gonna get baited by the whole alpha, label on it. I have a big problem with that right now. I think it's mostly used for marketing, and devs use these alpha beta terms for whatever they like these days, and maybe some devs, the good ones, will still use them properly for what the definitions are meant to be, but these alpha beta terms get thrown around so often by games and whatever. It's just like, they mean nothing to me now. So a lot of defenses. I'm going to start up by saying some good stuff about the game, then I have some criticisms. Like, I think a lot of the defense of the game is like, well, it's in alpha, so you can't really criticize it. And I just think this like infinite shield of it's in alpha, so you can't say anything bad is just ridiculous. So I don't buy that at all. Game is actually pretty fun, reasonably well put together. Flows fine. They obviously copied a bunch of stuff from Overwatch, and that was on purpose. The UI is like nearly identical. I'm not going to get into... I actually don't think there's like a ton to talk about on the 6v6 front for this, because even though there is 6v6, because it's open queue and not role locked, you can just pick whatever anyway. So it's like not even a good representative, unless people are like hard sticking to 2-2-2 the entire time. It's not a good representative of like what I think 6v6 really is, and the fact that there's no role queue is a bit of a problem in the game, and I think that's been brought up by some people in that community already. But yeah, generally speaking though, I think the game is fine, but the issue is it will go down, in my opinion, a lot of the same pathways that Overwatch 1 had gone down, and a lot of the same pitfalls and a lot of the same issues. There's a lot of things that I feel like NetEase didn't learn at all from Overwatch. They had a really good opportunity to change some stuff about Overwatch, but really they just kind of, released Overwatch 1 again with Marvel characters and called it a game. And I actually think the game Marvel Rivals is more of an even more casual game than any version of Overwatch that's existed. And I think the game is like hyper casual, hyper aimed towards casual players. Everything is just like super easy and rewarding. All the damage is insane. All the healing is insane. All the ultimates are insane. All the ultimates are just like huge I win buttons. There's also just some like weird complexity to the game as well that's like not in a good way. Like there's I'm not a big fan of team up abilities. They have these like weird things where the seasonal bonus for heroes. So like in this season, this hero gets like more HP and more damage for some reason. Super arbitrary stuff like that. Way spammy a game in general. I've talked to a bunch of players who play this game, and they all tell me like the game just feels super spammy in the sense that like everyone's just like shooting stuff and throwing abilities down corridors, and everyone's just spamming shit. And you know, I don't think the giant maps help in that regard. But because they're still like really choky, funnily enough. I think the game has insane visual clutter, like way worse than Overwatch, and not just because there's 12 players on the field instead of 10. There's just something about the visual effects in the game, man. Like, because it's a more spammy game in terms of the cooldowns, there's just so many abilities flying through, and the visual clarity of what's going on is so poor. And the hero silhouettes are bad as well, because you can't like easily identify heroes. Like, it takes an extra second. Like, Overwatch's silhouettes are really clean, and you can just straight away see what you're dealing with. In Marvel, it's just a clusterfuck of visuals. You don't often always are able to see what you're up against. You know, there's Loki clones, there's a million Groot walls, there's debris raining down on the battlefield. There's ults happening. Every single fight is just mash Q, because you get ults so fast. Everyone's just got an ult every single fight. I know the game's like super new, so there's obviously not going to be any strategy involved. But if the game's pace is the way it is, I don't even see where that comes in. Every fight is just like, you know, get more value on your ultimate and you win. There's no like real setup. There's no resetting. Maybe the respawns are too quick. There's a bunch of issues like that. I just think pacing wise and design wise, they just made like a super unbalanced spammy Overwatch 1 game. But if you don't care about that and you just want to have a casual experience, then I guess the game is fine.
Then I guess the game is fine. Avril's very
I'm
downbeat.
taking notes, by the way, Avril. I know where you live. You're screwed, man.
They're coming for you.
I didn't sign any contracts, bro. I signed nothing. I'm good.
Okay, well, I know Sam has a lot of thoughts. Spilo, I haven't kind of got your thoughts. We'll go to Spilo and then Sam and then me. So go ahead.
Do we want to like structure like our thoughts?
Yeah. So
like,
do you want to
like,
just give me your
topically?
why don't you just first
Give me
give me
a
your
topic
big
here.
picture?
I just went
big
macro. I
picture.
just went big picture.
Yeah. Just big picture overall assessment, and then we can talk about each of some of these.
I'll play devil's advocate here because I am being paid off, but I think like the esportsification like argument, like this even happened in Overwatch. Like you think back to like the games that you enjoyed playing as a kid, a lot of those games were just not balanced at all. And I think that's just like a cultural thing. Like we want to min-max everything that we do now, right? So I think it's becoming video games more mainstream. And I know that's ironic coming from an Overwatch coach, right? But I do think like the big question is like, was it fun to play? And for me, the answer is yes. I had fun playing Marvel Rivals. And I think for me, the biggest problems of the game need to be like, okay, what wasn't fun? And I do think a lot of Avril's points talk about that. I'll talk about the stuff that I didn't think was so bad. I actually didn't think the third person was that big of a distraction. I thought it was going to be worse. I didn't think it was all that bad. I didn't like the movement acceleration. The movement felt clunky. A lot of buggy movement as well. I thought the maps were like pretty big, but I think the maps being relatively big for the most part is what made the 6v6 feel pretty good without like overly choke oriented as Overwatch 1 felt. Although sometimes there were still some chokes. Ult charge stuff was interesting. I freaking hated the destructible environment. I get the appeal that's fun and fresh, but it just never felt fun to me. Like, I never was like, oh, that's cool. I get to break a wall. And no, not once. Not once. But how many times did it annoy me? Many times. Not to mention the visual clutter. I think the AoE ult, like Avril said, I think I'll come up with a different take on it that comes to the same conclusion. I think that the ults were sometimes really strong, but actually I think a lot of the ults were just skill checks because they're just bombs. Every single ult is just a big AoE bomb. And that doesn't scale very well with skill because people tend to angle and take space and take different approaches. And so I think a lot of these ultimates are going to be like like the equivalent of like Diva Bomb, but repackaged, right? Over and over and over again, where they might not actually scale that well in pro level. No crouching sucked. The delay in pressing tab to pull up the menu sucked. The tutorial sucked. It's extremely loud. I turned on the game and I literally, it hurt my ears. It was so loud. I was like, oh my gosh. And I looked and it was at 75%. I'm like, how is that possible?
The opening menu just didn't change its audio levels. Like always was the same level. That's just
the voice acting, and these are actually from what I know, relatively experienced voice actors. Voice acting sucked. Direction sucked. The lines sucked. Everyone's got the Marvel fatigue, which definitely doesn't help. Right? Because I think like at this point in time, like Marvel isn't like the fresh new thing. Although that is a good thing though, in terms of like it has a strong fan base that might be interested in trying the game out. Some of the cooldowns I think were way too long and gimmicky. Like it's not good game design, in my opinion, to have a cooldown that's 3 minutes long. That's going to actually, like for example, the Doctor Strange teleport. It's like, how do you balance?
There's only one of those though.
Cooldown? Yeah, but there's a lot of cooldowns that are 30 seconds long, right? Like there's a lot of cooldowns that are like 30 seconds long. That I think that those are. It's like the equivalent of like having a Baptiste lamp on every other character, right?
That's true.
I think the synergies are too far and few between. So there's not a lot of like one of the benefits of like the 6v6 thing is that you have tank synergies. There wasn't that many synergies. Lack of heal passive, really bad optimization. I won't even go down that list because everyone's talked about that. I had everything on low, and I have a good PC, and it was just terrible. overall, the sustain felt weird. Either felt like non-existent or overly over the top. Visual clutter. Very hard to know when and where you're being shot. Almost done.
Sure.
And I felt like a lot of the tanks just didn't work either. I think they were either too slow or had no mitigation abilities. I think that you need to like have some form of mobility as a tank or mitigation or something. And it was basically like all the tanks, with the exception of like Doctor Strange, were like super slow. So basically, from a balance standpoint and design standpoint, severely lacking. But I did like feeling like there was still skill play involved. I think Samito talked about this a lot, playing a lot of Black Panther. There was like you could do stuff like if you were good enough. And the other thing is that I with all that negative things being said, it was fun. That's the best compliment you can give a game, especially in its alpha, right? It was fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that Avril and Spilo both basically came prepared with this long list of complaints, which is like, fuck this, fuck that too. I kind of want to just start again with just general impressions. So Sam, I just want your big picture. Like, I like the game. I maybe these were the bad parts, but like generally I like the game. I know we both gravitated towards Black Panther in the end, but you go ahead and tell me.
I fucking loved it. I loved everything about it. I think that the Destructibles at certain points were a little too much, but I loved the mechanic, like breaking through windows to set up rollouts. That was the most fucking fun I've had playing an alpha ever. It beat the Overwatch 2 alpha for me. Now, I don't have the Marvel fatigue. I'm a huge Marvel fan, right? Like, I read the Ultimate Spider-Man comics. It's like one of my favorite storylines ever. If you've not read the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, it's fucking amazing. Check it out. I did stop watching like a lot of the Marvel movies, like the MCU, a while ago. But I do like keep up with the comics, and I like those a lot. I'm a huge Marvel fan. I actually loved the voice lines. I love the interactions. I think that they told more of a story than what Overwatch is told. This game,
that's a spicy take.
Is the first game I feel like that has really embodied the same style as Overwatch from the voice line interactions, like when Loki was flying around you when you went to Asgard, to like the actual songs and like the loading screens coming in. Like, it felt like I was in the Marvel world. And as someone who grew up watching those movies and like reading the comics, like I felt like I did justice. It did justice to that. To start, it's an alpha. It definitely has a long way to go. I agree with Avril though. I don't think that they should go the esports route. I don't think they should do it. I think the Marvel fan base is so big, and what they have to, like what the game is, like the third person threw me off a little bit at first, but then once you get used to it, it's like, wait, this is actually fine. The skill expression, right? Black Panther, there's so much. I was playing DPS Doomfist. It was everything I loved about DPS Doomfist and Genji, in that like you get the resets, but you have to be proactive at the start of the fight with the resets. So it's in your control to make it happen. And then the chaining, the going through people, the melee, like the ult, like I loved every single fucking second that I played that game, and it was live right now. I would be playing it over Overwatch, where Overwatch is at. Now, that's just my opinion. I've been playing Overwatch for years, and Marvel is like something I'm a huge fan of. I'm not saying that. Look, I'm not saying I expect this game to kill Overwatch. What I am saying is this is the first real competition that Overwatch might run into, in that everyone talked about Valorant being like Overwatch competition. It's not. It's in the genre. Like, yeah, it's an FPS game, sure. So like some of our players might go play that, but the gameplay offerings that Valorant has, it's completely different. It's like both of them are in the restaurant industry, but Overwatch is Mexican food and Valorant is Chinese food, right? Like, sometimes when you want to eat, like, or play a video game, you're going to go get food, but this is the first, like, this is another Mexican restaurant opening up, right? Where it's like they have a different style of offering a Mexican food. So like, that's a weird analogy. I know. I'm really hungry. I'm really hungry. I'm getting some Chick-fil-A after this, gentleman, or something. I don't know. I want something good. But I loved it. Like, from the way that you could express yourself on different characters, I actually loved the synergy abilities. I think it gives it something unique, and I think it would resonate well with the casual audience, because I think what they should do is they should tap into the Marvel lore. Overwatch is more about building a video game from scratch. I think this game is more about adapting Marvel into an Overwatch-esque video game. And they did a great job of that. Obviously, like, there's going to be balance issues, and I think they're going to have a ton of different characters that some probably will be paywalled. Let's not beat around the bush here. That's probably what's going to happen, which is why I don't think they should go the competitive route at all. I'm probably, like, I'm going to try and be good at the game and stuff, sure, but I don't think it's meant to be as serious as, like, a game like Overwatch was, like with Overwatch League when it happened and stuff like that. Obviously I hope they aren't paywalled because I want to play every character and I don't want to pay for every character. But it's netty, so it's probably going to be what happens. All in all, I'm thrilled. I love the game. I was shy. I did not go into the game expecting to love it. I joined in the last 3 days because I couldn't get on it. But the mechanics, the characters, the way that you play, I fell in love with that game. And I fell in love with Black Panther as a character. And I grinded him. I've got like 15 hours in comp on him. And it was the most fun I had playing a game like this since I can't remember the last time I enjoyed the genre as much as I did. So obviously there's some things they got to fix up for sure. I'm excited to see more characters, but I would be playing that every day right now if I could, and I can't, which sucks. So I loved every second.
There's two differences between me and Samito here. One is he's a much bigger Marvel fan than I am, which is like that's a legitimate argument for this big of a label, right? Like there's gonna be a ton of people that fall into Samito's category. The other thing too, as well, is because I wanted to give like a good balanced review because that's what I do. I played every character, and half the cast sucks. Yeah. Like it's just not fun at all.
I found one that
if I spent 15 Right. See, if I spent 15 hours playing Star-Lord or Black Panther or Spider-Man even, I think I would have walked away from the game like with a much more rosy impression. And I think it's totally fair. Like I 100% agree. Like there were some characters I like were legitimately like really, really fun.
Hela was OP too. I loved Hela. She's just a little strong, but
Hela was pretty.
I loved her.
I think Hela was fun too. Yeah, I think Hela was fun too. Yeah.
Well, all the unfun ones are the absolute dog shit characters. Like that's the ones where you're like picking them and you're like, what is this guy like? What is this character? Like you're playing Storm and you're like, none of these shits hit. And
Iron Man. Oh, he was so bad.
Dude, Iron Man was butt cheeks, dude. I remember pressing the flight button and I was like, here we go.
What am I doing?
Yeah, like a grandmother in a wheelchair. I was like, are you kidding?
They gotta give him Faraflight is what they need to do, and then he would be fun. Because like the beam's cool, like the way his abilities work. Sorry, go ahead, SB.
No, yeah. So I was just gonna say, like, I think some things that I'll mention that you guys haven't already mentioned. I think that, well, firstly, I really appreciate as Spilo alluded to, but like I appreciate Sam's POV as like a true Marvel fan because I think that will appeal to a lot of people. I'm not a particular Marvel fan, so I think that like is a thing that will get lost. So I'm glad we have your perspective on it. I think what it really offers is two interesting bigger picture things. One is like it's great that it gives us a very interesting window into what if we made Launch Overwatch 1 again? Like, it's kind of like as close as we could realistically get to if people were like, let's make Launch Overwatch 1 again. And what it reflects is how much, A, Overwatch has learned its certain lessons, but B, also how much the climate of the gaming ecosystem has changed so much since Overwatch 1 launched. Because you guys alluded to the esportsification. I think that's maybe the biggest one that struck out to me is that I remember... And maybe this is a personal anecdotal bias because I wasn't into esports back then. But when I remember early Overwatch launch came through, it was like so bad. Like the quality of the gameplay was so like bad. Like I'm not saying the experience, I mean the level of the players was so comparatively bad. Like the stuff we were doing, I always bring this example up to my chat. But I'm like, when Overwatch 1 launched, people thought Genji was a counter to Bastion. Just purely because no one had invented the idea that maybe we just stop shooting when I'm Bastion in my gun mode. Maybe I just stop shooting the guy who's throwing deflect in my face. But it just like wasn't a thing. It was time and time again. People like, there's a Bastion enemy team. Go Genji, he'll counter him. And that was like, that's the level we're talking about. But over time, and Twitch has risen in accordance with this as well, right? So like streaming as a culture, pro player streaming, really high level player streaming as a culture has just grown, is like exploded since Overwatch launch. So now, like a minute a game comes out, the first thing you're looking at is like all the people who were pro in a different game, they're straight up into this game. They're min-maxing this game. All your favorite streamers who are really good at another game, they're min-maxing this year. You know, like Samito, like you're a great example of like if you dump 15 hours into Black Panther, you're gonna be playing a level of Black Panther that just like isn't even close to what a normal player is achieving, right? Like the normal player experience will just be like run around, oh shit, this guy's pretty good, this guy's pretty good.
Yeah, miss one CD and
so
they're
it's
dead.
like, well, that's literally I had this so many times with Black Panther 2 where you're just like, wow, I missed the dash, I'm just dead. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, okay, I fucked up. Whoops. Like that. I wish there was something, but anyways, we won't get into that just yet. But I think that in some extent does kill the enjoyment, or at least it was starting to kill the enjoyment for me because I would have much preferred it as just like a chill game. But even like 2 days into the fucking alpha, I'm getting flamed just for the Black Panther pick. right? Like, fuck what's happening. Like, we're in the loading lobby and people are like, oh, I'm not even going to play if you're going to play Black Panther. Like, oh, why are you trolling with this hero pick? And it's like, it's a fucking early access alpha where the competitive ladder will go away in 2 days. It won't even exist. And these motherfuckers won't let me try a new hero in a new game, right? Like, that culture shift is like, I don't ever remember this being the way in launch Overwatch. Like, it was a long time, I think, before people started to homogenize onto like, you have to pick these heroes, you have to pick that. Like, there were some dumb ideas, don't get me wrong. Some people would be like, are you sure you want to pick Widowmaker and attack? Like, she's a defense hero, you know? And it's like,
well, you know,
so
the difference with Overwatch is Overwatch.
ahead.
Sorry, real quick. Overwatch didn't exist before, so it's a brand new game. Whereas this is an Overwatch clone, so everyone ports the Overwatch knowledge over. I think that's the major difference.
Well, yes, and I just think also that the climate has evolved. I just don't think we were doing the same thing to Overwatch that we're doing to this game now. Like, the way we're approaching the game, we're trying to min-max it, we're trying to esportsize it. What is the best comp to play 6 all the time? What is the optimal? Like, that has really infringed upon, for me, what the real appeal of the game is, as you alluded to. It's the fun. I think it's actually really fun. Like, to Samito's point, like, there's like a real freshness about it, even though it is, you know, in some respects an Overwatch clone. Then that's just the legacy that Overwatch has left in any other game. You see any other vague, even the new Valve game that's been announced. Like, there's just so many Overwatch. You just see the mirror of Overwatch shining through on it, right? Like, oh, this is an Overwatch element. That's an Overwatch element. So there's that. But I think also what it shows you is like how much. Like, this is what I feel like when there's a new MOBA that comes out and it's like, we want to be really different to World of Warcraft. And you realize why World of Warcraft doesn't do certain things, because like all the new and unique ideas like are generally sucky. Like, they generally don't work. They're like good ideas. The destructible environment I also really didn't like. Like, I like what Sam said. Like, there was that whatever that Hanamura clone map was, like the future Japan map that had like a really nice like little left side on the attacker side. There's like a little wall you could cut down. It's like Iconval, right? Like, there's like one choke, but you can break a wall. You can break a wall and go through. But when you're like standing on a bridge and the bridge collapses,
yeah, it's too much.
And then it regens like randomly, like 10 seconds in, you're like in this place, and suddenly the thing respawns in your face, blocking your like. It just doesn't work as beyond an idea, right? And it's like the team up stuff. It just felt so arbitrary, as Avril said. It's like, okay, so these two heroes can team up this season, but like these guys can't do anything. And like one team up is like a new ability, and one team up is just this guy is 20% stronger now. Like, what is the logic here? But again, it's fun. Fun is the logic. It's like, oh, it's just silly. We're just gonna make things happen. So I think that there's like, I look forward to seeing how it develops, because I think that it will teach both Overwatch a lot about itself, and it will teach like itself a lot about this genre, and the player base will be getting lots of cool experiences to dive into either side. Like, they can kind of dip between Rivals and see what Rivals is doing and Overwatch is doing and what maybe this Valve game is doing. It will create a lot of fun. Let's dive into some.
Like,
Go ahead.
sorry. I was gonna say this is like feels like the first proper Overwatch competitor, because with Apex and even Valorant, they were first-person shooters with MOBA aspects, right? That were like Overwatch, but this is like an actually proper like MOBA first-person shooter with a strong theme behind it, right? Like, you could hold me at gunpoint, I couldn't tell you what, no pun intended, and tell you like what is Valorant, like what is there's I know there's characters in there, but it's like it feels like these characters, like there's a real, and the reason why that's important to me is because I think it gives like a lot more character to like it's gonna make people play the game. People are gonna want to play the game because they want to play Iron Man or they want to play Black Panther, and I think that kind of competition is good. I really do.
Yeah, I just wanted to just touch on a couple of things SVP said. I think, like, yeah, I actually, the thing that the main takeaway all four of us agree on is fun. But I also want to just address the fact that part of the fun is in the novelty. And I think Overwatch on releases was also really fun. I think every game on release is fun because it's super new. And the novelty is like a huge part of what the fun is. And so the way I really want to look at this game, if we're going to be super objective, is I'm going to try my hardest to look ahead and see past the novelty and be like, okay, well, a year down the line, 2 years down the line, the novelty's gone. The game's been probably figured out way sooner than that. Is it still quote unquote fun? Because one of the main points I alluded to was that I think the game is going to go down a lot of the same pathways that Overwatch has gone down. Maybe it's just in a faster kind of way. And so, I don't even know so you guys are like keep bringing up the sort of esportsification. I don't even see it having anything to do with esports. It's just the nature of the game is competitive. It's a 6v6 PvP game. I think all PvP games are competitive in that nature, where you're playing against another team or another player. You know, everyone wants to win. No one likes to lose in these games. So you're going to do the thing that gives you a better chance of winning. So regardless of whether esports comes to the equation or not, like I didn't even bring up esports, to be honest. It's just the fact of the matter that people want to win, and people are going to find the path of least resistance to winning. And one of the things that this game will speedrun in the pathway to basically following everything Overwatch 1 did correctly and incorrectly is, you know, you're going to see a lot of the same issues where metas will form. Good heroes are going to be obvious, bad heroes are going to exist. People are going to one-trick the bad heroes. SVB, you already got, you know, people flaming you for that in an alpha. It's just like, dude, it's already happening. We're speedrunning the exact same things. You're going to get into the same issues where, unfortunately, tank is not going to be fun. People are going to feel like they're getting bullied on tank. There's going to be less people queuing tank. And then you're going to get into situations where, okay, well, now the lobbies are filled with 3 DPSs, 4 DPSs. Are you going to get a support in these games? Are you going to get a tank in these games? And then netties are going to realize, hey, maybe we need a role queue, because like every game is dominated by DPS. Because in my experience playing the thing, you know, like every game was dominated by DPS. So they're going to go down role queue, and then when they go down role queue, they'll realize that tank don't have enough people queuing, and then they're going to be like, maybe we need 5v5 because there's not enough tanks playing this game, blah, blah, blah. We're going to do the exact same things. It's going to go down the exact same pathway, almost like beat for beat, the way I see it going. Like, it's not like 100% guaranteed, but based on the decision they're making right now, that's just like, that's how I see it. And then, you know, we haven't even touched on the monetization yet, not in a full way, but that's another huge thing that people need to be very concerned about. When that happens, you know, a lot of the cope is going to go away, because now you start to realize just how much like Overwatch it really is, for better or worse. So yeah, I'm just trying to see the game without the novelty as best I can to look at it objectively.
I think that's fair, but it's also unfair. Like it's fair because it's like that is how the game will be judged. It's also unfair because the whole point of a new game is that it's novel and it should be given its chance to kind of be fresh and fun. And like that's the life cycle of a game. It's new and it's fun, and then if it's like stops being fun, then people stop playing it. And it's like, well, yeah. But I totally appreciate where you're coming from, which is like, well, yeah, like a year down the line, what's gonna happen? Like, what will we feel like then? And also, again, all the dues that we gave it, like I'm sure all of us gave it a lot of forgiveness because it was an alpha. Like the balance is like non-existent in the game, right? It's like there's just like certain characters just like wildly stronger, and it's like you're like, okay, whatever, it's an alpha. But if that's still the case a year down the line, when we're back to Overwatch, people complaining about double shield. So
yeah, it's not even balanced. I didn't even like I didn't want to talk about balance because it's so early on. Like obviously it's going to be super imbalanced, but it's just like design stuff. Like, you know, we talked about the destructible environments. For what it's worth, by the way, I don't mind going through a wall to create a new pathway. It's the big giant things falling
the
down,
bridge,
blocking
the London
chokes.
bridge falling down.
Fucking bridge on Shibuya A is disgusting, and it's like it fucks your movement as well. Like your pathing over it is a real buggy, and the shift abilities of movement, like some of the abilities don't slide properly, and so you hit a single pixel out of place. You hit one little pebble, it's like, oh, you lost your entire movement ability. Very cool design. You know, it's stuff like that. It's also the fact that, you know, this game has to really, I think, honor the lore way harder than Overwatch. If we think, and I personally think in Overwatch, one of the mistakes is, you know, sometimes they have to like honor the lore a little too hard. And to be honest, Blizzard created their own lore, so they have themselves to blame for that stuff. Like Malga's like, well, you know, the Talon Heavy had too many guns in the lore, so Malga better have too many guns. You know, it's just like, dude, come on. But in Marvel, it's like you don't really have a choice. You're using their IP. You have to like really, really, really honor the lore as much as possible. And sometimes to the detriment, because it means, you know, you are gonna have to have situations where, for example, in this particular playtest, heroes like Spider-Man, Black Panther weren't particularly good, and you're gonna have to have like very melee focused heroes, because in the Marvel roster, there's a huge variety of like characters, and some of them are like extremely melee focused. Let's imagine if a Wolverine gets added, guess what? That's going to be a pure melee hero, almost guaranteed. And the issue with that, if you're going to look for pitfalls, is you're going to now have to design a game where, you know, similar to what we had with Doomfist DPS, maybe without thinking too hard about the punch, but just the melee factor of it, balancing a melee character in a game that's like kind of going to be dominated with shooting for the most part. It's a super difficult thing to do, because as you guys have said, it's like you know, I think you guys have played way more Black Panther. From my perspective, these types of heroes, especially Black Panther, super all-in base heroes, Actually, a better example would be Magic, the sword hero that gives you the shield on hits. Super all-in hero, and the entire gameplay of these melee type heroes is you go in and just pray you kill everyone before you die. And that's your game, and then you're trying to make that work in a game that, as I said, was super spammy with a lot of abilities, a lot of stuff flying at you, where shooting kind of dominates the meta. I think shooting will potentially always dominate the meta, and then you're going to get into a balanced situation where, like, well, how do you balance these melee heroes against the shooting heroes? Well, you better just buff up the melee heroes so they don't just get blown up, but then you do that, now they're too strong, and now you get into the tank raid boss versus useless comparison, except we're doing that for DPS and Marvel now, and we haven't even really talked about tanks being melee in Marvel yet. The point being brought up about, like, tanks not even have synergy is really interesting as well. And you're going to see examples where you copy the same mistakes as Overwatch, where tanks, if they have too much synergy, have a situation where the damage mitigation or whatever, like, synergy they have with each other is so, like, compounding in, you know, how they work together that it just dominates the game. You're going to end up in a GOAT situation again. You're going to end up in another situation where, like, if you don't pick these two specific tanks together, you're just throwing because these other two tanks don't work because they don't synergize, but these two tanks synergize insanely hard. And if you don't play the Ryan Zarya version of Marvel Rivals, you're just playing the game wrong. That's the same pathway we're going down.
I will say one little
PTSD.
tiny detail.
Go
One
ahead,
tiny little
that's
detail.
fine.
I actually like the way that they did Black Panther and I think Spider-Man to a lesser extent as well as melee characters. Maybe Spider-Man was a little bit cancer with how far he can travel in and out. But Black Panther felt like if you were comboing your mark correctly, you could like combo and go back and forth for like a pretty long period of time. I think
for a
Samito,
while.
yeah, so he was really like not at all a one-shot character. He was like sustained pressure through like movement and like comboing. So like if they could do, as long as they could do stuff like that with melee characters, I think it's okay. Because one of the problems with Overwatch 1 Doomfist is that you just needed to hit one ability on most squishies and a shot, and you'd kill that target, right? It's a bit of an exaggeration, but like you get the idea. With Black Panther, it did feel like, okay, he's hard, but if you like javelin, then dash, then E, then dash, then javelin, then dash, like you could actually just chain your abilities for a long time. And so if you're gonna do a melee character, I think that Marvel Rivals had like an idea of how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Black Panther like definitely felt really hard. I said this to Sam in DMs, we were talking, and it was like it felt a lot like when you're playing the Genji or Doomfist in Overwatch, where it's like you could do all these gymnastics, or you could just pick a hit scan hero and keep shooting the entire time and probably get more value, and again more reliably get value, because if you miss the dash, the biggest problem, and maybe part of this was again an alpha effect, because if you like, sometimes I felt like I hit the dash and it didn't register the dash reset, and you just died. Like that's it. You miss, like, it's a one shot in that if you miss the dash you die, but you can, as you said, chain like so many. But I want to, again, we can kind of discuss Black Panther first. Sam and I, I'm sure, could talk a long time on Black Panther. But Sam, I'm curious about your overall thoughts. And did this kind of give you any reflections on Overwatch as is? Like, did it make you think a little bit about Overwatch currently? Like, what was your philosophical approach to everything Marvel Rivals has done?
Oh boy. It made me question roll queue, to be honest.
Oh no.
It made me really think about everything that we argued for the last 5 years. It's too soon to tell. Here's something that I thought about that I had never thought about. Say Marvel Rivals comes out. And say Deadlock comes out. And they're both open queue 6v6. Really the emphasis on the open queue, though, instead of roll queue. Say those games carve a successful niche for themselves and take some of the stuff away from Overwatch. Are we at the point where we question roll lock if the queues end up going higher, and say, because, like, look, how that game played, there will be some Overwatch players that will play Marvel. There will be some Overwatch players that will play Deadlock. It has me questioning if the things that we argued for and the path we went down was the right one. And that's what healthy competition does. And really, we're going to have to wait and see. Do I have an answer on that right now? No. But yeah, you've heard me over the years, SVB. I hear Nateson in my ear. I hear him. I talk to him all the time. He's saying, open queue. And I'm
what are the arguments for open queue? Like, obviously everyone knows the arguments for roll queue.
Well, it's
like,
not even... It's not even about
besides
Overwatch as a game. It's about the gaming industry in general, in that your queue times could get out of control. You get a ton of the playstyle, like Hog, for example, was saying we've never been able to make Hog work. Even in role queue, like 6v6 role queue, like he was hard to make work as a tank. He was an open queue tank. You get more hero identity and more ways to express yourself, but obviously...
What do you mean open queue tank? I don't fully understand.
Like in that... He was best when he was like kind of Junkertown, the extra support with Switch Hog on this point, something like that, where he was just kind of a weird junk food flex pick. Right.
Yeah, it was like triple tank kind of like.
Yeah, exactly. And it's look, obviously people weren't using useful creativity. They were getting like 5 or 6 DPS, but if these games come out and they're an open queue and they're taking away from Overwatch and it bumps up queue times a ton because we lose a lot of our player base and things start not working, do you ask yourself, did Roadhog achieve its mission? Do you ask yourself questions and things that we haven't had to think about because there hasn't been a real competitor ever? Since Overwatch came out, there has not been a real direct in-market, one-on-one, head-to-head competitor with Overwatch that is the same style of game, that has the lore and backstory and the branding like Marvel to actually rival the character identity, to rival, the storyline, that has, frankly, more lore and more storytelling than Overwatch, right? Has there ever been one? And I don't know. It just has me thinking. I'm not going to pretend to have the answer here. It's going to be very much wait and see, but it's definitely challenged me to think outside of the box that we've put ourselves in as a community. And I do like thinking about stuff like that, but I'm not going to pretend to have any answers.
I think maybe I'm just tunneled in on one point, and this is like just my POV is clouded by it. But I think open queue is just the more casual mode, and that's like both good and bad.
Yeah.
It's like open queue, you kind of asked, Pilo, what's the benefit of open queue? Is that it's just better for the normal player who doesn't give a shit about optimizing the game, right? Like role queue is for balance. It's like it makes the game sane. It makes the game play with a baseline level of consistency. But if that's not what you're after, if you just want to play the game,
that's a Marvel character.
And you're like,
for example,
you're just like, I just want to play the game I like because like this fun, colorful.
It's also faster queue times.
Yeah.
So it's well, that's part of it, right? So firstly, you don't have to queue. Not only do you have to queue longer, but you also don't have to like declare your role. You have to like self-identify as like I'm a tank, I'm a DPS. You just queue. I'm queuing the game that I like to play. I'm not queuing to be tank in Overwatch or Marvel Rivals. I'm not queuing to be DPS. I'm queuing just the game. Then there's the I don't really, again, you don't necessarily have a main. You're not like, I'm gonna main this hero. I'll kind of fill around. Like I like a little bit of Diva, I like a little bit of Genji, I like a little bit of Sombra, I like a little bit of Mercy. I'll pick whatever. Oh, this game that we don't have a tank, I'll go tank. This game we don't have a support, I'll go support. This game they want me to do, it's like just a lot more easy in and out. Casual access. It's just like I can do whatever. You're not bound by the game, which again, sometimes the game needs to bind you if you want to create a sane experience. Like the game's like, no, guys, you need 2 tanks if you want to have fun. You need 2 supports if you want to have fun. But then the flip side is, well, maybe the player's like, I don't give a shit. Maybe we'll make 1 support work. Maybe we'll make 1 tank work. And I'm fine playing the game that way.
Here's what it is. It's a way for like us to have like another testing region, because the thing is like people always will say, oh, it's like 2016 Overwatch, where it's like it's actually so hard to know like what was actually good about 2016 Overwatch and what is just total like novelty, like what Avril was talking about. Like we don't even know, like we can't remember, like was it good, was it that good, or was it just like it was just the novelty? Well, now we'll let Marvel Rivals go through the same growing pains, and we'll go, you see, it was nostalgia goggles. Or, oh, no, actually, it's not as bad as we remember it being. And so I think the competition is good in that aspect, because it's like another testing ground. I don't know. I think, like, I'm not a financial wizard here, but just, I think, again, it kind of goes back, like, why we liked experimental mode, right? Having somebody that's, like, willing to push the limits and try new things, it's like, that's why competition is useful, in my opinion. So I'm down for it.
No, I like that aspect too. I think it's a good thing that the game is there, and the better the game is, the better it is for everyone. If you like Overwatch, it'll hopefully improve Overwatch, and if if Overwatch doesn't improve the way you want, then you can play Marvel Rivals. So it's like, despite I think I've just been critical just because I just want to have a different point of view to add quality to the discussion. But I'm still gonna play. Like, we got people saying for some reason they just assume I hate the game, which is not true at all. If the game pops up, that's like good for everyone. That's good for me as well. I'll play this game instead of Overwatch. It's fine. So yeah.
They still have a lot to prove, by the way, too. Like, it's not like it's there. It has the potential. It's like, I think the claims you brought up were pretty accurate for things that they would need to improve on. So I wouldn't even say that those were wrong.
especially when a game launches. I feel like nowadays when a game launches, that first week to two have to be killer, because like the minute you lose hype, it's like impossible to regain it. I think like you know, we've seen so many games kind of come out with some promise, and when they don't deliver, no matter how many quality of life improvements they make, it's going to take them a long time to even get anywhere close to regaining interest once it's been lost. And I do reiterate, I think the best thing for Overwatch genuinely would be for Marvel Rivals to do great.
Yeah,
because I think that like, I think it's like, you know, partly it's rising tide raises all ships, right? It's like partly if more people are playing this, you know, MOBA shooter hybrid genre, people might dip into Overwatch more. Like people who might have stopped or never given that genre a chance might re-give Overwatch a chance. But also, it will show Overwatch what people like. Like right now, Overwatch, and we kind of discussed this earlier in the podcast, the devs are kind of like having to figure shit out for themselves. Like, what do we think people will like? What do we think will work? Well, here's a different guy testing a different vision, telling you that like people really like when heroes are giga busted, or like people really hate when heroes are giga busted. People really hate this arbitrary synergy you've given, or they really like the arbitrary synergy that you know, whatever it is, whatever aspect of Marvel Rivals that you want to look at, it will tell you data points that Overwatch does not have. So like the best thing for Overwatch would be that the worst thing for Overwatch, I think, would be if Marvel Rival comes out and it's dead in a week.
Yeah.
And like nobody ever plays it. Because we will get nothing from that. We will get nothing gained for Overwatch from that. So actually, ironically, if you're an Overwatch fan, you kind of want Marvel Rivals to pop off for a while just to see what the genre is about.
Yeah. The hardest time in my life, like personally with coaching, was, and there's a period of time in Contenders where like I didn't really have any like Overwatch League connections. I joined like way too late to the scene. And a lot of the other Contenders coaches at the time were like almost without exception were like really lazy or just like really dumb, just like ornaments, you know? And like what meant that I didn't have any peers. Like I didn't have anybody to offer advice or feedback or throw ideas off of. And it was
Just died again.
Read books.
Lagged out. Lagged out.
Okay. All right, where'd we lag? Where'd we lose me? But yeah,
you had no peers.
Yeah, no peers, no connections, no feedback. Yeah, that's a great one. That's a great line right there. But like I had to go to like books and player feedback and try like all this crap that ended up like working like really badly or really good. And some stuff was good, some stuff was bad. I remember there was a period of time where I had like one of my players would be in a team speak and I'd be giving him live feedback while I was in a Discord call. Dude, I tried everything, but it's just because I didn't have anybody to like, I had no feedback system at all. Like no feedback loop aside of my team. And like that honestly, I think that's such an underratedly difficult thing to do. It's like you don't have anyone to learn from. It's hard. It's miserable. It's not good. So maybe this is what we need.
We brought this up earlier just as a little side throwaway thing, but I think this point is actually really relevant now, which is to say that just in terms of checking biases, I think one bias that needs to be checked, not necessarily from this panel, but just from what I've noticed in the wider community from having like observed, you know, who's in the Marvel Rivals community in terms of their player base and what they're kind of saying. And obviously the grain of salt to take here is that like that's definitely not going to be representative of their entire player base, but just in terms of like the general sentiment of what I see on socials of how people are talking about Marvel Rivals, there is this feeling that I see where the people are more drawn together for their mutual dislike of Overwatch than their like of Marvel Rivals, if that makes sense. So basically what I'm trying to say is like there's a lot of the chatter around Marvel Rivals from the people that really love Marvel Rivals, again, not from this particular panel, just from out in the ether, is people just like, you know, they just really dislike Overwatch. They just really want this thing to work because they fucking hate Overwatch. And so I think that's a bias that people need to potentially check where like, you know, don't get caught up in that where, look, you need to be a little bit objective in terms of if you look at a game, is it actually good or not? Or do you just like, you have some rose-tinted glasses on or like you just really want this thing to work because you really hate Overwatch and you just really want this game to kill Overwatch or something? Because like a lot of the chatter I see from the socials from Marvel Rivals is like down that pathway where they just like super hate Overwatch and they just love Marvel Rivals because it's not Overwatch, it's anti-Overwatch. And, you know, it's like they're not even talking about Marvel Rivals. They're just talking about how much they hate Overwatch. It's like this is just like r/Overwatch 2.0, or where all the disgruntled people from that subreddit went to the new subreddit. It's like it's just full of Overwatch people hating Overwatch. So it's like I just thought it was really funny, and it's to the point where I see an insane amount of cope as well, where they're like, you know, they're coping hard about monetization. Even people in chat saying like, oh, maybe the unowned tab is just for skins. Like, no, buddy, that's not what it's for. I'm sorry to break it to you. I hate to break it to you, buddy, but you're coping extremely hard on that comment. So yeah, you just have to remember. Look, if you don't believe me, go look up NetEase's portfolio games right now and tell me what kind of games they make. And by the way, they've made Marvel games before. Tell me, and you can see exactly very easy what type of games they make, and you can see what kind of monetization it has. So, just take off the rose-tinted glasses. Even if you just hate Overwatch, just be objective about this game and actually be able to see whether this game is good or not for like objective reasons rather than just because you hate Overwatch.
Well, it's bad for the game too because the game needs feedback at this phase. And somebody linked me a video. I forget it was from some YouTuber, like typical, and he goes, "Oh yeah, this game is better than Overwatch in every single way." And I was like,
"It's so cap."
Like, are you joking me? Like, not only is that like ridiculous, but like also like this game has like great potential, and like saying things like that doesn't help at all. Like that it doesn't like the game. If the game has so much more potential, that you should be even more. That's like why we're here. Like this is why we're so hypercritical of Overwatch, is because we really like the game. We'd love for it to be better. That's why we're here. Marvel Rivals needs that level of feedback from people at this point in time. Like people that are like, "Yo, this is super fun. This is amazing potential," but these things really need to be addressed, right? Saying that like, "Oh, Overwatch is better than Overwatch," like that's not good for anybody.
And by the way, the feedback. What I was saying right now, just really quickly, SVB, what I was saying right now, like it sounds like harsh criticism of the game, but it's actually really good feedback. Because if the devs actually heard me, I would like to imagine the feedback is like reasonably good feedback to actually make their game better. Like if I was actually trying to shill for Overwatch, and I don't really care that much. Like I said, if either game succeeds, it's great for me. But if I was trying to shill extremely hard for Overwatch, I'd give zero feedback about Marvel Rivals at all. Exactly. Why would I want to help them improve their game? But everything I said, if they actually address that, it would actually improve their game. If you think about it, so I'm trying to give good feedback, if anything.
Pay to win. Wait, pay to win. Heroes would be bad for.
Wait, time out. Here's
don't break your contract, Philo.
Wait. Yeah, true. But Samito's chat. Everyone says Samito's not hypercritical, doesn't hate Overwatch. He just is so passionate that he loves the game so much, right? Avril doesn't hate Marvel Rivals. He's just hypercritical because he loves the game so much. He's just passionate. I mean, come on, guys. That's how it works.
You guys better hold yourself to the same standard.
I would say that like
Foggy.
I would say that this is like largely a phenomenon of social media, because I think if spite and hatred for another game could make a different game pop off, then we'd have had 10 legitimate WoW killers by now, right? Like the number of times the game came out that was like, it's a WoW killer, and like people were motivated by its news because they hate WoW or they were disgruntled with WoW, and then it launches and it failed. Like it's not possible. And I also think, again, to be the counterpoint of Overwatch shill, I don't think Overwatch currently is popular enough that just hate for it would like be any large group of people. The actual true statement would be to say that Marvel Rivals isn't competing with Overwatch 2 per se. It's competing with launch Overwatch 1. That's what it's actually competing with, because that's the actual target audience that it's going for. It's like, can we get all the people who played launch Overwatch 1 to come play this game? Because I don't think they're trying to like directly poach Overwatch 2's player base. I think maybe I mean, they will want to.
Both. I think it's both.
But I think their target is like, let's hit what Overwatch 1 hit.
Yes.
Because like obviously you wanna get the current Overwatch 2 players, but I think that's like the more big.
The problem with that statement is I think they're also going to hit the wrong things that Overwatch 1 did as well, which is exactly what I alluded to.
And they may find that, but again, who knows? Maybe they are.
I hope they go down a different path. Vision is. I hope they, for science, for experiment's sake, I hope they do something different. I'm very curious how that would go.
You'd like to believe it, just from a pure.
Well, as long as they don't put Brig in the game, I think we're fine.
From a pure consumer POV, you'd like to believe that they have a vision for how they intend to address some of these problems. Like, surely they know these problems occurred in Overwatch, and they have some vision of like, this is how it should go. But who knows?
But you know the issue is the problem here is for Marvel Rivals is that they've inherited the super whiny entitled Overwatch 1 player base that will like super one-trick things, complain about balance all the time. Actually, this sounds a lot like Overwatch 2 as well, never mind. But my point is they've inherited the Overwatch player base, which is going to bring all of this cancer to Marvel Rivals in terms of their opinions. So like, yeah, this is why, again, I look at Marvel Rivals. It's going to go down the same pathways because people will complain about these types of things. People will complain about 4 or 5 DPS in their games, etc., 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 and then beat for beat the same issues Overwatch 1 had.
Well, hard to say. We're kind of hypothesizing. We'll have to see. Maybe those disgruntled people will be happy with if it's like stays open queue, for example. They'll be like, yeah, see, because if they're like put in roll queue, then they're in danger of becoming Overwatch 2 again. So they might veer away from that. Who knows? We'll find out.
That'll be the fun experiment.
Yes, I think I think we're all watching with interest to see what happens. I don't know when they plan to release the next version, whether if they were going to put out a beta or they are going to put out like the full release. Again, comically, as Avril said, these things are titled so poorly. Like I remember Hearthstone Battlegrounds was in beta for like 2 years, and it was just like their most popular mode, and it was still beta. So whether they continue to release and even Overwatch 2 was like beta for like a year, right? Before they were like, it's launched now. So we'll see what happens. But is there any thoughts on Marvel Rivals before we move to concluding thoughts?
I'll say my biggest criticism, Marvel Rivals, like my biggest criticism is the number of characters that were just straight butt cheeks. Like not just bad in terms of like, oh, they were like weak. It's like you can't have over, like I think the analogy that I said is like on Overwatch 1's release, like back when I first started playing Overwatch 1, I didn't like Bastion or Reaper that much, but I still enjoyed playing them occasionally. Like, I had a little bit of a Junkrat streak occasionally. I think we all did, right? Like, it was just fun sometimes. Even Mercy, like, Mercy was like occasionally kind of satisfying. But like, there were I would say at least like half a dozen Marvel Rivals characters, if not more, where I played once and I was like, I don't ever want to play this character again. Like, never. It was just not fun, and not even like sad. It was not bad, just not fun. Black Panther's not good, but he was fun. What was the Roman?
Oh, he was. I think he was good. I actually do think he was good. I think.
Dude, there was just so much parts of the kit that wasn't interesting to do.
I'm telling you, bro. Go ahead. I'll cut you off.
I think he's thinking about he's thinking about Black Panther. You're talking about Namor.
Yeah.
Namor, I'm talking about Black Panther. Yeah.
No. Black Panther was great. He was weak, but he was fun. He was super fun. But Namor was just so boring. And like there was a lot of tanks that were boring. There's just a lot of heroes that were just really, Iron Man was boring. Like it just was like, man, it's freaking Iron Man. Why is this character boring?
Why is he
like,
clunky? He was clunky.
Right, exactly. And so like they really need to put some work into it, because like otherwise what's going to happen is that you're going to have a lot of people that aren't going to want to play the game. Not because it's not in balance, but because there's so many heroes that I want to play because I want to play Iron Man. But this character just feels terrible. That's the worst compliment. It needs to be fun.
You know what part of the clunkiness is, in my opinion, is that like especially if you're comparing to Overwatch, which the comparisons will continue because it's a clone. Overwatch's engine is so well optimized, everything feels fucking great in Overwatch in terms of like the actual feel of the game, the responsiveness of the game, the movement, the shooting mechanics, everything. Like the actual feedback and feeling of Overwatch is really, 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 really superior. And not just because the game's been out for 8 years, but even Overwatch 1, like I don't know if Blizzard lucked into it, and I don't know if they did it by mistake or an accident, but even Overwatch 1, like it was just like a good feeling game. Like it's hard to like describe that, and Marvel Rivals for whatever reason is missing that. Obviously are they using UE5 or something? I'm not too sure. I think they're using whatever the same engine they use for Naraka Blade Point, because it looks very similar to that. And I think it's like maybe same developer or something like that. But yeah, it doesn't have that same feel. Like it just feels clunky. Like there are things that I expect to happen. Maybe I do have to check my bias because I am like looking at it through the Overwatch lens. But there are things, and I think that's a fair comparison because it's an Overwatch clone. But there are things I expect to happen in the game that just don't feel right. Like the wall climbing's not quite right. That you climb onto certain things and this tiny object sticking out by a pixel fucks your climb, and then this lip on the top of roof, it's just like that doesn't need to be there, and it just kind of screws your climb, and just all these other things. And I've already talked about the movement abilities, and the destructible environments don't help, and then these respawning destructible environments which add RNG, and you can get trapped behind it, and it can close on you while you're exiting, all this kind of stuff. It's the feel is not as good as Overwatch. That's something they got to improve on.
One of the biggest things we didn't even mention was like, you can't even tell half the time where the damage is coming from. Like when you get hit, it's like hard to tell, like, where was I shot from? Who is shooting me? What are they shooting me with? And where from? So like, yeah, stuff like that is, again, you kind of give it that little bit of grace because you're like, maybe, we'll see if they work on it. But, if they don't fix it, big problem. Sam, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say we go to concluding thoughts because my food's on the way and I realized I forgot to order my freaking sauce, dude. Damn it.
Dude. Okay. Well, as it is, let's head over to concluding thoughts because we've kind of had a very lengthy.
I forgot the
long
fucking Chick-fil-A sauce. I fucked up.
But let's bring it back to some Overwatch now. Man. So yeah, guys, what do you see on the horizon for Overwatch, and what would you like to see? Like we've kind of talked about this quick patch that they've done. But we spoke a lot about some of the core and fundamental issues with Overwatch. So coming up, in these next, I guess we're not going to get another big patch, but let's say next season, what do you want to see them at that new launch season patch? What do you want to see them hit? I'll go to Sam first before you maybe have to run for your food.
Havana and Circuit. get the
Just
maps.
fix the maps?
Fix the fucking maps. Like that's that.
They've
that
already
was-
confirmed it.
I know. I'm pretty sure. I think they are. I think they are.
Quite
So
sure of it. And I trust Ryan to do a good job as well, because I have it confirmed that the remove the glass Colosseo. There's apparently a lot of the cancer stuff was inherited by our current map designer.
okay.
So it was not necessarily the initial design of the people that are currently on the team. That's the problematic design. So we can.
It
always
is going to be a
blame,
bit
you know,
slow though, because I think Colosseo
Yes.
is next season, but I think Havana and all these others are like
little
further
later,
down the line than that.
Yep.
So we're
Yep.
not. It's not going to be anytime soon.
Pain.
Yep.
Nerf Widow.
Okay. Nerf Widow. Okay. What about Spilo? Spilo, what is your vision?
Address root issues. Root issues. You know, like even if it's slow, even if it, you know, we don't have a lot of developer resources, like you said, the triage, just like address root issues, and don't talk to me about how we need to give Ball more shield sharing and nerf Roadhog hook by 1 second, or address root issues. Even if it's slow, even if it takes time, and then make sure that you have a block list in the meantime, because no matter what people say, there is about 2/3 of the Overwatch hero cast that is okay to be meta, and there's about 1/3 that's not. And I think that just needs to be the case.
Avril?
Yeah, short.
Oh.
Discord issues.
That
Okay,
There we
you
go.
cut just
There
as
you
you
go.
were
There you
starting.
go.
You cut just as you were
Okay.
starting.
I was just gonna say, like, short term, you know, obviously we need to address some of the unfun stuff like Hog, and you know, and I don't know, maybe it's just my opinion, but season 9 felt generally pretty good. Like I'm pretty sure, especially on launch of season 9, like that was one of the best states the game had been. So, yeah, just trying to go back to, it sounds stupid, like a better place of balance where these kind of unfun heroes aren't dominating meta, but it's a more in-depth conversation, as like Gavin said already, you know, like difference between unfun and actually strong, blah 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 blah. I think the long-term stuff is more interesting to me. So like looking a little bit further out, because maps were brought up. I'll say something about maps. I actually think we're like bringing out too many new game modes too soon, and we don't even like have enough maps for the original game modes yet. I don't know what it is. Like this seems to be like this kind of insane oversaturation of game modes now that I think is like potentially to like the detriment of the game. And I don't even know if I really. I think the game modes, some of them are better than others, but typically speaking, most of the original game modes that we launch with, in my opinion, are still just better. Clash is fine, but I don't know, it's something about it is not super satisfying to me. I think just the fact that like some interaction with the last point. I don't want to get into like a long-winded discussion about Clash. And yeah, we're just releasing we're still releasing new game modes, and the new game modes that already come with Overwatch 2 still feel pretty shallow in terms of like releasing new maps, fixing existing maps, glass, Colosseo, etc. And then potentially improving on those said game modes that already exist, instead of just, you know, looking forward to new game modes. Not to say that like there's going to be more game modes coming out after Clash and we're just going to have an infinite game modes. I'm sure there's like a hard cap on how many game modes there's going to be, but for the time being, there's just been a lot of game modes in recent times and not enough maps.
That's fair. I mean, I've long held that same viewpoint that I think we should stop adding maps and rework old maps and just fix, like, stick on a certain. I know maps are like new content that they can advertise, like, look, new content, but I'm not a fan of more maps arbitrarily. Like, I'm not. I think we just stabilize, and that leads to my concluding thoughts. So I think I didn't have this in plan, but I'm gonna drop it now. My hot take that will be not given the chance for any scrutiny, so I can't be criticized because it's right at the end. My 3-step plan for Overwatch, the vision. Step 1, the triage I already spoke about. Firstly, dumpster the heroes that suck. Prioritize the heroes that people like. Because I think where we need to get to is a place where people are like, yeah, we like these heroes, but it's getting a little bit stale now, guys. Like, this is fun. It's getting a little. It's been a long time, I feel like, since we've been in that stage. People are like, yeah, the core experience is fun, but it's getting a little bit stale here, guys. Like, we've had these same, like, I long for the days when everyone's complaining that we're seeing too much Winston. Like, that's golden era Overwatch, where it's like, oh yeah, man, everyone's just playing too much Winston these days. Let's shake it up. So first things first, triage, dumpster the shit heroes, get to stabilization. Once you get to stabilization, hero bans. That shakes up the thing automatically. because now you've got a stable meta people are happy with, but you can start changing around a little bit. There's a little bit of dynamism in each game, there's a little bit of freshness, and the players also start to learn, like, oh, actually, when we ban out this guy, then this guy is a lot more viable, blah, blah, blah. Once you get to that stage and the players are now like complaining about some new thing, you hit them with the big shakeup. That's when you come through, when you're like, guess what, guys? We have 2 talents now for all the heroes. Guess what? Half HP tanks, they don't take headshots anymore. Guess what, guys? Some other cook shit is coming through. That's the 3-step plan. Stabilize, hero bans, innovate. And thank you. Peace out. Any thoughts from my panel on anything else you want to say?
That's it for me. I gotta go get my food. Thank you guys for having me today. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Sam. Peace out, dude.
All right, boys. All right, let me run and grab my food real quick. We'll play a video on YouTube while I run and grab it, and we're gonna go play comp. Okay. Good episode today. All right, we'll watch.
I'm a
Flats'
therapist who goes to therapy, and some people think that's strange. The thing is, though, therapists are human beings.
You guys
All right, chat.
Watch Flats' tier list.
You know the deal. I normally do this about a week or so after the season, mid-season hits. I'm a little bit late. Why am I a little bit late? I'm going to be point blank honest with you. I haven't been playing that much. It's actually so bad that I haven't even gotten my 50 wins for top 500. I'm well within range. I'm in like top 50 or top 200. It's like top 150-ish numbers wise. But like I just don't have the wins. And quite frankly, I don't really care too much. However, though, I still have a pretty good idea of what is strong right now from playing off-roll and watching other streams, and just it's kind of almost exactly I called it anyways. So you know what, screw it, let's go. There is one outlier, which to be fair I did say could potentially be strong. Is Ball. Ball is sneaky really good, and the only reason I'm not going to put Ball in S is because 1, Ball is kind of hard to play. 2, people don't know how to play with Ball, especially if you're in your middle ranks. They have no clue because they don't have that frontline presence tank. And 3, there's just one tank that's better because they're easier to play, they're simpler to play, and they become the server admin unless they get swapped by 4 people. That being said, though, Ball has been very sneaky good. I think I saw a random tweet the other day that like Chasm said that Ball is the best tank in the game. Granted, probably some biases there, granted. But at the same time, though, when people who play a character say it's the best character in the game, they're typically kind of right. The only players who never admit it are Roadhog players and Orisa players. And like they will just either say nothing or like, no, it's not that good. Because they know that their characters are extremely busted but don't want to tell you. Why? Because the people who play those characters are unethical. Doom players don't know when Doom is strong or not half the time. But is Doom strong? Absolutely. Doom benefits a lot from the knockback and the headshot reduction. Doom didn't have armor, so the armor changes had absolutely 0 effect on Doom. So Doom just got a straight buff. Yeah, Ball is nowhere near A and at least a B. You clearly just didn't listen to the words I said about a minute ago and just walked into chat, saw something on the screen and said, I'm going to say you're wrong. Okay, dude. Sure, man. Don't give a f. Anyways, Doom is also super good. The thing about Doom, though, is he falls victim to the Ball complex of where if you just counter swap him on all fronts, then they kind of shits himself. And he's also kind of difficult to play. So there's a bit of a saving grace there. I was actually going to tweet last night because, okay, really quick. Small sidetrack. SK made this tweet. It said, my frustrations with Overwatch right now. I think tank was already super strong, and the only thing that made it feel weak or unplayable was multiple people on the other team counter swapping. And then I'll just let you pause to read if you want. I've already read through the whole thing. Basically, it says like tank wasn't not strong, it's just not fun. So I responded with, I just want tank to be fun again. And so then SK said, agreed, there must be some gigabrain solution as a community we can come and think of other than 6655 distraction because of Overwatch. So then I fired back with a quote of it. It said, romantic candlelit dinner if you can find the answer without telling me about screaming 5v5 versus 6v6. This follow-up tweet is not an invitation to go argue with someone in the replies. Nobody listened to that. They just decided to go to war. Anyways, though, it's funny because a lot of the tanks probably feel super strong. They all feel like shit to play. And I was going to quote that originally with a meme tweet that I was going to say you just have to send Hog, Orisa, Mauga to the farm, and then also send Ball and Doomfist and probably Diva too, because all those characters, when they're strong, also create problems, just in a very different way. And then I was like, wait, we're just going to start over and have ethical Overwatch with Rein, Winton, Zarya can stay as the pub stomper tank, Queen, and Ramatra, and Sigma. And that's it. That's all we get. But I decided not to because I thought people wouldn't think I was legitimately very serious about that. But they do. There is kind of a theme there. But point is, though, Doom's really strong, Ball's really strong. They are not the number ones. But people don't like playing against these characters a lot of times, so I can't wait until people probably start complaining about it. Next up, also that is also very strong, is Diva. Diva has a ton of armor, literal metric.
Form Uncle.
Yo, thank you for the 47 months. I appreciate it. A metric ton of armor. And Diva was really never good at face taking damage anyways. But like what was really annoying against Diva is like if you play like Tracer or Sombra or whatever and they're just getting pelleted down. But with the armor change, Diva takes less damage from those characters. And she can kind of DM the big damage like rocket shots or Sojourn Rail, right? Those types of things, or Cassidy right click. But she doesn't have to worry as much about Tracer and stuff like that. So Diva's a lot better. And also Diva's pretty good at dealing with Ball and dealing with Doom. So like in this world, Diva's pretty good as well. But the problem is though, all these tanks and all these things still fall into the same categories of just because they're strong doesn't mean they're very fun. Doom might be a different category, Ball might be a different category. Point is though, tank still sucks. It's strong in game. Don't get me wrong. It just ain't very fun. Next up, Hog.
Wonder why.
Yep.
That was a good episode, though.
If you didn't see this coming, you clearly have never watched one of these before. I told you. I said it was coming. Nobody ever listens to old Flatsy. They just laugh at him and say he's crazy. I told you. The only thing that was keeping Orisa, or keeping Hog in check was Orisa, and then Orisa got nuked, and then also there was the new 25% passive for headshots. Armor got reworked, which absolutely doesn't affect Hog at all in any way, shape, or form, so he just gets 25% less headshot damage. Plus, he already has the take a heal 50%. Plus, he has his one-shot basically back. Plus, the self-heal. Plus, you could just stand there and do absolutely all and still do a lot.
Whoa! Whoa!
And it's like you have to basically full swap. You have to go Ana. You have to go either Diva or I mean, like, there's other shit too. Like, I guess Mauga is probably the big one for tank versus Hog. But it's like this is so annoying, and the game always sucks when Hog, Orisa, and Mauga are meta. And I really wish they learn that, you know. And like, I've talked to them about it. And I just sit there and I go like, guys, what the is wrong with you? Sigma is very good on him versus depending on the map. Okay, that's true. But like, if you walk into like Circuit Royale and start trying to play Hog, you're just a demon. And it's like, if they're a Hog one-trick demon, they're probably still gonna win. You can't be just like the idiot Hog player who's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna lock Hog here on some of those and do well. You know what I mean? But I mean, Sigma like is the perma always strong tank anyways, so that's a totally different story. But yeah, Hog, everyone's shitting and crying. I know this isn't technically like the best piece of information or the best piece of like evidence per se, but where is it? I saw it this morning. Hog apparently, according to Overbuff, granted Overbuff doesn't take into consideration private profiles, so take it with an absolute grain of salt, but apparently has a almost 60% win rate in GM. This is Roadhog in GM. So yeah, have fun with that. Anyways, cool. Junker Queen. I love Queen. She's just not that good right now. The only reason she's not that good is because
where'd I go?
Cass is really good, and Hog is really good, and Sojourn's really good.
My bad, boys.
And
I didn't realize I was gone.
Well, Ball, it depends, because it's like map dependent. But yeah. But there just isn't a reason to play Queen over like some of these. But I love playing Queen. So honestly, sometimes you can force Queen to make it work, because Honestly, tank nowadays is like 90% of the time standing there and just not doing anything until you like have your moment to push all your buttons, and then you just run over the enemy team, and that's when it's great. Mauga. Yep. Easy A. Easy A. I wouldn't throw them all the way to S because there is ways of dealing with Mauga. Sigma's pretty good at dealing with Mauga. Even Rhine comps kinda as crazy as it sounds. Like you just gotta be really smart.
Do I want to play more Overwatch? Maybe I do. I'll play a bit. Excuse me. I'll just take a game, I guess. Well. Oh.
Now entering.
Okay.
King's Row. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Maybe I was Zarya, boys.
We will crush them.
Oh, excuse me.
Your muscles look pretty, but lack strength.
In the past, we had never needed 5 times if they just kept supporting the game. And I
Pretty
Why do you make
weak.
it sound like this is inevitable? Sam, how many years in the past that we never would have needed 5 times?
So, Bastion,
Supporting the game.
how are you settling
I'm saying
in?
that like there were metas where
Anything
tank was
you
queuable and
need?
the Q times weren't bad. But there were also metas when they didn't balance the game well that nobody played tank because it sucked.
Sounds good.
Like they just didn't put fun heroes in the game. And
They
so
may
nobody-
have Sim Reaper, by the way. They're two weird DPS players.
Maybe video. Holy shit, this is gonna be fucking
They might be a
easy.
team of one tricks, just abuse that.
I cannot be on Zarya today.
Hostile spotted.
Dude. What?
Only me for heals back.
See an enemy.
That grab. I'm gonna grab early here, okay?
Огонь по готовности.
There. Reaper to beat up top. Speed me on Reaper,
There's
speed me on
two
Reaper,
top
speed me on Reaper,
behind.
speed me on Reaper.
Okay, can't see anything.
Okay, that's too late. We need to clear this high ground. You guys need to come with me. Ping me Bastion.
It's go time.
This is me. Running hard.
Cybernetics regulated.
I'm fine, you start roll.
Over here. I'm on fire.
I'm gonna go clear Sim up top.
Sim's still behind us.
Is she up top behind or where is she?
Did you drop? Drop. On me.
Holy shit. More flanking here? Oh.
Don't try to reroll, please.
I am bubbled, Blizzard. My bubble is up, Blizzard. My bubble is up. Holy shit, playing against their comp makes me actually want to fucking end my life. It's so lame. Also, my team needs to be speeding me way more than they are. Trying to get extra angles. We need to group up and stay together. But we lost to a bug. That's amazing.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Clearing Reaper out here.
Over here.
I have no bubbles.
Or no hook.
First hog out. All right.
Hey, it's Kiriko.
Sure, that's the pick.
A gun in each hand and a smile on my face.
Think I can play Maga? What the fuck? I hope this server crashes. I pray. Hanzo. Sim fell right here on me. I'm burning. I'm burning. What the fuck are we doing?
Enemy here.
I'll go right side.
Strength from nature.
The grass ult.
Enemy here. Under my
Got the mega. Hold on. Don't fight this Reaper without me. I'm gonna cage here. Get ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. In the ball.
One.
enemy here.
Dog. We come chase these or is there anybody behind us?
That's a dive. Reaper right side has all.
That's not.
Reaper's right side?
He's like above, I think. He is, I saw him. He's gonna jump all.
Yeah, just don't stack where he can blindside you on the corner.
And they're done.
Reaper no fade.
Should be okay here.
Reaper condos. One behind.
Oh, Team did the one thing that could lose us that fight. Feed.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Hey,
Unfortunately, I'm like pretty much completely dependent on my DPS and my core to do the right thing. And if they don't, we just lose. Like, their comp is so cheese, chat. Like, and Hog is so broken right now that we just can't deal with them. Alright, can you go Kitsune early here?
That is getting nicked.
Yeah, like, you're just gonna walk. I don't want to get hooked off, but they're setting up all this attack on us.
Enemy here.
I don't want to get hooked
Just
off.
pop
We
the
can
purple
kind of just hold
spawner.
here. I mean,
With her bar stalls all. No fade on you, behind you.
Oh, we got what we needed.
Like a gentle rain.
I'm like 10 seconds.
Sim's in there. You can kill the Sim back. You can kill Sim up top in the catwalk. Pressuring Hog's block.
One up in.
Break wall. Fucking team's gonna find a way to lose this shit. We can bob and win. We can bob and win.
Get in there, Bob.
Holy shit, the comp is just fucking. I will be logging off
I'm
after
pretty
playing
sure they
these
have
fucking
4-1
freaks.
tricks.
They're just solo cute.
Score 0 to
Dude,
2.
like,
Switching
holy
sides.
shit. I don't think it's worth shooting TP. This is just miserable lobby, chat.
A gun in each hand and a smile on my face. Time to break some hearts.
Kakaya?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
They're not high ground. Can we clear the Zen? Can we clear the Zen while we have that time?
That's better.
I got some lock. I'm forcing flying.
I want this point.
You're gonna fade. We're gonna keep you. We got 10 minutes after this one.
I just wanted to be fresh. Taking this point.
Over here. Got one here.
Get me out of here, man.
Enemy here.
Objective A captured. Escort.
Talk above us left.
Zen's on high.
Enemy here.
Why did he go there? I'm gonna go point because I think the
Talk
Hog.
above, so.
Watch here. Help me move the payload.
Get 3 on card. This guy's just not doing anything.
Over there.
Enemy
Dude, this is just.
heads up.
They can't do anything with just a full cart.
This beat will heal you up. Over there. I got you. Over there.
I dropped, back left.
Keep an eye out.
Up low.
Can we take their side of the map? Can we take their side of the map so the Hodge is useless? I'll shout you guys at it. You take their side. That's fine. We got 2 fights for free. We didn't use anything.
Team kill.
Dude, I don't know, man. This is fucking ridiculous.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Let's get that payload going, people.
Enemy here.
They lost their TP. I'm gonna go fast here. We can just get some air across court. I got a point. He's ult. He's ult 3.
Let's make a scene.
Get over here.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Ups and behind.
Pushing the payload. Nice and easy.
Okay, let's go kill these guys here. Hold on. I'm dropping man. They're gone. We're gonna come on. This is so brain dead, man. Three on point, just got.
Enemy here.
You know, guys, I'm done. I don't ever want to. I'm good. I'm good for today. I'm good. I'm gonna go. Yeah, just no. Anyway, thanks for watching today. Good show today. Appreciate y'all coming. Take care. Much love. Peace out.